Welcome, world, to the CNET stage at CES 2020. We are broadcasting live from Tech West at the Sands Expo Center in Las Vegas, part of the massive annual gathering of gadgetry that is the largest consumer tech show, CES. It is the second day of the show. We have had quite the eventful day yesterday, and to recap it all, we are kicking it off with our morning news show. I'm Bridget Carey.
I'm Roger Chang.
And this is your Daily Charge.
All right, so I want to talk about something we seemingly have been talking about this entire show, and that is Neon.
It's like the super hype thing that started before we even got here.
Exactly. This Samsung-funded startup teased little nuggets before the show and then had this really kind of nondescript booth SES unveiled a couple days ago, seemingly at this point 2 weeks ago.
And now we finally get to see it.
Exactly. We actually got hands-on, or I guess FaceTime with one of these so-called Neons, these artificial humans.
Yeah, these are not assistants like your Alexa or Siri. That's not a real person. That's not a real dude. That's all computer.
Exactly. These are all CG-created people. You interact with them through these digital displays. There are no actual physical humans or robots or anything like that.
I feel like it's a chat bot with video.
Kind of. Yeah,
and it's meant to look real, right?
Yes, but it's not supposed to be a voice assistant. It's not supposed to be an Alexa or a Bixby in Samsung's case. It doesn't really answer it won't answer your questions, but it will interact with you in a kind of limited way. There was a huge amount of hype about this, particularly because these initial shots showed CG created humans that seemed so lifelike that it was kind of indistinguishable. But our own Andrew Gebhardt actually got a chance to interact with one, and seeing the video footage of that interaction.
This is the real interaction. Look at her; she's a little stiff.
She's a little stiff,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, and like so it's not quite there yet in that, like, oh, I'm fooled.
And Andrew had a couple of questions he asked, just sort of basic questions.
He asked, like, what was your favorite food? She goes, pizza.
Pizza,
and then
right.
it's also sounded a little
And there was
off,
one question that he asked that I guess she couldn't figure out, and then, like, after a really awkward pause, it was like, my neurons are burning, right?
Well, he asked, like, do you like football? She said no.
Oh, right,
and he's like, why not? And then it was like, I can't compute why not. I don't like football.
Right, and I think that was an intentional question. That was really smart of Andrew because he wanted to see if the AI or the artificial human could build upon the conversation, right? Like, okay, why don't you like football? That's a second step. That's something that voice assistants are working on now or have started to roll out, right? And so it's clear that this is not quite ready for prime time.
And that's important to point out because everything we've seen so far is already pre-rendered animation.
Yep.
So potential is there. And then where would you use this kind of stuff? And it does pose a lot of worrisome questions about will these kinds of applications, if they get smooth enough, will they be fooling us? Like if you want to go check into your hotel or watch a video on your phone, will you know if that's a computer person or a real person?
Right.
So this is very interesting stuff, and I mean it's a little bit awkward stuff.
And our own Shar Tipkin had the first interview actually with the CEO of Neon. And he talked a bit about how these aren't supposed to replicate actual humans.
Well, they're not supposed to.
Not supposed to.
I mean, I think they want it to be as good as they can make it.
But he did say that this was the application that, like, eventually this could replace a bank teller, or scarily enough, it could replace an actual teacher.
Do I need that? I don't know. I mean, I don't need a fake, like fake me out kind of person. But it's interesting. And Samsung does a lot of experimental stuff at their booth. David Katzmeyer got to check out some of the weirder side. Like you always hear about the common gadgets, but there's there's always a weirder side to CES booths. And one of them was something that also gave me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies. Robot arms in the kitchen. It's a robot arm cook. I don't know if we could play some of the video for it. These gangle arms dangle from your cabinet.
Oh my gosh.
And we have now comfortable enough with robots that we have given them knives, ladies and gentlemen. These robots are cutting your food.
Just to be clear, I'm not comfortable with a robot arm holding a knife in my kitchen.
And they're also reaching for things. This one was making a salad. But a little bit frightening. I'm not, don't want to give robots knives, but here we are at CES doing
this
it.
This is more of a concept, right?
Yes, and it is a concept.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show you that there's always a little bit of weird at CES, and it just had me going, I can't believe.
It definitely.
We try so hard with our robot assistants to be friendly and bubbly and cute, and look, it has cute little eyes and it's so small. Like the other one, the Bally. You can just kick that thing. But no, now they're just getting.
And it does surprise me how
frightened.
fast we've gotten to the point where we are okay with robots with weapons as a thing that we show off that we're proud of. Hey, check out our knife-wielding robot arm.
Oh, man.
So, yeah.
But that wasn't the only thing that really, got my attention because Toyota, if you want to talk about this a little bit, there's very few times you think about technology really changing things up. I mean, tell us about what Toyota, the Woven City, right?
Yes, so Toyota Woven City, it's this interesting concept. They've got 150-odd acres of land by Mount Fuji. We've got some video of this, actually. And this idea is that they want to create this test city, the city as a test bed for smart city infrastructure, for autonomous vehicles. The funny thing is that they wanted to divide this into 3 sections, one for autonomous vehicles, one for kind of light, very small vehicles, personal mobile relocation vehicles, and then one that's no vehicles at all, which is funny because it's coming from one of the biggest car makers in the world. No actual real cars are actually going to be in this smart city. But
they have looked at the problem of how do you make transportation of the future, and they said, you know what? We have to just make our own city.
Exactly.
And the infrastructure is also underground. Deliveries, there's a whole network of transportation that'll be going on underground to just pop up at your home to give you your mail. It's quite fascinating because the other day when Hyundai was talking about, oh yeah, in the future we'll just have self-driving cars everywhere. We're all talking on stage going, where's the infrastructure for that?
Right.
And you need to just bulldoze a city. And lo and behold, here is Toyota going, hey, we're just going to make our own city, which is a little frightening that we need companies to change the future city. And do you really want to live in a company city? I hope it inspires actual governments to change things around. But it is just one of those moments where you're kind of like watching this going, whoa.
No, totally. And this city is fascinating.
This is Hyundai's like concept that they had, where they were working with Uber for transportation in the air and all these pods. But yeah, it's like, where is that going?
And I want to talk a bit about the smart city again, because they do expect real people to move in and like set up communities there.
Yeah, real
people.
There
are sensors everywhere, and so you're basically looking. They want people to be willing to live in a city that will be tracking their movements and tracking everything. Kind of a Truman Show-esque type environment, really.
Yeah, like this is still Hyundai stuff here, but yeah,
there we go.
like I didn't see it's cool, but I didn't see where that could practically go, you know. And man, having a company do a city, like I've often, like, it was funny. Even the Toyota presentation was like, are you guys thinking I'm crazy? He was cracking a bunch of jokes because he knew what it sounded like. You know, am I like the Willy Wonka here? And I really found it a little refreshing, and I hope it's in the positive direction. But yeah, once again, here we are with a corporation really having to change things up, and what impact will that have?
Well, I think this is the value of CES, though. Like, these kinds of announcements, these kinds of projects, they're ambitious, they're bold. They really set us on a path for the next couple of years, and sort of gives us some direction, some line of sight into what things might look like in the next couple of years. That's why I like CES. It's not just the gadgets we see today. It's the vision, the strategy for the future that's really exciting. Yeah, we always talk about the world of tomorrow, and sometimes it takes something different to really make a change. Yeah. And we need it. And we need it in this world with the environmental concerns we have. Absolutely. So, well, I want to take a quick break right now, but we're going to be back with guests to talk about smart locks. We're not done with the Daily Charge. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Daily Charge. Joining us on the stage now is Kate Clark with Yale and Jason Johnson with August. Thank you guys for coming by and showing us the new smart locks.
Good to be here. Good morning.
So yeah, let's show us. You've got some products. You've got some goodies here. Why don't you show us what's new with August and with Yale?
We will do that. So I think many of your viewers, your readers are familiar with the August Smart Lock. We've been shipping for about 6 years now. This is the third generation August Smart Lock, very popular, about the most popular smart lock in North America. It's a nice size. It's kind of like a large doorknob, and we love this product. However, quite a few customers and interior designers, architects have asked us to make it smaller, and we've been working on that. And this is the fourth generation August Smart Lock.
It's a lot smaller.
40% smaller. So I'll put these side by side. You can see the comparison with the third generation. In addition to smaller, we also added Wi-Fi. So now it has Bluetooth and Wi-Fi in the lock. You don't need an external little Bluetooth to Wi-Fi bridge anymore. It's in the lock, all in one.
So it's easier setup, essentially.
Very quick, easy setup.
Got it. And then we've got another product. Kate, what do we got here?
Yeah, I'm delighted to say we finally launched a lock into Europe. So this is the Yale Linus lock.
Can I take a look at it?
Absolutely. This is the first smart door lock from us.
This thing's pretty hefty, by the way.
Absolutely,
It's heavy.
It's made of aluminium, beautifully designed by Yves Bahar, who designs all of the August products. And this product is compatible across all of Europe. So
And that's an impressive feat, right? Because they're not standard across Europe. But tell me about some of the difficulties of like designing a lock that actually fits on every single door in Europe.
Yeah, so locks are very, very
Oh, yeah.
different in Europe. You have different standards. They actually sit on the door in different ways. In some geographies, doors in fact open outwards. So in Scandinavia, doors open outwards instead of inwards. They also sit above the handle, and then in some geographies they sit below. So what we've managed to do with this product, our engineering teams, as the world's leader in locks, is that we've actually designed something that will work across multiple geographies, not compromising on security at all. And basically, it comes with all the great features that you would expect. But on the back, we have different adapters. So if you live in mainland Europe, it will work with Euro profile. If you live in my country, that will work. But also we have the oval for Finland and other countries. The main difference, though, is around torque, because basically in some places like Turkey, you have to turn the lock 3 times, which is a lot, right, to throw the bolts. So that's why it's that size, because we've got a lot of power in the product.
Gotcha.
Very powerful.
So I'd be remiss not to talk a bit about privacy. Obviously, smart home.
Well, it's a big topic here at the show.
There's been a lot of talk about smart homes. Ring has been in the headlines over the last year or so about some of the work they've done. I'm just curious, as a company, how do you view privacy, and so what sort of resources do you put behind ensuring these things are actually safe from hackers?
Sure, so absolutely. So August has been shipping smart locks for about 6 years now, and we've always adopted a philosophy that your data is yours. Like we don't want to mine your data. We don't sell data. All we make is smart locks.
None of it's shared to third parties.
Never has been shared. Every 30 days we purge your personal data. Now with GDPR requirements, and now that we're part of Yale and this very large global company,
Yes.
we now are GDPR compliant, so anybody can go purge their data anytime. And the good thing is that our parent company, Yale is the biggest lock brand in the world. They're the same philosophy. We're in the business of locks. We don't sell advertising. We don't sell other products. This is what we do. And so privacy and trust building is number one for us.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, for 180 years, we've been making locks.
Right.
Our business model is very simple. It's all about security. And so we want to give you the best experience. And there's always a blend between convenience and security, but that's our paramount, is that we want the product to be secure, and and for you to work it in whichever way you want, and we're very clear on that.
When we're going into the new year and here at CES, and you're hearing about the trends that are going on in smart home systems, especially locks, what has your attention? What is your focus on going into the next year for where the industry is heading and the changes that you may be concerned about or just thinking about and having conversations about?
Well, I think it's safe to say, and again, CNET's done a great job talking about this, that the real challenge for consumers adopting new technologies like this is making sure that if they buy something, that it's going to work with the other things in their house. Their smart lighting, their smart thermostats, their speakers. And so the burden is on us in the industry that make these devices to make sure that it's easy to interoperate and easy for the consumers to know that if they put something like this on their door, it might stay there for 5-10 years. They want to know it's going to work with everything for a while. And we've always taken a very neutral, or I should say Switzerland type approach to work with everybody. So we work with Google and Amazon and Apple's platforms, and I'm excited to see that the industry is embracing working together, especially with this new IP protocol that would allow all these devices to talk to each other, make it easier for the consumer.
Gotcha. And in terms of making it easier for consumers, I think the smart home market has exploded in the last several years, but there's a lot of folks out there who are still relatively unaware of some of the benefits of technology. There's a barrier to entry because it's a little bit complicated, right? Like how have you kind of worked to lower those barriers and make things actually easier for folks to adopt?
I think Kate bringing the August lock to Europe and this new Yale Linus Smart Lock, I think she's working very hard to make it very easy for people.
Yeah, I mean, a big barrier has really been about setting it up, installing
Right.
it, because I think it's quite scary for some people. They don't really think about changing their security very much, and so we've done I think a very good job on making that simple. But I think it's also about the value. So increasingly, people want to get in and out their home in a different way. You want to give access to somebody for a short period of time or not. So trusted parties is becoming a big deal. So we have a number of pilots now in Europe where we're actually letting grocers or postal companies come into your home, drop something off and go. If you maybe have a cleaner or a dog sitter that you want to give quick access to and then leave. Before now, having the key is kind of seems very outdated, and I think the next generation want to have a smart door with a smart lock that you can control from anywhere in the world, and that's what we've done now.
Yeah, I know. I've been writing about the idea that like the keys, your wallet, and your phone are the three things you can't leave your house without, and I can't wait for a time where it's really just my phone. Like we're almost there with the wallet, but with a key, I still have to carry a key, and I live in a co-op, so they won't let me put one of these things in.
I do have a question about a trend we always see written about a lot, how the younger generation can't afford to buy a home and we're renting more. I know I still rent. So how does that impact your business model when you have more people who are in their 30s and want to get into smart technology, but they're like, hey, I rent. I'm not going to mess around with my door.
Absolutely. So, we make full replacement locks under our Yale brand. We make some really great full locks. But if you're just renting, you don't want to replace an entire door lock. In fact, you might not be able to. Like your landlord may say, hey, like you can't touch the lock. This is my building. And this is really the magic of the August Smart Lock and now the Yale Linus lock is that it's on the inside of the door only. So the outside of the door, the lock itself stays the same. So your landlord can still use their key to get in to repair things. And then you have these are really robots that are on the inside of the door that allows you to control the lock with your phone without actually changing the lock. And that helps when you're renting to just install this. It takes 10 minutes. When you move out, you take it off, take it with you.
Yeah, and I think you're right. With the next generation, they just find the key very troublesome and very restrictive. Now, wherever they are, they can let someone in real time, and then you can, work the way you want with your home. And I think that the generation coming through have a very different relationship with their home, and I think this product will be great for them. So.
Well, thank you very much, guys, for stopping by and showing us the new products. I really appreciate it. We are going to wrap it now for the Daily Charge. I'm Bridget Carey.
And I'm Roger Chang.
But we're not done with CES because we're just getting started at our coverage of Day 2 of CES 2020. Now, after a short break, we got Lexi Savides. She's going to be live from the Nissan booth. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to CES 2020 here live in Las Vegas. Now, if you're a golfer, you'll know that you need probably all the help you can get when it comes to putting. I'm not a golfer and I'm a terrible, terrible shot. But here at the Nissan booth, I'm going to show you Pro Pilot Golf Ball. This is essentially a self-driving golf ball, and it promises to make the worst golfer, i.e. me, an excellent golfer. Now, Annette representing Nissan. Hi.
Hi. You know what? If you're a betting person, then you would definitely get lots of hole-in-ones. So this is the game for you now.
Okay, you think I'm 100% likelihood that it's going to get
I am
in the hole?
100%. That's how confident I am with this new technology.
I'm terrible at putting.
All right, so let's see it
let's
happen.
see how it
Let's do
happens.
it.
Okay, so we're going to put our self-driving golf ball down. Thank you, Anna Laura. Okay, so the technique here, it's going to self-drive itself, but I just need to give it a little tap, little
So you're
guidance.
just going to be able to give the ball a little tap, and basically what you're doing is you're telling the mechanism to go ahead and start and to match up with the camera technology. So with that, it's going to go on a predetermined route to make it right in that hole.
Okay, all right, let's get warmed up. Roll the shoulders back, get into my putting position. Okay, really gentle. No, I'm not going to do a big swing, just a really small tap. 3, 2, 1. What? It's going. Okay.
Oh, you got this.
It's going. Come on, little ball.
You got it. So now what it's really doing is it's connecting with the camera technology to, again, follow that predetermined route. So,
Wow.
it's like going crazy.
So what we
But
do?
no worries,
Yeah.
because with the technology, you would be able to go and get it in the hole, usually with the hole.
Okay, so what we do have to know is that there's a lot of signals around
Well,
here.
this
There's
is the thing.
phones,
We
there's
have a lot of
Bluetooth.
camera technology and sonars that are going on. But basically what the Pro Pilot 2.0 is representing here is with your sonars and your 3D HD mapping, as well as all the different cameras are on board in your vehicle, it's going to be mirroring those, and it's going to be able to tell your ball or your vehicle, in other words, how to get to your exit on the freeway. So it's the world's first 3D HD mapping, as well matched with hands-off steering wheel driving.
Okay, should we go and give it a little hand?
I think we
hand?
should. Yeah.
Because
Yeah, that'd be
there's
perfect.
a lot of competing signals here, so we know how hard it is to get anything to work.
Well, and really
but
what we
it's
want
gonna
to
try.
say
We
is
can try.
this is all great new technology.
Yeah.
This is just concept for now, and we are working a lot on it.
Excellent. Okay, so the reason why we're actually doing this is because all this tech is inside a car, which we're going to take a look at very shortly. But we're going to wait for our next golf ball to be prepped behind the scenes. Okay, warming up the golf ball, getting ready. All right, maybe it was my shot. Maybe my shot was actually that
No,
bad.
this is all a concept right now.
Stand back a little further. Okay.
Further after we cut it, just to, give it all the space that it needs.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm going to give every last shot. I'm going to stay here. As soon as I hit it, I'm not going to walk and follow it. I'm just going to be right here waiting for it.
The Pro Pilot 2.0 is actually on our Aria concept. It's a crossover electric vehicle. So it's new technology that we're working with, and it's based off of our original Pro Pilot 1.0 from a few years ago.
Okay.
That's already on the Nissan Leaf. So with that technology, you can actually maintain lane control. You can maintain a set distance between you and the car in front of you, and it maintains your set speed. But what's new with the 2.0 is you can actually now take your hands off on single lane driving on the highway. And then you can also predetermine your exit on the freeway. It's multi-lane. You're going to be able to change lanes using that technology.
Excellent.
We're really excited about it. So,
All right. Well,
all right.
I'm excited about the next ball. Ball number 2.
You know what? We're going to do it. You
All
got
right.
it.
I'm going to stay in position. All right. Come on, little guy. You got this. All right. All right. I'm not going to move. I'm going to just let it do its thing.
So as you can see, it's going to go towards the hole right here. It's going to know where it's heading using that technology.
Yay!
And that's how you win $1 million.
Golf clap, everybody.
All in
All right.
one.
All right. That
Yeah.
was perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I'm
thank
going to go
you.
check out the actual car.
Yeah, go check it out. It has all the brand new technology. It's a sleek, sexy, seamless design. I think you guys will really love it.
Excellent. Annette, thank you.
Thank
I'll leave that
you.
with you. All right. Let's go take a look at the car itself now. All right. So this actually made its debut last year in Japan at auto shows there. And now here it is in the US. And now it was a concept car, but it's actually becoming a reality now. This is the Aria concept.
welcome back to our. Oh, God. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of CES 2020. I'm Morgan Little, head of social stuff here at CNET, and we have a great guest today. It's Ken Young, Flipboard's technology editor. Ken, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Morgan.
And, I brought you on here. We're super excited to have you because we can talk about what's actually trending at the show. What are people outside of these halls really talking about? What's really resonating with people, especially on Flipboard, of course, but also across the board. And, one of the biggest things that we saw, it was a big surprise, it really kind of caught people's attention, was Sony debuting a car. Super unexpected. You wouldn't expect Sony to just trot out an actual vehicle during their event. What did you think? What did you see out there in terms of people reacting and analysis around it?
So I think it's certainly surprising because normally you wouldn't assume Sony would be into the automotive type of space, and especially investing so much of their money into building out a concept car, because they're not obviously not known for being like a Tesla or a Ford or anything like that. But based on what I've seen and what I've heard, is that it's actually a way to demonstrate their technology inside the car. Mm-hmm. And as everyone's trying to get an edge in terms of showcasing what their technology can do beyond their home or their personal devices, they got to find more creative ways to emphasize that, and a Sony car is actually a really good way to do that, to kind of really show how integrated everything can be, and looking at the entire Sony product line and platform. So I think it's a creative way. Whether or not that investment's really paid off, I mean I think it certainly got everyone's attention. I mean, we're talking about it now, but in light of everything, but are we actually talking about the technology inside the vehicle in terms of their connected car, and how does that stack up with other connected car platforms? I think that's something for people to evaluate.
Yeah, and that's the big caveat with an announcement like that. Like, as you mentioned, it's a concept, right? There is no guarantee that Sony is going to be, sending a car out to dealerships in a month. Sony says that it's been road tested, but it really is just, hey, this is what we could do, not, hey, this is what we will do.
Right.
And Sony also captured a ton of attention, maybe even more than the car, with a mere logo. Which is even bigger surprise. We were talking earlier in the week, we're hearing some scuttlebutt about some additional stuff that Sony would have on stage that might be tied to the PlayStation 5. Obviously, they didn't show off the PlayStation 5 itself, but we did see a logo. It's the most exciting logo in the world. It looks exactly like the old logo.
Yeah, I think we can probably, since we're in Las Vegas, we could probably set up a bet for the next 5 years or next 10 years in terms of how Sony will design the next generation of PlayStations. I mean, you could probably assume that it's just going to be the same for PlayStation 6 through 10, and I mean, see if it deviates in any way like that. But yeah, I think there have been inklings of having the PlayStation 5 being announced here. Obviously, they didn't show off the PS5. But they did reveal that, hey, this is actually going to be available next in the holiday season, which is obviously good and to compete against Microsoft's Xbox Series X. Mm-hmm. But whether or not, what specs are there, I mean, we'll probably have to wait for E3 in June, and then after that, then probably what other new game titles that are going to be out there. Obviously, CES is not totally known for being having a lot of games. That's more for E3 and Game Developers Conference and everything else. So, but look, I think it's nice that they announced it. Whether or not, and certainly, again, we're talking about it, but it feels a little disappointing to see here the PS5's teased, not really officially announced, and here but you can't actually see it until later this year. Yeah.
And kind of continuing that thread of a little bit of disappointment, right? Setting expectations. CES is all about, hey, what are you expecting and what's actually going to be delivered, right? And everybody this weekend was talking about Neon. What is it? What is an artificial human? What is it? What is this little tease that's being put out by a CEO over at a fund that's set up by Samsung? We saw those leaked footage of artificial-looking humans. A lot of teases, a lot of hype, a lot of anticipation, and then it turns out to be something different. How did that actual reveal for what Neon was all about turn out for you?
So as soon as I heard about Samsung's Neon, I assumed it was going to be something tied into Samsung, but of course it's actually a subsidiary of Samsung, built through Star Labs with a nice little flash tribute there. But I thought it was actually going to be something comparable to Bixby. Certainly it's not Samsung fully parted away saying that this is not going to be a Bixby replacement, but I thought that this would actually be a true test to see what Samsung could do with AI. Bixby hasn't really performed better than Siri, than Google Assistant, or even Amazon Alexa. But when it was actually revealed after the keynote, there was no announcement at the keynote, no additional information, so people were left in the dark. And then later that evening, a lot of news came out about that Neon was basically digital avatars or chatbots in a sense. I mean, there's potential use cases, but I think Samsung, or actually Neon needs to actually do a lot more work in terms of explaining the use cases. But as you go to their booth in the central hall, what's surprising is it's pretty sparse. And I think it's way more conceptual than anything, because as you look at the displays, it's kind of, I mean, it's well designed, but at the very bottom of each screen, there's a disclaimer saying for illustrative purposes only. So is it simply just a pipe dream right now? When I talked to some of the folks there, they were kind of a little hesitant to give me a little bit more information. I know that CNET's gone out there and talked to the CEO of the company and left confused as well. So I think that's equally, that's a sign of saying, like, look, something's really, really awkward here, something wrong here, and the Star Labs needs to really get in front of this and explain it, because at one point I was really, really excited about this, and then I think this is a pretty big disappointment.
Yeah. And it's just one of those things, you can see the internet's reaction to this. Yeah. Everybody gets hyped, everybody gets excited, the cycle escalates, and then you see what the thing is, it's not what you expect, and everybody immediately has the backlash. So it really is a good opportunity for them, honestly, to kind of reset expectations, to say, hey, here's what it actually is, here are the actual use cases, but you have to actually have to execute on that. That's the difficult part.
And it's not really Samsung's fault, I don't think, in terms of Neon. But I mean, if you look at the litany of others announcements that Samsung made, it's pretty. Samsung has a pretty good showing here at CES in terms of their announcements with the Chromebooks and everything like that. But I think their affiliate, I think because they're tied in, they're somehow affiliated with Neon. It's rubbing off, that disappointment's rubbing off on Samsung a bit.
Absolutely. And we're just talking about digital avatars. We also have real avatars at CES this year. Mercedes-Benz, in concert with James Cameron and the team that will maybe release Avatar 2 at some point in the far-flung future, they made a car inspired by Avatar. Like, what the heck is this thing?
So it's probably the antithesis of Tesla's Cybertruck, because it actually doesn't have any angles. But I think this is a kind of an interesting. I actually like it. It looks very futuristic. But then again, look, that's the whole point of a concept car, right? Things that you may not ever see. Like, we could probably see this. If Mercedes actually does come out with this, in the next 2 decades or so. I mean, it's pretty interesting. I like how it's designed. What's inside in terms of like the whole sensors and all the gadgets and doohickeys, I think it's worth looking into. And those type of the technology that they like to see inside of it, it will probably be built somehow in very soon, whether it's coming from companies like Tesla or even Mercedes. You're not going to necessarily see it in the current form that what they revealed with the Avatar car, but it probably will inspire additional things like for safety features or maybe eventually fully autonomous vehicles.
Yeah, I would hope that they at least bring it to Avatar World at Disney World and just be like, hey, we built one. Let's showcase it. You can see it. You can sit in it.
But what's the bet? Will this car come out first, or will the next Avatar movie come out first?
I'm not going to put any money on either of them coming out. So for things that might not come out, Alienware, Dell's Alienware had a really, really interesting reveal. We had it actually on the live show, the grand debut of their UFO concept. And it's, the TLDR is that it's a Switch for PC games, but it's a little bit more, right? There's a little bit more going on there. So, like, how would you summarize what Alienware revealed?
So I think you're right. It is like a Switch competitor-esque, but I think, and the Switch has done a fantastic job in terms of reviving Nintendo's prominence. And so I think this is, as you see more people want to play games, and whether it's through streaming or cloud or on the go, I think this is a good effort by them. I think the question remains in terms of whether it's impactful and then this affects all game consoles. What are the big titles that are on there, right? I mean, why would you play something like Google Stadia or Apple Arcade, or why would you get an Xbox Series X or a PS5 or even this? And it's largely because of the titles that you have, and and you look at. Are there large enough titles? Are there popular titles on this platform that will entice people to pay money for it? And I don't know right now. I think it's a wait and see. I mean, Alienware has certainly come up in the world, and I mean, it's certainly something to pay attention to.
Yeah, it's another one of those. It's a capital C concept.
Right.
We don't have a price. We don't really know how the range of titles that this thing can run well, right? Like the promise of, oh, hey, I have an entirely portable PC that can really run something at the highest specs. Great, that's perfect. But what are you going to do about cooling? What are you going to do about weight? This thing weighs about 3 times as much as the Nintendo Switch. It's a lot of potential, but you have to follow through.
But if you look at it, it literally looks like the Switch, and okay, Switch has already been proven. There's a lot of games that you like to play on there, and if the price point is, even if the price point at Alienware is cheaper, I mean, would you necessarily want to buy that versus you might as well just get a Switch? Because I think at the hardware inside of it is actually going to make a lot of difference whether you buy the Nintendo or you buy the Alienware. But I think with tried and true, I personally would stick with the Nintendo. I mean, I don't play a lot of games, but if I was debating between the two, I would probably go with Nintendo just because I know the games that are on there. I know that there's familiarity. I know that there's quality. Not to say that Alienware has quality, but it's just not. I'm not totally familiar with that, and it's mostly for hardcore gamers. But regular gamers may not necessarily be drawn to that.
Awesome. And speaking of choice, for our last little highlight, Impossible Pork, right? There's now an alternative to an actual pig, which has a lot of great potential for folks, right? It's kosher, it's made with halal in mind. Obviously there's a huge ecological impact of switching to that. Like, what have you seen folks reacting to with this?
So I think it's been. I think it's typical with anything with Impossible Foods, as you're going to try it. Like, it's a little bit of trepidation, but it's borderline. I think it's skewing more towards, oh, this is kind of interesting. This is a good thing. And Impossible Foods has done well at CES, and at least since last year and possibly years before. But they've certainly seen a lot of uptick in the market, not only having their burgers available in various chains, including Burger King, but this is as you look at more sustainability and people are worried about climate change and everything like that, and also for those with special dietary needs. I mean, this is actually going to be this is a good thing. Whether or not this I'd be very interested to try it myself and see, like, if this comes out and you're going to be behind it in a restaurant near you. Are you going to be? Is Burger King now going to have something, add this into, like, maybe put into bacon or anything like that, or are you going to start to see more of this type of stuff? But I mean, this is a good path forward for Impossible Foods. I mean, it's a logical step forward for them. I mean, after this, I mean, there's so many options for them to look at. But I mean, I'm not surprised that they announced a new product here at CES.
Awesome, yeah, and it follows after the reveal of Impossible Burger 2.0 last year. That was absolutely delicious.
Yep.
Also, haven't had the time to try the pork myself, but I hear from all of our editors that it's absolutely delicious. So if you are out there on the show floor, try to find it. But I think that's a great rundown of stuff. Obviously, that doesn't encapsulate everything that's here at the show floor at CES or has been going around, but you can stay tuned to the live show. We'll have a lot more stuff coming up. Ken, thanks for joining me today. Really appreciate it. Everyone loves an ice cream truck, right? Well, now they're electric. And here to show us Nissan's concept is Lexi Savides, live from the Las Vegas Convention Center. Lexi, take it away.
Welcome back to the North Hall here at the Las Vegas Convention Center at CES 2020. Do you like ice cream? Because I love ice cream. And when it comes to your traditional ice cream truck, you're probably thinking green sleeves and driving around the neighborhood in probably a diesel van. But here at the Nissan booth, this is an all-electric ice cream truck. Van, I guess. Now, Annette from representing Nissan,
the
yeah?
music of the old-fashioned ice cream truck.
We've
We've all heard that.
Yep.
But this is going to be something a little different. What we like about this is it shows the difference in the diversity of electric vehicles and what the potential is of what we can do.
So this is an electric vehicle, obviously, but on top is something extra, which is solar panels. And that is actually going to help sustain and generate more power throughout the day.
The solar panels is just a way to generate more energy, more electric to the vehicle, and that's really what we're about here at Nissan, is just pushing the electric vehicle. This is something of the future, and this is really just a concept for now, but it will be in production. It's not in production now, but it's just a concept of showing what the future may hold.
And at night, you'll be able to also plug it back in and also feed back energy to the grid, which is kind of neat. Okay,
but here at the CES show, what we're doing on the Nissan display is just having some fun.
Yes.
By actually making and cooling ice cream.
Okay, I'm a big ice cream snob, so this better taste good.
Oh, it's delicious. I've already had quite a amount.
All right, and just in case you're not watching this live, it is currently 9:47 a.m. and I am definitely going to take one for the team and do ice cream for breakfast, because this is the way you do CES.
This is how you start your day at CES. It's coffee and ice cream, right? So what we're doing right here is this will be open today from 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock. And basically, thank you so much. You get the ice cream, has a nice little graphic design on it showing exactly what Nissan represents, which is the Aria concept, showing the electric vehicle. But here at the ice cream, it just represents the future of electric vehicles, of what we have to offer here at Nissan.
All right, now I'm going to take a
Have to
taste.
taste it.
Now this isn't anything electric ice cream. This is just regular old ice cream.
Hey, you never know, though, you know?
Tastes like ice cream.
Right?
It's good. I'm going to have such
thank you.
a sugar high.
He made me
All right.
one too.
Perfect. Okay,
Yay.
we've got our little wafers
It might
there.
be my third or fourth of the week. but
Excellent.
You can't have too much at CES.
Definitely not. Now, as you said, this is just a concept for now. It's not coming into production. It was first showed off last year in the UK.
Right.
But now this is the first time we're seeing it in North America, which is pretty cool. And I'm going to sit here and just keep having a couple more ice creams, if that's okay with you.
Well, and we invite people to come out and come to the Nissan display and check out everything that we have to offer. This focus really is about electric vehicles because of all the new technology that we spoke about earlier, the ProPilot 2.0. All of this information and technology is here at the CES show. This is just fun, and it shows the diversity behind it.
Thank you, Annette. Now, you scream, we all scream for ice cream here at the Nissan booth. Stay tuned. We've got plenty more from CES 2020 coming up right after this.
Another really cool thing we've seen here at CES 2020 is garage tech, smart locks, and garage door openers. Here at the LiftMaster booth in Las Vegas, I'm seeing a lot of new cool products that have just been announced. One of them is this garage door opener with a built-in camera. So I've never actually seen anything like this. Usually there's a garage door opener and you buy a separate camera to watch your kids come home from school or to make sure that your garage door is actually closed when you leave for vacation. But in this case, it's actually built into the device itself. Now this is a little bit pricey. It starts at $450 and it is a dealer installation, but think about the convenience of having the camera literally built right into the garage door opener. But that's not all. If you don't happen to have a LiftMaster system like this, or you already have a garage door opener that you like, they're also offering a standalone camera with a magnetic mount that you can literally just attach to the base here, and it can do essentially the same thing. So it's not built in, but it has this really, really simple magnetic mount that is compatible with all LiftMaster garage door openers and other magnetic garage door openers. So that's a really cool option. And then, in addition to that, they also have announced a lock integration with Yale Lock. So if you want to have some smart lock integration straight from the MyQ app, you can see what's happening with your garage door. You can control it, open it, and close it, see what's happening with the camera live feed, and also control your lock. You can also set it to automate so that if the garage door opens and someone comes in, you can actually have it automate so that the lock closes so that someone can't get inside your house. There's also an Amazon Key integration, so through the Amazon Prime app, if you have the feature where Amazon Prime will deliver packages inside your garage, when they come inside, these cameras will actually track that delivery and lock that door just to make sure they can't actually get inside your house. So this is just one of the many cool things we've seen here at CES 2020. For more, subscribe to CNET on YouTube.
Hey guys, David Katzmeyer here at Samsung's massive booth at CES 2020. This company makes everything under the sun, including televisions, phones. They got a lot of appliances here, but guess what? I'm going to show you the wacky stuff. We got robots, there's a car, a little guy that rolls around on the ground and tells you, I don't know what. We're going to find out now. Check it out. We'll start with Bot Chef. This is Samsung's Robot Chef. It's a pair of robotic arms hooked to an AI system. You can talk to it, of course. The idea here is it can help you around the kitchen. These robot arms can chop if you give them a little knife. A little bit scary if you think about it, but forget about that for now. They can also reach up into a cabinet, get some condiments, add them to your dish, even walk you through a recipe. So of course this thing, not available for sale. This is only the second time we've seen it demoed, but it's going to make a salad. And here's something Samsung's never shown before. This is Ballie. They call it a personal care robot. It's a little ball that rolls around and, can tell you what's going around the house when you're not there. If something falls, it'll alert you, maybe nudge you to remind you about something. Just a little help around the house. Make sure everything's okay. So right now we have Samsung's Sero. This guy is a television that can rotate into portrait mode. You hold up your phone, swivel, when you hold up your phone, you go swivel. That's Sero. Crazy, but that's Samsung. All right, so what we have here is the Samsung Digital Cockpit. This is a car, they've set it up in the booth with all these different screens here. First thing you'll notice is instead of rear view mirrors, we have screens on either side. Cameras, of course, right in the place of the rear view. There's a gigantic screen here. We have a nice screen here. There's a lot of usage of QLED technology, this being Samsung. Here's a little Bixby knob, of course. You can use that as your digital assistant. And back behind me, look, we have these speakers here on each seat. You can actually have individual speaker sound coming at you. These are on all 4 seats, so you don't have to actually subject yourself to everybody else's bad musical taste in the car. in addition to the car that we're sitting in now, Samsung also has a big display showing how 5G is going to work with the car. So this is going to be an automatic communication between the car, some 5G posts placed around for safety. There's even a whole demo here where it shows avoiding a pedestrian. Again, Samsung's deep into 5G and car technology. This is a demo of it at CES. And the last thing on the back, this is a micro LED display. You can put whatever you want back here, and of course it's super bright for safety. So thanks for coming. That was our tour of Samsung's booth here at CES 2020. You got a sneak peek at some of their coolest new technologies. I'm David Katzmeyer for CNET. If you like what you saw here, subscribe.
I'm Dave Priest, and we are here at CES 2020 to look at some of the coolest smart displays that this show has to offer. So right now, we're right in front of the MUI Labs panel, which is a really unique kind of smart display. Now, it's been around for a couple of years, but the panel is about to launch for the first time in the coming weeks. So this is something that you could legitimately buy really soon. Now, part of what this does that's so different from a lot of other smart displays is not in the smarts, but it's in the aesthetic. This is a real piece of wood that has an inset LED display. Now, the whole philosophy behind this device is really interesting. It's meant not to distract you or draw your eye in the way that the screens all around us do all of the time. So instead, it's just this piece of wood right here, and you can tap it to open things up. And once you do, you can control your lights, you can go and take a look at some different settings. But there are also these really nice touches too. So there's a setting right here, for instance, that helps you breathe during the day, that helps you kind of calm down. There's another one here that is setting a timer, and it doesn't seem that practical because you don't just set it by picking numbers. Instead, you draw a line, and the length of the line that you draw determines the amount of time that's there on the timer. And so when you press play, you kind of see these little dots disappearing for each second in the timer. It's a really unique aesthetic approach to these kind of practical everyday things that you should be doing or might want to be doing. So this is just one device, but there are a lot of devices out there right now from smaller developers like MUI Labs that are really pushing the boundaries, not in terms of smarts exactly, but in implementation of those smarts, and really pushing the ways that we can think about how a smart home can look. Here's another example. Another really cool device is this smart display right here. It's from a company called Mystic Pants, which is one of my favorite company names that I've come across here at CES. But it's called the LifeBoard, and it looks like a pretty standard smart display at first, but it actually has this really cool retro aesthetic, as you can see. Now, it gives you really useful information, so things like when a train departs, or if you have appointments, or if you have to still get steps in at the end of the day, things like that. But it does it in this kind of minimalist way. You have this black background, you have these kind of simple messages. It also has some really clever quality of life features here. Like one thing is it gives you personalized messages based on who's in the room with the device at any given time. And that's just based on whoever's phone is nearby using a Bluetooth signal, right? So unlike the MUI tablet, this one is a little bit earlier in development. It actually hasn't even hit Kickstarter yet. So, you know, a lot of times these kinds of devices go through big changes from their early stages to when they actually reach your countertop. But I really like the beginning of a product that we see here. And again, this is kind of fitting in with this trend that we're seeing of smart displays really prioritizing aesthetics in a unique and compelling way.
Welcome back to CES 2020. We're coming to you live from the CNET stage at the Sands Expo. With me now is Jake Slatnik with Era, a new wireless charging solution. All right, so let's walk through what we have on the table, Jake.
Sure. So we have some of the wireless charging technologies that we've been working on for the last few years that we believe is the future of wireless charging.
Okay, so normal wireless charging, you have a little pad, and you put your phone on top of it, and you wait a couple seconds and then it starts charging. What makes your technology different?
Yeah, and let me just give you a little bit of a visual. So this is kind of a standard wireless charger, and you'll notice there's this kind of coil inside, and there's this small hotspot. And if you're not aligned perfectly on that hotspot, you don't receive power. So the result is, like you mentioned, people put their device on. Sometimes it takes a few seconds to pick up. And you think it's charging, and you wake up and your phone's dead. You have to play around with it to make it work. It's not the right experience. So what we've done is built a free position surface that ultimately allows you to place devices anywhere in any orientation and receive power, and we call it free power.
So you don't have to like line this thing up anymore. You don't have to like just find a hot little sweet spot. You can just place a phone or headphones or anything like that uses a Qi standard, correct?
Yeah, the Qi standard. Anything that's Qi enabled can drop on our surface and it'll charge. And you can charge multiple devices simultaneously. And what's really unique about this technology is we just kind of showed this coil technology, right, which is what everybody's doing. We've designed our own wireless power transmitting technology. It's embedded in a printed circuit board.
Let me grab that.
Sure. It's embedded in a printed circuit board, and ultimately we can manufacture this thing in any size, in any shape, to support any number of devices. Our first partner who will be shipping this technology is a company called Nomad. Their device, which is this size, will support 3 devices simultaneously.
So Era is not selling these things directly. You guys are working with a lot of third parties, and they're going to make their own versions of this. So you've got Nomad as your first partner. Can you tell me about other partners? Like, are you working with furniture companies? Are you working with hotels? Are you working with anybody where I'm going to find this at an end table or something like that?
Sure. So we are a technology provider. So we have this kind of completed wireless charging solution. And we want to see this technology in a lot of different places. It's a really applicable technology for different verticals, like, of course, consumer electronics, but also automotive, furniture, like you mentioned, the hospitality industry with restaurants and hotels. And we want to, we're currently talking to different companies across all those verticals.
You know, I've always wondered how this would work in a car, because I'd imagine that unless your phone's really sticky to something, especially with that singular hotspot, it's not going to really charge. So in theory, if this was in the center console and slid down and stayed there, it'd still be able to charge. So, assuming it stays in one spot, correct?
And are you talking about existing technology or with our technology?
No, with yours. So like if this was the center console, like right here.
Oh, sure.
And it slid down, would it charge?
Yeah, anywhere on the surface you'll receive power. And so we're actually really excited about the potential for automotive because in that car, in the cockpit of the vehicle, to have that surface where you place multiple devices on simultaneously, but also your wallet, your keys, whatever you want. It doesn't matter if there's movement, if the phones move around. If they're on the surface, they'll charge.
Okay, so we were talking backstage about the idea of how much power a single one of these wireless chargers uses up when it's just trying to find a device. Can you run me through that?
Yeah, so this current implementation for wireless charging today, the standard wireless charger that sits on your nightstand, puts out incredible amounts of power. It puts out almost 5,000 milliamp hours of power a day, which is equivalent to 2 smartphone battery chargers. So just sitting on your nightstand.
Day, even if it's not charging anything, it's using up that much energy?
Yeah, just sitting on your nightstand, it's putting out 2 full battery charges worth of power. Our technology has a rapid device detection algorithm that's incredibly power efficient that will only put out, it'll put out thousands of times less. It's incredibly power efficient and it's incredibly fast. So the moment you drop a device down anywhere on the surface, it finds it instantly and starts delivering power. But our solution with 18 coils puts out dramatically less power than the current solution with 1 coil.
Okay, so I've been coming to this show for a long time, and wireless power has always been a thing. They're like, okay, this is going to be the year. This is going to be the year. We finally do have this Qi standard. We have Apple on board. We have Samsung on board. We got everybody on board. Is this really going to be everywhere, or is this going to be still a niche thing so people are not going to give up their cables?
So what you saw in 2013 was Samsung adopting the Qi standard. In 2017, Apple adopted the Qi standard. Ultimately, everybody walking around with a modern smartphone has a wirelessly enabled smartphone that can charge wirelessly. So this is absolutely a technology that's here to stay, and I think over the next few years you're going to start to see technologies like ours with free position integrated into vehicles, furniture, and surfaces all over the place.
Are there any inherent benefits to charging wirelessly over just wired?
The inherent benefit is convenience,
Okay.
right? So the ability to just drop a device down and it works. You don't have to think about it. It just, you put it down and it works. The problem is the current implementation is fundamentally flawed in that sense because you have that small point that you need to place the device on, and if you don't get on that point, it doesn't work. So what I like to say is if you're looking for convenience, use a wireless charger, and our solution, or free position in general, is the right solution for that. And if you're looking for performance, plug it in the wall.
Should we show off how this thing actually
Yeah,
how it works?
so-
All right. So we have this is a pre-production model.
So this is a
Prototype.
pre-production model. This is a fully functioning unit, and we could drop some devices on and play around with it.
All right, let's do that.
Cool.
So anywhere though, right? So
yeah,
like I can
anywhere on the
just-
surface. So you
There's
put a
my-
device down.
There's my note.
It's
and,
charging.
charging
and then I drop
wirelessly.
the iPhone on. It's also charging.
All right, so I want to mess with this. Like if I move this over, this is usually where things would fail. Wireless charging pause, and then let's see what happens. Charging wirelessly. There it goes.
Charging wirelessly.
Takes a couple seconds for it. You were talking about how Samsung takes a
There's
second.
different protocols for the different devices. So if we were to take this off the surface and throw on the iPhone, starts charging immediately, and you can actually shift it across the surface. One of the things that we've done with this is implemented a device tracking algorithm. So as you slide it across the surface, you'll notice it remains charging, and again, remains charging.
No way.
Yeah.
So if you keep moving this, it'll say it's charging. Feels like it's like glued down. That's pretty interesting there.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to worry about it as much. Because like I know, so I have a case and it's got this little thing on the back, right? So it kind of acts like a little pivot point.
Sure.
So when it doesn't have the exact spot. One of the
Mhm.
reasons why I kind of gave up on wireless charging for this device because of my case.
Yeah.
It looks like you wouldn't have that problem.
No, we don't. So what's really interesting is once we find the device on the surface, because there's such a large surface area, at the core, wireless charging is just a magnetic field. You transmit power through a magnetic field, and what we're doing, we find your device, and we dynamically introduce a magnetic field right below it to deliver power. And with that, we can kind of create a larger field that will reach higher spaces for people with pop sockets on their phone in larger cases.
What's the maximum amount of devices this actual size can support?
So this model right here can support 3 devices simultaneously. However, we've engineered this entire system from scratch. We've written our own chipset with over 200,000 lines of code. We obviously have our own wireless power transmitting technology in the coils, and so we can manufacture this thing in any size. We can make it the size of a table, and we can make it a lot smaller for uses on a nightstand or a desk.
So if you introduce a fourth object on the device this size, what happens?
So this device only supports 3. So it's not going to charge a fourth because it only is engineered to support 3. And the reason it only supports 3 is because you practically can only fit 3 phones on the surface. But hypothetically, we could design the same surface to support 18 devices if we wanted to.
I'm just saying, but it'll continue charging the first 3, and the fourth one just doesn't get
It
anything.
just won't receive power.
It'll just be
yeah.
laid on top.
Yeah, so the first 3 will continue to charge. The fourth one will just kind of be a foreign object that it doesn't recognize.
That's I want to believe this is coming out. So you got partners. And they're going to be introducing products this year.
Yeah, absolutely. So our first technology partner is a company called Nomad. This is a product they'll be introducing this year. It's the Base Station Pro. It'll be coming out in the next few months. It's in production right now. And this is the first of many different technology partnerships we'll be announcing this year.
Can I take a look at that?
Sure.
All right, so this will be available this year. This is the Nomad.
That's the Nomad Base Station Pro.
So you charge it with USB-C on the back here. That's pretty
It's
good.
USB-C power delivery.
It's very nice. It's got this nice little almost like leatherette style pad.
Yeah,
here.
it's a really nice leather top. It's a CNC'd aluminum frame.
Yeah, it feels premium.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's going to cost a couple bucks. What is it?
It's going to be a premium price point, as all Nomad products are.
So considering this, okay, so if people are hearing this and they're like, this sounds a lot like Apple AirPower. Something that Apple wanted to do was create a pad. You could put your iPhone down, your AirPods down, your watch down, and it was a big deal. They're going to come out with this, and they made it seem like it's the future. And they couldn't execute on it. They eventually backed off of it after introducing it a year or 2 ago, and they said, okay, it's not coming out. We can't do it. How on earth did you manage to do something that Apple couldn't?
So we can't really comment on what Apple could and couldn't do. What we can say is that what we have works. We're really excited about it, and it's coming to market soon. What I also can say, though, is we share the same vision as Apple. So Apple had this vision to create a surface that you could place multiple devices on in any orientation, and they'll all receive power. And we share that same vision, and it's been our mission for the last few years to bring this to market for the benefit of the consumer.
So are there any partners outside of Nomad you can talk about?
There's nothing we can announce right now,
Nothing.
but we have some exciting partnerships to announce soon, and we're talking to a lot of companies in a lot of industries.
So it's not Apple, is it?
It's not Apple.
It's Apple.
I
It's
can tell you that.
Samsung?
I can tell you it's not Apple.
Is it gonna? Okay. Any other hints?
We're excited about it.
Okay. So what's the Nomad going to cost?
So the pricing's unannounced. It's something Nomad will be announcing soon.
It seems. I'm going to say $200.
You could. It's going to be in a similar price range that the Apple AirPower solution was rumored to be at.
Okay.
But note that this is a 3-device charger, and there will be 2-device and single-device chargers as well with free power in it. That gives you that nice freedom of position. That will be more in line with kind of the premium pricing for single and double-device chargers.
You guys were on Shark Tank, correct?
We were on Shark Tank, correct.
How did that go? I would imagine that that's a lot of pressure, and you're showing off some technology. Like, hey, look, this is something that exists, and did they think that you were selling a product or the technology?
So they understood pretty quickly that we were going to be a technology provider. They're incredibly sharp investors, and they see products all the time, so they knew. But it was an incredible experience. It was a lot of fun. It was great exposure, and it was a good way to educate the American people on what free position is and kind of what the current pitfalls are in wireless charging.
Essentially, there's no dots on the Nomad. It's like you just put it down. It's done.
You just put it down and it works. It's a truly effortless experience. It's convenient, which is what wireless charging is meant to be. And it's something that just gives you 100% confidence that you put your phone down and it's going to charge. And that's really what the experience should be.
I'm just trying to think of the Shark Tank thing, man. That must have been a lot of pressure, though.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. So a lot of people don't know, but when you go into Shark Tank, those investors, the panel of judges like Mark Cuban, Kevin O'Leary, Robert, etc., they have never actually met you. They've never heard from you. So you go out there and
you're cold.
It's a cold pitch. There's no cuts. There's no scripts. You go out there and you talk to them for sometimes an hour, hour and a half, and they just fire questions.
Well, I'm glad this is a real thing because I can't wait to have this in my house. I really, really need these, like on my end tables everywhere.
Yeah, we're excited to get it in your hands and the hands for everybody.
Right. Thanks, Jake. Thanks for joining me today. We have tons more to show you from CES 2020 after this, so don't go anywhere. Please keep watching. Thanks, Jake.
This is the Mevo Start, and it's meant to make live streaming easier. It's a camera specifically meant for live streaming, events, video games, whatever you want to capture. And you might ask, why not just use your phone? Well, so this has a 4-hour battery life at least. It can broadcast in high definition. The app will sync up to a bunch of different platforms like Twitter and Facebook and Twitch. And it uses these microphones up top to capture some nice 3D audio. It's designed to give your stream a real professional look. What you'll be able to do once it launches in April is actually use multiple cameras at once, set them up, and actually switch between the different streams. So if you have an event that you want to broadcast, it's a relatively easy way of setting that up. Each cam will cost $300, which isn't nothing. Smart home cams can be had for as little as $200. But again, this one has a number of ways of connecting to your phone and streaming the actual content. You can connect to your phone directly using this as a Wi-Fi access point. If you have Wi-Fi, you can connect it to that, or you can plug in an Ethernet cord and then stream whatever you'd like. The camera broadcasts in 1080p, and it has a special wide-angle lens that shows you a lot but doesn't distort into a fisheye view. You'll be able to see the stream on the app. You'll be able to use the app to broadcast, so your platform of choice. And the camera's going to launch in April. Now, the multicam functionality is going to come a little bit later in the spring or the summer, but that's one of the really cool aspects, is being able to switch from one feed to the next to really give your whatever you want to stream that broadcast feel. Supposedly the camera has a good low light sensor, so you'll be able to see concerts at night. Mevo Start is actually the second of these cameras from this company, and it's meant to be more compact and a little bit more affordable. If you like the video, please give us a like and subscribe to the channel for a whole bunch more from CES.
Well, 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 look what I found at CES. It's a new camera from Nikon, the Nikon D780. Who says DSLRs are dead? Okay, I love mirrorless cameras as much as the next camera nerd, but there's a special place in my heart for DSLRs. And one of the cameras in there is the Nikon D750. But it's been 5 years, and the camera years, it's like 100, 200 years? I don't know. But a lot has changed. Nearly every brand now has their own mirrorless system and has a lot of new features that weren't found on the D750. But what if you took features from Nikon's Z mirrorless line, like live view and video enhancements, and put them in a DSLR? Well, you get this, the Nikon D780. It's expected to ship at the end of January for a body-only price of $2,300, or for $2,800, you can get a kit with this Nikkor 24-120 f4 lens. The Nikon D780 has the same 24.5 megapixel full-frame sensor that's used in Nikon's Z6. The D780 also has phase detect autofocus with a coverage of 273 points in live view. It has new camera effects, has autofocus tracking, and it has some pretty impressive video specs. You can shoot 10-bit video in HLG hybrid log gamma to an external recorder. That's phenomenal. And it shoots slow motion, but best of all, it can shoot 4K video at 30 frames per second using the entire sensor. No crop. Yay! Powering all this capability is the Nikon XP6 processor. The optical viewfinder in here is the same as the Nikon D750. However, it's been updated with new algorithms from the Nikon D5. Continuous shooting at 7 frames per second or 12 frames per second in live view using an electronic shutter. On the D750, you only got 6.5 frames per second. Other improvements include a faster top shutter speed. You can now shoot up to 1/8,000th of a second. Some other improvements is the Nikon D780 has better weather sealing than the D750. However, to achieve that, they had to get rid of the on-camera flash, but who uses the flash? Am I right? Oh, okay, I mean the on-camera one. What? Just buy a flash. Other improvements include a USB-C port for charging, as well as Bluetooth and Wi-Fi for PC Direct Connect, and a larger LCD screen. You can't even see me, it's so big. Where am I? Hey, there's a lot to like about the Nikon D780, and we look forward to testing it for a more in-depth review. But if you're saying to yourself, hey, Patrick, I'd really like to get one of those Nikon D750s. Well, you're in luck, because Nikon's going to continue selling them at a lower price. on CES. They say it's a show of vaporware, products that get shown off but that never come to market. Well, here we have a success story. This is Ovis by ForwardX, previously seen at last year's CES as CX1. Then it was a prototype, now it's a real product. It costs $799 and it looks like a normal suitcase, but it's not a normal suitcase. It has 5 cameras around here and you get a wristband with it. And what it does is you don't have to carry it around an airport or wherever. It'll just follow you. It can see your wristband and it'll follow it and follow you. And if you get more than 6 meters away from the suitcase, your wristband will give off an alert. The suitcase will hear it and it'll come to where it hears the sound, it'll see you and it'll follow you. So $799 sounds like a lot for a suitcase, and it kind of is, but the technology here is pretty cool. So there's 5 cameras in there and they follow you around, but because there's AI technology in those cameras, it can avoid other people. So if you're walking through a crowded airport, it won't bump into people. And with the technology and the wristband that comes with it, if you get more than 6 meters away from it, the wristband will emit these vibrations that the suitcase can hear, and it'll follow the vibrations. And then once it sees you, its camera sees you, it'll come directly to you. So $799 sounds like a lot, but for me, I came to CES this year all the way from Australia, and when I got to LAX airport, I stupidly left my suitcase for about 30 seconds, and then it just vanished. And having to spend $500 on a week's worth of clothing the first day of CES sucks really bad. The suitcase was at the last 2 CESs as a prototype, but now this is the real deal. ForwardX says if you buy it now, it'll be at your doorstep in a week.
We are here at CES 2020 taking a look at the latest weed tech around. So right now I'm in front of a booth for a company called PAX, and they have had a vaporizer out for a number of years now, but today they are launching their new Aero Pro. It's a new vaporizer that actually connects with these specific pods right here to be able to give their users more specific, precise information, test results on the CBD content, the THC, etc., in the strains that they're smoking. Not only does it give you more transparency in the information, but it also lets you personalize how you take hits. So, right here you can see that you actually get to personalize how hot you want to smoke a given strain, and also you get to choose how many doses you want to take for every inhale. Not only does it give you full transparency on the test results on the strains that you're smoking, but it also lets you personalize how you smoke each strain. So the app actually stores your preferences for each strain. So maybe one you want to burn hotter and one you want to just sip on over time, right? And basically, by storing that information and sort of adapting over time to how you smoke, you gain sort of a more personalized experience to your smoking habits, right? And the Aero Pro actually provides haptic feedback. So when you inhale, you get a certain amount, a certain dosage, and if you inhale hard or soft, it actually still tries to give you, it sort of adapts. It tries to give you about the same amount each time, and it actually vibrates. It gives you kind of haptic feedback when you've finished the dose. So it's kind of a cool contraption here. It adds in a lot of transparency, a lot of smarts. It's really cool to see this shift over time where they're adding so many smarts and so much transparency to this burgeoning industry. For more of the latest tech at CES, check out our YouTube channel. Otherwise, thanks for watching.
I'm here at CES with this incredibly cute little puppy. Now, it might look like a real dog, but in fact, her name is Jenny and she's a robot. She's been built to support people with dementia. Under Jenny's synthetic fur are around 50 sensors that can detect how softly or vigorously you're interacting with her. When she feels your touch or hears you give her a command through her inbuilt microphones, she'll respond accordingly. If you pat her gently, she might move her head, but if you give her more fuss, she'll get more excited and wag her tail. Jenny has 10 inbuilt motors controlling her movements. 7 of them are in her face, giving her the ability to move her ears, eyebrows and nose to mimic the expressions of a real-life dog. Jenny was built to support seniors diagnosed with Alzheimer's by entrepreneur Tom Stevens after his own mother developed the disease. When she could no longer take care of her dog, which brought her great comfort, Stevens was inspired to create a robot that would allow her to self-soothe. Stevens is determined to make Jenny affordable, so she'll cost $449, or if you join the waitlist, just $399. Over time, she'll receive software updates through the companion app that will allow her to gain more skills. She should be able to do everything a lapdog can do, including yipping, howling, whining and barking. But she'll stop short of being able to fart. A relief for experienced dog owners everywhere. If you'd like a Jenny of your own in your house, you'll have to wait till next year. The waitlist is open now though, and you can pre-order on tombot.com.
Hey guys, David Katzmeyer from CES 2020. I'm here in Samsung's booth, and this is a 292-inch television. That's how big this screen is, diagonal in inches. This is as big as it gets. This is micro LED, Samsung's technology. Really ridiculously expensive. We won't get into that, multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the idea here is that you can take modules, put them together, and grow the screen pretty much as large as you want. So last year they showed this at 219 inches. This year, yeah, why not, 292. This thing is incredible. It looks great. You can see it in person. It looks just as good. The thing that strikes me is the incredible brightness of the screen, the fact that you have really good contrast, black levels, and color, even from this close. Of course, when you get back, appreciate the resolution. I don't even know what the resolution is on this. It's higher than 4K, probably higher than 8K at this size, just because it's so big. You're just putting together these modules, creating the screen. Now, unlike a standard LCD TV, this thing uses direct micro LEDs, which are tiny LEDs, millions of them packed close together without any LCD. This is just the LEDs themselves. That creates this brightness. The LEDs can each turn off individually. That creates the blacks, and the result is incredible contrast. Really, really great picture quality. You look at a projector, for example, at this size. This looks so much better in person. Of course, you got to be, a millionaire at least to get one of these things and have the space for it. But if you can do it, this is kind of a glimpse of what the future of wall-sized TV is. Now, Samsung does have on the other side here some smaller examples. I'll show you real quick. A little bit less impressive, but still pretty cool. Right here, we have a regular comparison of a standard QLED TV 8K next to the micro LED. You can see the difference in brightness. I don't know how much it shows up on the camera, but in person, the vibrancy, the light output, the color, everything on the micro LED just pops. And it just shows what this direct LED technology is capable of. And it's the kind of thing, wow, you look at this and go, okay, the QLED looks really good, but wow. In person, it's pretty cool. And again, this is a bunch of modules packed together. Toward the end here, I'll take you to the smaller one real quick. This is the 75-inch version. So what they're able to do here, this is kind of more of an engineering feat than the large one. Because the issue with these things is getting them small enough to be commercialized, to be the kind of thing that people can put in their houses, as opposed to their gymnasiums or whatever. This thing, they showed it last year, it's a 75-inch version. Again, they increased the pitch to be a lot smaller between the LEDs, tinier LEDs, less space between them, you can get the screen smaller and still keep a 4K resolution. So that's the goal here, to get these things small enough so that they actually work for normal walls. You have a similar version here, I think this is 93 inches. So again, similar technology. Actually, they showed us around the other side, there's an 8K version of this, which is the same television, 75-inch, but they just put more modules together to create 8K resolution, right? So again, when you have this modular technology, kind of make it as big as you want. Anyway, I'm David Katzmeyer. This has been a quick look at micro LED, the latest version, 292 inches and a little bit smaller at CES 2020. If you like these videos from CNET, go ahead and subscribe.
All right, so it might look like I'm playing a weird version of Dance Dance Revolution, but actually what I'm on is called the NeoFX Smart Connect, and it involves this pad and this video game here, and it's designed to help people who've suffered a stroke rehabilitate the lower part of their body, their legs and their balance. You wear this and it helps guide your balance, so if I'm playing a game with an airplane, it tracks where this is. Right now, I'm just going to try to match these steps here, and the idea is over time, this becomes more and more challenging. It uses software AI to see what my results are and make it more difficult next time. I also like the graphics. It kind of looks like my high school jazz quintet I had called the Slow Peas. Great name for a jazz band. All right, so here again, I'm just trying to step on the the footprints. Now, this is another product from NeoEffect. We've seen some of their other rehab products before, the NeoEffect Mono, and also their Smart Glove, which is used for rehabilitating people's upper bodies and lower bodies. But this is the first product they ever launched that gamifies physical therapy for the lower body. This isn't something you're necessarily going to buy. It's going to be for clinics and for therapists. In fact, right now it's going through clinical trials in the US, and it'll be launched to clinics somewhere between February and March is what I'm told. What's also neat about this is there's an app called NeoEffect Connect that uses this product as well as some of their other products and has all the gamification there. Later on this year, anyone's going to be able to use NeoEffect Connect on their iPhone or Android phone, whether or not you have a device or not. It might help you do stuff like lift a glass up or stuff like that. The idea of turning physical therapy into something fun and engaging means the user are going to get more out of it and have more development. Now, what's also neat is the more I do this, the software itself is going to make this more and more challenging for me. It's just going to judge it in one session here. Also, these results that we see at the end of these sessions are stored locally on the device, but a therapist can access it. So if they see I'm improving quite a bit, they might assign me some different movements and different apps to play next time. So as far as the NeoEffect Smart Balance, this is going to be hitting clinics sometime this spring, maybe February, March, and it might come into your home someday later this year. As far as the NeoEffect Connect app, you'll find that on the iPhone and Android later this year. But if you currently have a NeoEffect device, you probably already have it and are using it for therapy. But this is one of the reasons we love CES. Hey, if you liked hearing about the NeoEffect Smart Balance and you want to hear more about CES, make sure you click subscribe on our CNET YouTube channel. Until next time, I got another round to do. I got to make up. I did not do too well.
Welcome to CES 2020 Live from the CNET stage at Tech. Welcome to CES 2020 Live from the CNET stage at Tech West in the Sands Expo. I'm Connie Guillermo, Editor-in-Chief of CNET, and today with me is Andre Iancu, Director of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. We're going to be talking about some innovation and some ideas that the Patent and Trademark Office are exploring that I think are of great interest to a lot of people here walking on the show floor. But I'm going to start, Andre, by having you tell us a little bit about what you're doing here. I know you have a booth downstairs, and why it's important we should pay attention to you. And thank you, by the way, for being with us on stage.
Thank you, Connie, and thanks a lot for having me here. I am the director of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, which, given its name, the primary functions are to issue patents and register trademarks. But in addition to that, we are the lead agency in the administration when it comes to intellectual property policy and innovation. So obviously, CES, this is a hub of innovation activity in the United States and around the world. Really important for us to be present here, especially vis-a-vis the startups. That's why our booth is located at Eureka Park here, to make sure that entrepreneurs and inventors who are really just beginning their path in technology, or folks who have already gone down the path a little bit, to understand the importance of IP protection and to demystify the process a little bit, to provide them the tools that they need and the access paths for them to be able to seek that protection.
One of the things that I think is most interesting is the work that you're doing around new technologies and how that might change the process for patents. And one of the areas that you have put a particular focus on is artificial intelligence. That is one of the biggest themes of the show this year. There is a lot of AI tech, we were talking earlier, in cars, in washing machines, in healthcare, and it might warrant a change or rethink by the US Patent Office. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, this is a very hot topic when it comes to intellectual property because the industry is going in that direction. As you've mentioned, AI is all over the place here. What we're witnessing is a convergence of technologies where tech and software and artificial intelligence becomes part of almost everything that we see, from automobiles to healthcare and the like. So how might that impact the rights we issue? So think about a situation where an artificial intelligence machine actually creates an invention on its own with minimal or perhaps no human interaction. Well, who is the inventor? Under current United States law, you need a human being to be the inventor in order for you to get a patent. Well, if a machine is actually the inventor, could we issue a patent in that circumstance? Should we issue a patent to a machine? And if the machine actually is the inventor, and we are to issue a patent in that circumstance, who is the owner of that patent? Is the machine the owner of the patent? Is it perhaps the creator of the AI that should get the patent? Or is it the current owner of that machine who should get the patent? There's so many other variations as well.
Okay, well, I find it a little bit frightening that we might issue a patent to an AI, because then wouldn't we have to afford that AI other rights as a country?
Yeah, super interesting questions. If you think about it, why do we issue patents in the first place? Right? So there are multiple reasons, but one is to protect the creation, and two is to incentivize additional creation. Well, gee, would the machines create more if they somehow knew that they're getting patents? There's so many other interesting issues as well. Now, this is not the first time the intellectual property systems have faced these kinds of questions. If you think back, let's say 150 years ago, when the camera came about, a question was posed: should we give copyright protection? Different kind of IP, but analogous. Should we give copyright protection to the photographer? Because after all, it is a machine, a camera, that actually takes the picture, obviously operated by the human being. Very similar in this circumstance, but much more advanced. It is a machine that perhaps does the work, but at some point, the machine was created and was operated and was trained and was launched by a particular human being or set of human beings. So we are not convinced yet that the laws actually need to change. What we are doing is we are exploring whether the laws and the policies need to change. And that's why at the US Patent and Trademark Office late last year, we issued a request for information from the public. The period for comment has now closed just a few days ago, and we are reviewing the comments from the public, and we've asked industry, folks who know, and folks who have an interest in this issue, what do they think? Should we grant patents to AI? And who should own, and all those things?
What's the early sentiment look like?
I'm sorry?
What does the early sentiment look like?
So we're going to issue a report later this calendar year, but if I had to summarize at a very high level, most people do not think that the laws need to change, that this is merely another step on the as we progress on the advancement of technology. It's just another tool, and the laws are well equipped to handle it. We'll see as we get deeper into it, though.
Okay, one of the other things that you have been looking at is who is getting patents. And that starts with who is applying for patents. And you did a study earlier this year of just looking at the demographics of who is applying, and actually had some interesting results. Can you just give me some background on what you found?
Sure. So the study that you're referring to is the Progress and Potential study that we issued from the Patent Office last year. What it basically shows, yes, and I guess there's a graph on the screen right now. What it basically shows is that that women do not file as many patents, or at least are not named as inventors at the same rate as men. In fact, the results are quite disappointing. Only 12% of all inventors named on US patents in 2016, which was the last time of the last year of our study, we're going to update it soon, only 12% were women. Effectively, the United States is competing when it comes to innovation with one hand tied behind our backs. And this is simply not acceptable, and it's something that has to change. We must increase the participation of women, minorities, folks from economically challenged neighborhoods, and across geographies across the United States and demographics. We must increase the participation in the innovation ecosphere.
So let's talk, to follow up on that report, I have two questions for you. The first one, why? I don't imagine it's because women aren't smart or creative. As a woman and a mother of a daughter and a son, by the way, I think they're both smart. So why aren't women applying for patents?
This is a very complicated question, and this is not something that was the subject of our study. I'll tell you something very interesting. We know that about 50% of jobs in the US economy are held by women.
Right.
However, only about 25% of jobs in STEM, approximately, are held by women. So when it comes to STEM to begin with, jobs, already they're at about half of the participation rate. So that is the first hurdle. From there, even though they're participating at a 25% rate in the job market, only half of those, 12%, participate in innovation. So at that point, the question is, why aren't the folks, the women who are already employed, already in the seat, they have the education and the right training, why aren't they inventing at the same rates, or at least patenting at the same rates? And that is something that we're studying very carefully. We are working with industry. We're speaking around the country on this issue. We're working with industry and academia to see what we can do to change that dynamic. One of the most important things that we're trying to launch this year is a national council on expanding American innovation. And what we're looking for are leaders in industry at the C-suite level, leaders in academia, presidents of universities, for example, leaders in government, to come together in this council so that we can issue a national policy statement, a national agenda on how to increase innovation among underrepresented groups.
So I would imagine that, yes, there's a problem with women and underrepresented minorities. That was something you looked at as well, not filing patents. Again, I would like to see the data about whether it's because they're not inventing or whether they're not filing for a patent. But can you give us just a quick overview? Again, I know it's a complicated process, but if I wanted to apply for a patent, what does the process look like? Because I know you're trying to do work to simplify it.
We're trying to simplify and demystify. That itself, you're right, could be a hurdle. So let's say that there are folks working at a company. They invent, they're working in teams. First and foremost, they need to be on those teams. Second, they need to have leadership roles on those teams. Third, they need to be given the recognition that in fact the inventions that they came up with and contributions they came up with belong to them. Third, beyond that, a patent application needs to be filed by counsel at the company. So the company needs to be willing to file in equal rates from all of its employees who contribute equally. Beyond that, once we receive it at the patent office, there is a back and forth that goes on average for about 2 years between the patent office and the applicant to make sure an appropriately scoped patent issues that is valid and actually represents an improvement in technology. Well, that back and forth is costly, and companies and applicants need to stay with it. And that might be another area where there's a breakdown, and companies may be willing to stay with inventions, with applications from some inventors, and perhaps at a lesser rate from others. I don't know. But that is another area where it could break down.
Do individuals apply for patents? And what's the process like if anybody in the audience here or myself, if I wanted to apply for a patent?
Anyone can apply for patents. Individuals can and do apply for patents. Go to our website, uspto.gov. If you are new to IP or if you're an individual, right at the very top, there's a button that says if you're new to IP, click here, and there's all sorts of directions that we can provide. You can also call us, and we have a dedicated desk for individuals that are applying by themselves, so we can guide them through the process. Finally, go downstairs in Eureka Park, right at the entrance. There's a big booth for the USPTO, and we have dedicated folks there who are willing, ready and willing to assist and guide folks.
Any thoughts about making it so simple that even a kid could apply?
Well, kids do apply, by the way. Some of the greatest inventions that we see, applications come from some kids. But look, patent law is complicated. I joke that there is a statute that somehow says patent law shall not be simple. It's unfortunate that that has come to be the case, and we are working to simplify. I don't know that you'll ever get to a point where it's so simple that the kid by themselves can maneuver through the whole process. It is really important that we make sure that the patents that we issue are of high quality and that they actually represent innovation, meaningful steps in technology and innovation. So that alone requires some give and take and some process, but we are definitely working to simplify, and most importantly, we're working to demystify, and we're working to simplify the access and to provide the guidelines and the tools that folks can use to access the system and navigate the system.
Andre Yanko, head of the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Connie.
There's lots more to come on the stage today, but first let's check in with Lexi Savidis, live in the Mercedes booth with the Avatar concept car.
CES is all about the bold, crazy, and fantastical. And here in the North Hall, I have found probably one of the wildest, craziest things of the show. This is the Mercedes-Benz Avatar concept car. It actually is AVTR, or Avatar for short, but it stands for Advanced Vehicle Transformation. Let's just take a look at this incredible piece of machinery. Now, obviously concept means that this isn't a real thing yet, but it's all about sustainability. So let's go into some of the elements to this wild, crazy car. So we take a look at some of the shapes and the lines, obviously very inspired by Avatar, the movie, all of the natural forms. And this is actually a collaboration with James Cameron's Avatar. You can see with these kind of leaf-shaped seats, they look very similar to those cocoons that the Na'vi would sleep in. Also inside, there are a lot of cool tech elements. Now, as you can tell, there is no steering wheel inside, and that's deliberate because it's self-driving or autonomous. There is a center control panel. You can see that kind of accordion-shaped thing right there that you should be looking at right now with the Mercedes-Benz logo on top of it. Now, what this is, it's kind of your control panel for accessing all of the car's functions. You put your hand on that, it will be able to read biometrics such as your heart rate and control the car accordingly. Also, when you lift your palm up off that, it will actually form projections on the palm of your hand, and presumably to be able to give you some extra levels of control. There's also this display, this projection display, that's giving you some extra information and some of the experience that is to do with Avatar, the film, and of course the sequel coming out soon. It's getting loud and bold in here because this is actually in the middle of a live demonstration of the car. There's lots and lots of people around getting a look. This is one of the hottest things here on the show floor at CES 2020. Let's take a look around the back of the Mercedes-Benz Avatar now. Take a look at these 30 panels of these kind of like, they look almost like scales, and they're reacting and responding to the environment. Now, Mercedes says that this could be used for a number of different things, like working out responses to pedestrians and things like that. At the moment, they just look incredibly cool. This is one of the neatest things that I've seen all show. Obviously, the lights and the range of motion around the back. This thing can go around apparently 400 miles on one charge. But let's take a closer look at the wheels, because this is where the real exciting stuff happens as well. Now, these wheels have been inspired by the shapes of those giant seeds from the tree in Avatar, with the lights and all of the movement. And, you know, they're not just static, they actually work as wheels to, you know, turn. But the most interesting thing about them is that they actually have more degrees of freedom. So it can have like a crab-like movement And they can also rotate so the car can move not only forwards and backwards and turn, but also move diagonally and sideways, which is kind of neat. And if you saw the Mercedes-Benz press conference, you would have seen this car actually moving like that. It is something wild to behold. But just taking a look at this in real life right in front of me, this is just something else. Now, all of this is sustainable materials. This is all about nature and being at one with your environment. All of these materials, so this is supposed to be a color changing carpet, and it's obviously not doing it at the moment, but that's the concept behind it. The materials are all sustainable, as I mentioned. There's this particular wood paneling. This is actually apparently a very sustainable, fairly recent wood that has been harvested from Indonesia, and that's used in the flooring there as well. But just the line, this is just like amazing to look at. Just so many curves. Here, the Mercedes-Benz Avatar concept car here at CES 2020, taking your first look at it. It's dark in here. It's kind of amazing to have all of these lights and everything around. I'm going to stay here a while and be at one with my car, because that's the point. It's all about sustainability. It's all about being at one with the machine. Make sure to stay tuned for more from CES 2020 right after this.
Hola amigos del Cinet en Español, los saluda Gabriel Sama desde CES 2020 y aquí estamos por la 7ª ocasión cubriendo esta importante feria de tecnología para ustedes. Bueno, estoy aquí con Juan Garzón, con César Salsa y por supuesto, siendo que ya estamos aquí desde hace 4 días, ya tenemos mucho que contarles y les vamos a hablar hoy de muchas de las tendencias e innovaciones importantes que hemos visto aquí en Las Vegas. Estamos en el centro de convenciones del Hotel Sands, en este escenario de Cinet que es más grande que nunca y más espectacular que nunca. Y bueno, caballeros, una de las tendencias importantes que hay que mencionar, que me gustaría empezar con ella, es esto de los productos de tecnología sexual. El año pasado hubo una gran controversia con esta empresa que se llama Laura Di Carlo, que le quitaron uno de los premios que concede la CEA, que son los organizadores de CES. Se habló mucho de por qué estaban castigando a las empresas que fabrican este tipo de productos. Se les devolvió el premio y no solo eso, sino que este año tienen una presencia importante aquí en el Sands. Están dentro de la categoría de salud en general, lo cual me parece muy apropiado y muy importante ver innovaciones en esta categoría específica de los productos sexuales, y es algo que aplaudimos sin duda. Pero también mucha presencia importante de Google y de Amazon, que es algo que hemos visto desde hace 3 años, y sus asistentes digitales que llegan a cada vez más y más y más productos.
Sí, una de las cosas más interesantes que tuvimos la oportunidad de ver fue experimentar, en mi caso por primera vez, Juan, en este caso la casa de Google aquí en CES 2020. Tuvimos la oportunidad de hacer cosas muy divertidas, una de ellas fue tirarnos por un tobogán, pero lo más importante que trajo Google fue el anuncio de nuevas cosas que va a poder hacer Google Assistant, Juan, y una de las cosas más importantes que la compañía anunció es que ahora cuando digas OK Google, Google va a poder leerte una página web y no lo va a hacer como una computadora, Gabriel, sino que va a tener un poco una voz más humana e incluso va a poder tener 2 voces, una femenina y una masculina. Además, si por ejemplo estás leyendo una página en inglés y quieres que te la traduzca, le vas a poder decir que te la traduzca al idioma que tú más quieras. Es como si Google Translate se hubiese trasladado en este caso a Google Chrome con OK Google y Google Assistant, y ese es uno de los anuncios más importantes que hemos visto. Y adicionalmente hemos visto, Gabriel, un montón de nuevas pantallas, nuevos asistentes virtuales que entran incluso dentro de televisores, aunque Google Assistant no es la única que ha estado presente aquí, porque ya sabemos que la guerra entre estas compañías es bastante ardua y Google Assistant y Alexa siguen peleándose muchísimo, ¿no?
Correcto. Amazon Alexa es principalmente el otro asistente que inicialmente fue el ganador porque estuvo presente en más dispositivos. En esta ocasión no solo estuvo en bocinas, pantallas, sino también en muchos carros. Por ejemplo, Lamborghini tiene a Alexa integrado. No sé cuánta gente puede comprar un Lamborghini, pero tienen Alexa en este momento.
No está fácil, ¿no?
Inclusive algo curioso, hasta una ducha tiene Alexa. No sé qué vamos a hacer en la ducha, pronto que me reproduzca música.
Además de cantar, por supuesto.
Yo sé, que me cante conmigo, de pronto preguntarle el clima, no sé cómo será la información, pero bueno, eso es interesante que sigan extendiendo esto más allá de eso. Y otra cosa interesante es que también Samsung anunció que a pesar de que sus televisores tienen Bixby, que no es el asistente virtual más amado o querido de cierta manera, ahora dijo que también el usuario podrá elegir si quiere Google Assistant o Alexa para controlar esa información. Entonces,
claro,
genial.
queda clarísimo que la voz ya es el control que vamos a usar para la mayoría de estos productos, de estos artilugios. Y bueno, estamos hablando del hogar inteligente, pero también carros. Lamborghini anunció que ya puedes utilizar Alexa dentro de sus automóviles, y por supuesto esta es una tendencia que, insisto, tiene mucho tiempo, pero que se consolidará aún más en 2020 y en los años que están por venir. Y entre ellos, bueno, tenemos productos que combinan 2 tendencias importantes, César, como este de Royol que tienes enfrente.
Sí, una de las cosas más interesantes que hemos visto en este CES 2020 es que no solamente encontramos a Alexa dentro de los dispositivos como este de Royol Mirage, que ha sido lanzado ahora y que vale $899, sino que también tenemos una pantalla flexible. Y una de las cosas más interesantes es que como este partnership es con Amazon, vamos a poder ver incluso películas de Amazon Prime en esta pantalla, lo cual es bastante interesante. Tiene colores, con lo cual vamos a poder colocarle diferentes colores y estados y emociones. Por ejemplo, podemos decir que el morado sea para cuando estamos como en ese levantándonos y queremos una música más suave, o el rojo cuando estamos de fiesta, y entonces Alexa va a poder reproducir la música más interesante. La verdad es que es muy muy divertida esta pantalla. Cuesta $899, entiendo que es uno de los primeros productos de esta forma. La pantalla obviamente es táctil, también tenemos aquí la forma de reproducir música, y creo que es uno de los dispositivos que saldrá a la venta este año que puede llamarnos más la atención de esta empresa Royole, que ya sabemos que introdujo ese teléfono que nos presentabas antes, Javier, lo que lo hace bastante interesante. Y de esta forma yo creo que podemos hablar justamente de dispositivos plegables, ¿verdad?
Bueno, aquí está el teléfono que menciona César. Es un teléfono que llamó muchísimo la atención aquí en CES 2019 el año pasado. Y Juan, esto fue lo primero que vimos para el consumidor, pero 2019 fue una explosión de productos con pantallas flexibles.
Correcto, ese fue el primer producto que vimos para el consumidor que se podía comprar. Comenzó inicialmente para los desarrolladores, después Samsung anunció su teléfono que fue el Galaxy Fold, que tuvo problemas, entonces hizo perder un poco esa atracción o esa emoción que tenían los usuarios sobre esa tecnología. Los problemas no fueron los mejores que esperaríamos, sobre todo con una tecnología tan nueva, y también poco después también Huawei presentó el Mate X, que se robó en gran parte la atención porque ofrecía algunos beneficios en comparación a los otros dispositivos, pero fueron teléfonos que de cierta manera se atrasaron. Y por último llegó el Motorola Razr, que yo creo que fue el que se llevó la mayor atención porque obviamente es la siguiente generación de ese Razr que lo presentaron hace muchos años, tiene un concepto similar en el cual se puede convertir en un dispositivo más pequeño, y el sentimiento de abrir y cerrar ese dispositivo a pesar de que ya ha pasado tanto tiempo es sin duda genial.
Pero una de las cosas más importantes que hemos visto en este CES 2020 básicamente es que todo lo portátil, todo lo plegable sigue siendo tendencia, Juan, y en este caso una de las cosas que pudimos ver en este caso fue esa computadora de Dell o ese prototipo de Dell llamado Ori, que es una especie de cuaderno que en el futuro probablemente vamos a utilizar. Tiene Windows, con lo cual es bastante interesante. Puedes utilizar un lápiz, y una de las cosas que más me gusta es que es como si tuvieras un cuaderno en tu mano. Podría ser el cuaderno del futuro, ¿no?
De pronto sí, y también hubieron otros dispositivos similares plegables. Intel presentó un prototipo también que es como un cuaderno de cierta manera, y también Lenovo, ya que había presentado el año pasado ese prototipo, en esta ocasión tiene el producto final que estará disponible. Costará nada más y nada menos que $2.500, lo cual es costoso, pero es más barato que el Huawei Mate X, que cuesta cerca de $2.600.
Pues sí, ¿no?
Pero tiene Windows 10 Pro, tiene un diseño relativamente atractivo y tiene todas las funciones que esperarías en una computadora, hasta un teclado, no solo virtual, sino también físico.
Esa es la pregunta que yo tengo para ustedes. Hemos visto en CES todos los años, cuando comenzamos a cubrir esto en 2014, la tendencia eran los televisores 4K, y recordemos que eran carísimos y que bajaron de precio relativamente rápido. ¿Qué va a pasar con estos productos de pantallas flexibles? ¿Cuándo va a caer el precio y cuándo los consumidores van a estar interesados en estos dispositivos?
Bueno, Juan, yo creo que aquí tenemos que hablar de lo que están haciendo compañías que no son tan famosas normalmente. Por ejemplo, TCL lanzó un teléfono plegable que no está disponible todavía en el mercado, pero que básicamente es muy interesante porque nos deja ver cómo va a ser el futuro de los teléfonos móviles. Tiene una especie de diseño de diamante en la parte de atrás que lo hace bastante sexy, y TCL nos dijo que no lo lanzaba todavía, que lo esperáramos este año, pero que sería mucho más barato que todos los teléfonos flexibles que conocemos en el momento. Y yo creo que aquí es donde jugamos con las compañías que tienen ese potencial de desarrollar tanto la pantalla como el resto del hardware para poder evidentemente traer esos teléfonos flexibles un poco más económicos, ¿no?
Sí, también se rumoró que Samsung iba a lanzar la segunda versión del Fold, que iba a ser más barato, cerca de $800, entonces sería mucho más accesible. Mi problema de cierta manera es, a pesar de que lo saquen barato, no significa que tenga buenas especificaciones o especificaciones similares a los de alta gama que tienen un precio similar. Entonces yo creo que por los próximos años, al menos 2-3 años, yo creo que todavía van a haber sacrificios. La otra apuesta lateral es 5G, que son teléfonos también que han sido muy caros, pero yo creo que 5G va a llegar primero antes de los teléfonos plegables.
Correcto, y bueno, como yo mencionaba, vimos los 4K aquí hace unos años, pero también desde entonces vimos mucha innovación en lo que se refiere a las pantallas flexibles. Al principio nos mostraban prototipos que realmente no servían. Hoy ya vemos no solo prototipos, sino productos que ya están en el mercado, que no son perfectos, pero podemos predecir que en 2 o 3 años ya tendremos en nuestra mano un producto, un teléfono, una tableta o algo por el estilo que funcione bastante bien y que incluso el precio sea bastante más asequible. ¿Y qué hay de los teléfonos, Juan? Porque bueno, CES no es la mejor conferencia, la mejor feria cuando se trata de telefonía móvil, para eso está Mobile World Congress, pero también en los últimos años hemos visto mayor presencia de teléfonos, y teléfonos incluso interesantes e importantes.
Correcto, sí, ese es un evento extraño para la telefonía móvil, porque obviamente en poco tiempo, un mes y medio, llega Mobile World Congress, que es el evento más grande del mundo en cuanto a telefonía celular. Pero acá presentaron algunos teléfonos interesantes, como tenemos acá uno esperado, muy rumorado, que principalmente es el Galaxy S10 Lite. Es básicamente una versión más económica del teléfono insignia de Samsung que presentó ya hace casi un año. Tiene buenas especificaciones, el nuevo procesador Snapdragon 855, pero tendría un precio más bajo, y tiene un diseño novedoso también, al menos para la serie de Samsung, que promete ser muy similar a lo que vemos en el S11 Poco. Otro
¿Qué más nos tienes ahí? A ver.
Sí, otro teléfono es también el Note 10 Lite, es básicamente la versión más económica también del teléfono insignia que presentaron recientemente, a finales del año pasado. Lo interesante de este teléfono también es que es el más barato, que tiene ese lápiz óptico que es sin duda el mejor que encontramos en un teléfono celular. También tiene especificaciones similares. Uno es Exynos y el otro es Snapdragon 855, pero en teoría deberían ofrecer una experiencia muy similar. Y también tenemos acá algo, hablando de Samsung de cierta manera, presentaron un Chromebook. Sabemos que de vez en cuando hablamos de Chromebooks, pero en esta ocasión es un Chromebook muy interesante.
Qué lindo.
Es muy sexy, es muy
Está
sexy.
delgado. Si no me equivoco, mide, el grosor es 0.99 milímetros.
A ver, ¿pesa?
Entonces, no pesa
No,
mucho.
no pesa
Por eso.
nada.
Entonces, de cierta manera, me recuerda mucho al Pixelbook, que era el Chromebook más sexy, más sobresaliente que hubo, porque fue el que presentó Google. Este es muy parecido y en esta ocasión es la primera vez que yo veo que Samsung realmente le está apostando a Chromebooks. Anteriormente siempre había un sacrificio, acá está colocando buenas especificaciones, buen diseño, el software es igual, pero además de esto, pues sin duda que tendría un precio interesante, al menos para competir con Pixelbook, costaría cerca de $1,000.
Y César, aunque Huawei ha tenido muchos problemas con el gobierno de Estados Unidos, aquí tienen una presencia y aquí están con la marca Huawei y con la marca Honor.
Pues sí, la verdad es que Huawei sigue teniendo el mismo stand de todos los años. La diferencia es que no muestran como nada nuevo, ¿no? Porque lo que estamos viendo es que trajeron los últimos dispositivos que lanzaron el año pasado. No trajeron ningún dispositivo que no tuviera Google Play Store instalada. Y esto quiere decir que todos los teléfonos tienen la tienda de aplicaciones. Y lo que vimos fue el Huawei P30 Pro, que se lanzó prácticamente hace un año, y otros dispositivos. La empresa nos dijo que ellos seguían luchando, aunque de momento no hay nada que hacer porque evidentemente Google depende de lo que pase con el gobierno de Estados Unidos y es un poco más complicado. Honor nos dio, por cierto, un teléfono 5G, el primer teléfono 5G de Honor. Nos lo dieron en exclusiva aquí en Cine del Español. Tuvimos la oportunidad de probarlo y fue algo interesante porque se colaron también en la feria como lo hizo Huawei el año pasado. Y una de las cosas también interesantes que tenemos que contar es que Honor no tuvo presencia física en el stand de Huawei, pero sí tuvieron ahí un ladito porque tuvimos una oportunidad de tener una cita con ellos, aunque de momento me dijeron que van a hacer un gran lanzamiento para Mobile World Congress y se espera, probablemente los rumores dicen que podríamos ver una especie de servicios como los de Google, como Gmail o Google Maps, pero de Huawei, para que la gente no se asuste y siga utilizando los teléfonos.
Y hay que mencionar que no es solo Huawei y Honor, sino que hay muchas otras empresas chinas. El año pasado vimos Hisense, este año vino Konka, que es una empresa que yo no conocía, y hay mucha presencia de estas empresas que sin duda van a tomar varios mercados alrededor del mundo porque son muy agresivas en cómo penetran regiones como América Latina. Y bueno, es algo que ha sido tendencia también ya desde hace algunos años, pero que estamos viendo que se consolida ahora en 2020.
Algo interesante que no mencioné también, tenemos esto que está relacionado a los teléfonos celulares, no es un teléfono celular, parece un control regular para jugar videojuegos, pero en realidad es universal, se puede conectar a toda clase de dispositivos, no solo Android, sino también iPhone, porque se estira, es flexible, y además de esto lo que promete que es interesante es que promete una baja latencia. Entonces para videojuegos esto puede ser genial. Lo estuve probando un poco con xCloud, que es el servicio de streaming de videojuegos de Microsoft, y funcionó muy bien hasta en un Pixel 3a, que es un teléfono muy económico.
Tú, César, viste un prototipo relacionado a los videojuegos también bastante interesante. ¿Era de Intel?
Sí, bueno, en este caso Dell también hizo un lanzamiento parecido. Era un prototipo como si fuese una Nintendo Switch en este caso. No era una Nintendo Switch, pero lo interesante es que funciona con Windows, con lo cual todos los títulos de Windows podrían llegar a esta consola. Era bastante grande, tenía una pantalla de 8 pulgadas y se puede conectar a cualquier monitor mediante USB tipo C, lo que quiere decir que en cualquier caso, si quieres jugar en casa, la puedes conectar y agarrar los controles y jugar normal como si fuese una Xbox. Y si estás en el tren, en el metro, en un avión, la puedes cargar portátil y es bastante interesante. No está a la venta todavía, pero dijeron que probablemente si todo funcionaba correctamente, la veríamos este año.
Bueno, aquí por supuesto vemos conceptos, vemos prototipos, vemos productos en todas las categorías, pero también vemos un poco, como ya mencionamos, lo que pensamos que va a ser el futuro de la tecnología. Y algo que me ha llamado mucho la atención desde el año pasado y que este año he visto más, son productos que utilizan las ondas cerebrales, ya sea para ayudarnos a meditar, para ayudarnos a dormir mejor o incluso para ayudarnos a controlar algunos dispositivos. ¿Qué tienes ahí, César?
A ver, aquí tengo Muse. En este caso es el Muse S, es la segunda vez que la compañía viene en este caso a CES. Y este es un dispositivo que técnicamente te ayuda leyendo las ondas de tu cerebro a relajarte a través de la meditación. Para ello tienes que utilizar básicamente tus audífonos y conectarte a una aplicación. Te acuestas a dormir, te la colocas en la cabeza y de esta manera básicamente vas a poder relajarte y quedarte dormido. Yo no la he tenido la oportunidad de probar, pero ya tengo esta unidad aquí en CES 2020, así que pronto van a tener la review aquí en Cine en español. Y otra cosa, Gabriel, es que este no fue el único dispositivo, ¿no?, que tuvimos la
Me gusta
oportunidad.
cómo se te ve.
Me gusta
¿eh?
cómo se me ve. Bueno, técnicamente con esto tengo que dormir. Yo no sé cómo duermen ustedes en casa, pero yo duermo así como de lado y se supone que tienes que tener los audífonos puestos. No tengo muy claro si esto va a funcionar, pero se los voy a dejar saber seguro aquí en Cine en Español. Pero hay más dispositivos como este, ¿no? Porque vimos que es una tendencia esto de que se lean las ondas de tu cerebro, y otro de los dispositivos que tuvimos la oportunidad de conocer justamente fue uno que se llama, en este caso, Urgonite, y es un dispositivo un tanto extraño. Gabriel, lo estamos viendo, ahí estamos viendo el Mousse, que es el que tengo puesto ahora, pero Urgonite es un dispositivo que no es para dormir con él. Es un dispositivo que puede entrenar tus ondas cerebrales, y para eso le tienes que dar clases a tus ondas 20 minutos al día, 3 veces por semana. Con un juego, es una aplicación que básicamente te va a enseñar cómo entrenar a tus ondas. Tus ondas en este caso, tu cerebro va a entender cómo duerme a través de una aplicación, y la aplicación lo va a motivar a que pues consiga el sueño más rápido. Se supone que esto te beneficia y que es una aplicación que ya está probada según estudios y que podría funcionar. Vamos a ver si dormimos mejor nosotros también.
A ver, ¿hay mercado o no hay mercado para estos productos, Juan?
Yo creo que sí hay cierto mercado. Yo creo que es una apuesta nueva, ¿no? El problema ahorita y que está sucediendo en sí es que la tecnología se ha estancado de cierta manera, ¿no? Hay tecnología muy madura, tenemos teléfonos, tenemos televisores, tenemos electrodomésticos, hasta los carros han evolucionado tanto que ya han madurado mucho. En carro estamos esperando que sean autónomos, pero eso todavía no va a llegar, no va a pasar este año necesariamente, al menos en todas partes del mundo o de manera probada o oficial. Teléfonos, tenemos los teléfonos plegables y 5G que igualmente están probando nueva tecnología para explorar eso. Entonces, esto precisamente es una nueva categoría para que las empresas intenten explorar posibilidades de intentar generar nuevos ingresos y también obviamente evolucionar para el ser humano, ¿no?
Por supuesto, y tú viste en Samsung y en otras empresas también cómo están presentando también cada vez más productos vinculados a la inteligencia artificial, que es una tendencia importantísima actual y que también tiene algún tiempo. ¿Qué viste tú en Samsung?
Correcto, el año pasado le apostaron a muchas cosas de inteligencia artificial, las empresas principales, Samsung, LG. En esta ocasión Samsung presentó a Neon, principalmente, que no es un asistente virtual como muchos esperarían, sino es como una réplica virtual o un ser humano virtual, de cierta manera. La idea es que funcione por sí solo, que tenga sentimientos, que reaccione como una persona, pero la idea también es que estén destinados a tareas específicas, sean ser profesores, niñeras o algo totalmente específico, no necesariamente que compitan con nosotros o que nos reemplacen, pero que intenten tener sentimientos como nosotros. Entonces es lo más cercano que hemos tenido, pero no es que sea un robot, sino tan solo es una imagen, por eso es que es totalmente virtual.
Eso es importante aclararlo, es una imagen que no tiene capacidad, digamos, de investigar para ti, no es un asistente digital tradicional, no le puedes hacer preguntas del clima, es más como una cosa de compañía. Nos dijeron que habla distintos idiomas, incluyendo el español, lo vamos a probar en español, es una promesa que le hacemos acá, pero ¿hacia dónde va esto? Mucha de la reacción que yo he notado con Neon fue que está un poco extraño tener esa posibilidad de tener compañía de un avatar, realmente es como un avatar.
Sí, yo creo que esto es un paso extraño, pero yo creo que es parte de la inteligencia artificial, ¿no? Siempre hemos tenido miedo, inteligencia artificial nos va a reemplazar, ¿qué va a suceder? Nos va a conquistar. Neon fue un caso extraño, no estoy seguro si yo estaría dispuesto a tenerlo en mi casa. Los otros asistentes sí te ofrecen más utilidad porque están ahí para asistirte, y precisamente Samsung también presentó otra cosa que se llama Bali, que es un robotcito, una sorpresa, un robot que parece una pelotica, o sea, es bastante pequeño, puede rodar por el piso, te persigue, te entiende, mantiene siempre la distancia, pero también puede interactuar con cosas del hogar inteligente. Entonces la manera es, si detecta, el ejemplo que dio, si detecta que tu perro, tu mascota, de repente botó la comida en el piso, está sucio, entonces Bali tiene la capacidad de decirle a los otros dispositivos del hogar inteligente, como puede ser una aspiradora, que comience a aspirar para limpiar eso. Entonces básicamente esa es la inteligencia que está ofreciendo esto. Obviamente esto es un prototipo, no va a estar disponible este año, lo dudo mucho, ni sabemos si el próximo año, pero es un concepto interesante que no hemos visto anteriormente. Anteriormente los otros robots tenían una apariencia más de robot, ¿no? Intentan mostrar una carita o algo para hacerlo un poco más humano, pero en esta ocasión esto parece simplemente una pelota, rueda por todas partes, tiene una camarita y tiene lucecitas, y eso es todo.
Me recuerda a Sphero de Star Wars.
BB-8, ¿no? Es lo que llegó primero a mi mente, y es increíble cómo las formas que puede tomar la inteligencia artificial, esta pelotica, tenemos también Neon con los avatars muy humanizados, y algo importante que es difícil vincular, así es, porque no es 100% de tecnología, es lo que nos presenta Impossible Foods, con el Impossible Pork y el Impossible Sausage, que son estos productos de carne vegetal. Ya sé que es una contradicción decir carne y vegetal, pero son productos vegetales hechos de plantas que saben a carne, ¿no? Y el año pasado llamaron mucho la atención con su versión 2.0 de la carne de res y ahora trajeron esta carne de puerco que sin duda ha dado muchísimo de qué hablar.
¿Ya la has probado?
Yo no la he probado, pero he escuchado que sabe muy parecido al puerco.
No, bueno, yo no he probado ninguna de estas, no sé exactamente cómo saben, pero obviamente se han vuelto muy famosos intentando reemplazar de cierta manera la carne tradicional y obviamente una tendencia importante para eso. Hemos visto en San Francisco diferentes empresas intentando reemplazar diferentes tipos de comida específicos, hasta huevos y cosas relacionadas. Entonces yo creo que esto es una evolución interesante y el siguiente paso al parecer puede ser tocineta, ¿no?
A mí esto me da bastante miedo porque me hace pensar que la comida en el mundo se va a acabar y que tenemos que buscar formas de tecnológicamente sea posible alimentarnos, ¿no? De hecho, leí algunos comentarios a través de redes sociales que decían que si este era el futuro de la comida, porque yo recuerdo cuando era pequeño que nos decían los astronautas comen comida a través de pastillas. Yo no sé si eso era verdad o no, creo que no, pero lo cierto es que no sé si este va a ser realmente el futuro, ¿no?, de la comida.
Bueno, no sabemos si es el futuro, pero es el presente ya. Nos dijo el presidente ejecutivo de Impossible Foods que tienen planes para llegar a América Latina, se lo dijo en exclusiva a CINET en español, y bueno, estaremos muy pendientes. Y por supuesto, para terminar, me gustaría saber, porque ustedes han visto ya muchísimas cosas, ¿cuáles son sus productos favoritos hasta el momento en CES 2020?
Bueno, productos, yo creo que es difícil escoger uno, pero si tuviera que escoger uno, yo creo que el Mercedes Vision de Avatar, básicamente, que se ve increíble. Igual yo sé que tú vas a decir otro que me encantó muchísimo. Y también, bueno, otro rapidito es también el OnePlus, que no lo mencioné en el teléfono, es muy interesante, pero es un prototipo también.
Bueno, yo tengo el mío aquí en la mano y les va a parecer que no es un dispositivo muy tecnológico, la verdad, pero es un cuaderno y podría parecer de buenas a primera un simple cuaderno, pero es un cuaderno que tiene una placa digital y en este caso este cuaderno se conecta con tu dispositivo móvil, puede ser iOS o Android. Yo lo tengo aquí sincronizado en este momento con el Royal FlexiPay y trae también una especie de, vamos a decir, una especie de lápiz, que aquí lo tengo, y todo lo que vas escribiendo en el cuaderno al mismo tiempo se va escribiendo aquí. Este logo lo hicimos antes, vamos a hacer una prueba a ver si nos sale bien. Ya saben cómo son las demos, pero voy a tratar de hacer una prueba muy rápida para que vean cómo se escribe en este caso en un cuaderno digital. Aquí ya lo estamos viendo, pues lo que escriba aquí abajo se va a ver en la pantalla. Aquí voy a escribir mi nombre, por ejemplo. Bueno, no está sincronizando en este momento. Voy a abrir una nueva página para que puedan ver cómo funciona muy rápido. Creo que ahora sí que nos va a funcionar. Bueno, efecto demo no nos funciona en este momento, pero lo hemos probado antes y también tenemos un video en CINET en español que van a poder ver con toda esta tecnología y ya saben que son cosas que apenas están comenzando a salir en el mercado. De hecho, esto vale $129, pero todavía no está disponible, Gabriel. Va a salir más adelante este año.
Yo sí pago $129, quiero que funcione bien y por eso no se hacen demostraciones en vivo. Bueno, mi producto favorito fue el concepto de Sony. Pueden leer toda la información en cinet.com/ES. Y antes de terminar, quiero agradecerle a Juan, a César, a Erika, a Jason, a Alejandra, a Laura, a Suana, a Patricia, a Rafael, a Erika, a Oscar, Gonzalo y a Jovan, y que son el equipo de CINET en español que nos apoyan en todo momento para esta cobertura. Y recuerden que todo esto y mucho más lo encuentran en CINET en español, cinet.com/ES. Soy Gabriel Sama y muchas gracias por estar con nosotros.
Welcome back to this year's CES, where the show floor is absolutely covered with remarkable concept cars. But while most of them look amazing, since they're all electric, they won't necessarily sound so amazing. In fact, they probably won't sound like anything at all. But one company wants to put sound first. FPT Industrial is launching a collaboration with an icon. I'm really pleased to welcome to the stage FPT CEO Annalisa Stupenengo and music legend, the father of disco, and the man behind many iconic movie scores, including Flashdance and Top Gun, Giorgio Moroder. Thank you very much for being with us here today. Giorgio, I want to talk about the sound. We're going to play the sound in a little bit. It's making its debut here at CES. But I want to talk about, how did this project come to be? How did you get to be working with FPT? And what's the idea behind creating this sound?
Well, Annalisa, who is a genius, who is one of the creators actually of this wonderful engine, and this engine is silent. So it's electric and it's with hydrogen. So they wanted to have a sound where there is no sound. And the idea is you start the engine, you start the car, and you hear, and you know, first of all, the engine works. Second, you feel safe, and let's go.
Now, Annalisa, can you maybe explain what FPT Industrial is? Because that's a brand that maybe some Americans here at CES might not be familiar with.
Yeah, for sure. We are one of the biggest producers of industrial engine, powertrain, axle, and transmission as well. And really, we were one of the first to innovate and to introduce new technologies in the industrial application. And so doing this is our DNA. We wanted really to do also for the future and be more and more sustainable and green, our power gen and power source. We wanted really to be sure that everybody, especially our customer, we recognize that the FPT was still inside. And this is why we asked Giorgio to give a sound and a soul to our engines.
And that's a really interesting idea, because it's really the sound of an engine that helps to create that emotional response. And Giorgio, how important is sound when you turn a car over, when you start the engine? How important is that? And this is basically helping to fill that gap in electric motion?
I think it's very important, because I have an electric car, and if I don't use it for like a week, I start and, oh God, it's not working again. So this gives you the feel it's working, and it's great.
And I have to ask, what kind of electric car do you have?
Sorry?
I have to ask, what kind of electric car do you have?
I have the Fusion.
Really?
It's one of the first ones, and I'm very happy with it.
That's great. So before we play this electric sound, I want to get your sound, Giorgio, on some of the other electric car sounds that are out there on the market right now, because there are a lot of EVs in the market now, and they all kind of make some sort of noise. So I want to play a few for you, Giorgio, if you don't mind, and get your thoughts on those before we play your sound. That's okay?
Okay.
So if we're ready, let's play number one. So what does that make you think?
Well, this is the sound of the engine outside, right? When you drive.
Right.
For now, we only have that sound starting the engine inside. I guess we're going to work in the future how it's going to sound. You have to have a sound with the electric one, right?
Absolutely.
This is quite good. Actually, I was involved with Tron.
Yes.
Quite a lot. I did the games of Tron, and so this is quite good. But I have some other ideas too.
I'm going to play a few more for you.
Okay.
This next one's a little bit more sporty. That, by the way, was the Audi e-tron, if anyone's keeping score at home. Let's play number two. Maybe a little bit sportier.
It's quite good, actually, yeah. Yeah, I'm not telling you what I would do, but
okay.
I'm happy to hear.
Very diplomatic of you. All right, and number three now.
I must say they're very similar. All
are.
three. I wouldn't know if it's a Volkswagen Jaguar.
It was a Volkswagen. I think you're reading the teleprompter and cheating. That was the Volkswagen ID3. Number two, by the way, was the Jaguar I-Pace. We got one more future car sound that I want to play for you. One more. I think Annalisa recognized that one.
It's the Jetson car.
Which one is?
It's a cartoon.
It's the flying car from the Jetsons cartoon.
Oh, okay. Well, I think the sound should be from low up.
A little too high pitched for you. More
when
bass.
it goes down, that means that the engine is not working.
Giorgio
right?
wants more bass. I can appreciate that for sure. All right, so we've played those sounds, and now I think it's time. Are we ready to play the debut of your sound that we're launching here at CES?
Just 4 seconds, right?
Yes. Yep. Just a few seconds. Are we
Yeah.
ready?
Okay.
All right. Let's play the sound that every vehicle with FPT Technologies engines will play. Very different.
Yeah, short, but that's what we need. I don't think the guy who starts the engine wants to hear it for more than 3 seconds. But I extended, which I'm a specialist extending songs, right? I extended those 4 seconds into a 4-minute song called the Preludio. Preludio means ready to go. And I don't know if you play it today, but you're going to hear it soon. We are on Spotify, and everybody who wants to hear it, go into Spotify, FPT Preludio.
And you've also created a playlist of other songs that you think are also important for driving as well. That's also on Spotify, right? You've also created a playlist of other songs as well to go along with that too, right?
On Spotify, you have the yes. Of course.
There's also a playlist that you can go on there and check out some other songs as well that are worth playing too. So, and there's also a video about the creation that you guys have put together. And Annalisa, I want to ask you: will this be on every vehicle that FPT creates or produces going forward?
Because it will be really the way in which all our customers will recognize all around the world, whatever the application will be, that FPT with Giorgio will be inside and will be protect them and guarantee the performances.
And how many vehicles are we talking about then?
Oh, considering that. Nowadays, we are producing more than 600,000 engines per year.
Wow.
I assume that millions of cars and vehicles all around the world will be equipped with that.
So I'm very excited because she promised if it's in every engine, in 10 years it's going to be billions. Billions. So I may be the first one.
You're going to win
maybe not the first one, but one of
award.
the billion sound guys.
So how do you track this against your album sales before you? How do you rate this against your success of everything else that's come before?
Well, this is much bigger. This is
really?
Because see, if you have that engine, that car, you start every day. So like you start 3-4 times a day. So at the end of a year, 600 engines, 6 by 7 is a ton, and then in the next 10 years, it's in the billions.
It maybe sounds a bit far-fetched, but Brian Eno was brought on to make the startup sound for Windows, and that's a sound that is absolutely iconic now. So there's definitely precedent here for this sort of sound, this sort of music to really have a big impact on people's lives and to really create an emotional impact and tie to these machines.
Well, I think it's great because you start and you feel, okay, we're ready to go. Mm-hmm. And I think especially with the electric one, that gives you that feel, the engine is working and let's go.
Now, I want to get your thoughts on the current music industry, of course, because you're such an icon. What do you think about the current status of the music industry when it comes to streaming distribution versus traditional record sales? Is that making it easier for new artists to break in, or is it even harder to kind of rise above at this point?
Well, I think it's a little harder because the competition is so big. You have to be you have to be talented, you have to be smart with the media. Because there are 100,000 of songs and stuff coming out almost daily.
Yeah.
So to be noticed, you have to be. It has to be a combination of a good song, good story, good environment, good media. So it's tough, but it wasn't easier 20 years ago. That was a lot of work.
And when it comes to that combination of talent and story, that's a great thing that you bring together in spades. And that was a big thing that was brought to a new generation thanks to Daft Punk, of course, with the Random Access Memories. Basically almost telling your history in an album. What has that done for your career, the release of that album?
Well, actually, when the album came out, I was asked if I wanted to become a DJ. And I was asked 100 times before, but I said, no, I'm not a DJ. I'm a composer. I'm a serious person. And then I liked it. So I did for several years, I did some small clubs. I did 50,000 people in London, the Hyde Park. And finally, I used to be in the background, with Donna Summer. I was in the studio. Now I'm out there. I'm the artist, and I play my songs.
Now, we mentioned before that you've done a lot of amazing work when it comes to music soundtracks over the years. Top Gun being one of the most iconic movie soundtracks of all time, and you're working on Danger Zone and Take My Breath Away, which are two of the most iconic movie songs of all time. Are you involved in the new Top Gun soundtrack at all?
Yeah, I met Tom Cruise about 6 months ago, and I finally have to say, okay, I'm going to work. So I'm back in Los Angeles now from Italy because we've spent a lot of time in Italy. I'm back, and I definitely want to do something.
We hope you do. That sounds like that could be a pretty awesome project. Of all the soundtracks that you worked on, is there one that kind of stands out in your mind as a favorite?
Well, I must say Midnight Express is probably maybe not the best, but was my first one and my first Oscar. So maybe that's the one I like best.
Now, have you been to CES before? Is this your first time?
Yeah, several times.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I kind of could tell that you were a pro because when we met back there, you didn't give me a handshake, you gave me the fist bump, which means that you don't want to get sick.
Well, actually, it's because I broke my finger.
Oh,
but
okay.
I like it.
A second explanation, that's fine. But have you seen anything cool on the show floor? Anything from a music technology standpoint?
No, we just came in yesterday afternoon. We had a rehearsal. We had some interviews. And we're here, and now we have the presentation, and then I may do the tour of the house, or of Las Vegas, actually.
I wanted to get your thoughts on HD audio, because that's one of the trends we're seeing here at the show this year is basically bringing higher quality audio to the market. We're seeing most consumers tend to prefer convenience over quality. Do you think that HD audio is an important thing for the industry?
I don't know about the 8K, which I hear now it's on YouTube. But I remember Sony presented me with the and they did some remixes of Donna Summer, and it sounds absolutely incredible. But on the other hand, you have probably about 80 megabytes. Who has the possibility of play 80 megabytes on a plus you need great speakers, great amplifiers. You cannot really distinguish a difference on an iPhone.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different consumption experience. So, Annalisa, when will this sound be deployed in vehicles? When will it start to hit the road? When will people start to hear the sound when they hit the start button?
Yep. You said when?
How soon until people start to hear the sound when they start up your engines?
I think that will become very soon very familiar, and they will be used to hear this music, because at the end there will be music. And will be really a translation in music of how the passion of all the engineers that have been working in order to realize those. So will be great.
So are we expecting to hear that this year in vehicles, or maybe next year?
Probably yes. Probably yes.
Probably
because
yes.
We will start immediately to have all our equipment already with this. Starting from the ones that are in development, and then we are looking for the very first customer to launch.
Well, CES is a very good place to find some customers. Giorgio, anything else that you want to promote? Any projects coming up?
I'm not finishing, but starting. I'm half through with a musical, with all my music called I Feel Love.
Okay.
I work with an incredible, great group in England, Duran Duran. I finish 3 songs probably in February. I have another project which I'm working. I hope I work with Top Gun #2.
We do too.
And I always come up with ideas, so I'm not ready to retire yet.
A lot of irons in the fire. Great. Thank you very much, both of you, for joining us. That's all the time we have today. We're going to take a short break now, but we have a lot more coverage coming from CES 2020, including we're going to replay the Samsung keynote from Sunday night in case you missed it. Then we'll be back live here at 1 p.m. Pacific with more products, more booth tours, the Vegas Golden Knights, and a plant-based food test that I actually want to get in on myself. Keep it right here.
I'm here at CES 2020 with a thermoelectric beverage cooler. Yes, a thermoelectric beverage cooler. This is something made by Matrix Industries, a company that also makes smartwatches and is looking at air conditioning tech. They're making a home device that will cool a can of soda in 2 minutes or a bottle of wine in 5 minutes. This is what it's going to look like when it comes out. This is the working prototype. I'm just going to load this in and put my can of lukewarm soda in there, screw it on, and start it. So here we go, 20.8 degrees Celsius. So as I was saying, this uses a water bath and then it cools the beverage. And the idea is that it's almost like a microwave for cooling, so that eventually you could take something, cool it down, and enjoy it, and not have to have a standard refrigerator. Maybe making it more environmentally friendly. Also, you could use this for stuff that's not just wine or sodas. There are cups where you could cool coffee and make your own iced coffees. You can make your own juice cooling things. You can do cocktails. You kind of do anything. And the controls on it also adjust the amount that things cool. So Juno intends to have recipes for cooling. I could see this being used in vending machines. I could see this being used in cars maybe at some point. And at $299, it's not a crazy thing for somebody with, I don't know, a wine cave that they want to set this up and use. Right now it's at 9.2 degrees Celsius since I've been talking, and it's spinning, but the fun thing is that it's not supposed to cause the can to explode, despite the fact that it's spinning, which you think it would do. And we're going to put that to the test with the working prototype. This is going to be available pretty soon, and you can pre-order it now. And this is an actual useful use for thermoelectrics. The Matrix smartwatch lasts forever off of body heat and solar. Juno is the next big project from Matrix Industries. We'll have to see what else they come up with next. And I think we're down to 6.1 degrees, 6.0, 5.9, 31 seconds left. What else do you want to know? My brother-in-law has a lot of wine in his house. I feel like you would use this. I'm curious about some sort of special artisanal cocktails that you could put into this that you could cool down. 2 minutes is not too long. I feel like I would wait for something to be cooled. And at 5 minutes, hey, put your favorite thing on ice. We're at 5, 4, 3, 2. It's at 3.3 degrees Celsius now. I am going to power it off. I'm gonna open it up. This is quite cold. I'm here in Vegas enjoying a nice cold beverage. Thermoelectrics.
Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but I normally buy one lipstick, throw it out, get a new shade that's virtually indistinguishable, keep that for about 2 years and never use it. Well, L'Oreal's Technology Incubator has a solution if you're like me and you buy 500 products that you can't decide between. They've created this new makeup and skincare mixing range that actually takes all of your favorite colors, mixes them all together, and creates a perfect shade just for you. So I'm going to show you these little cartridges go inside this machine, and in there is one lip color, but maybe you want to mix this guy, and let's say some bright orange. I'm feeling a bit tropical. All of those go inside this machine, and you can use the app to choose the color yourself. So I'll show you how the app works. You can choose it by trends, or maybe you want to just create your own custom lip shade. All right, I'm going to choose the palette, and I can change it here. I'm not much of a pink neutral. I don't really like that. All right, let's go for a deep red. Once I press the drop button, down here, it dispenses my color. So I chose a pretty heavy red. It's given me a lot of the red, but mix it all together. You can blend it exactly how you want it. I'm going to call that shade Coral Sands. Over here, they've also got foundation and skincare. So the same thing applies here. Foundation, you're probably going to stay mostly the same color, but say you've tanned over summer. I've just come back from Australia, feeling pretty tanned right now, so it might choose a different color range, and you can do it all in the app. But my favorite is the skincare. So This takes geolocation information and it'll tell me the temperature outside, the UV index, the weather, air quality. It takes all of that data, mixes it all together and tells me exactly what I want for my skin on a particular day. I can also put in my own analysis here. So take some selfies. Side of my face. Hideous age spots over here. All right, analyzing. Gosh. All right, so it's telling me that I don't really have a major problem with deep wrinkles, but dullness, that's always been my problem. So maybe I'm gonna need something that focuses on dullness. So I can save my progress, and it's gonna chart it across the app. Once I'm ready to go, it can show me the cartridges that are inside. So there's normally a mixture of a serum, a moisturizer, and a sunscreen, and you can mix and match them. So there's a bunch of different serums, moisturizers, sunscreens to fix all of your problems. Each of those go inside the machine, and then when I am ready to blend, oh, how's the humidity today? Okay, good. It can also take data from this other L'Oreal product, which is a little skin sun detector that tells you how much sun exposure you've got. So I'm gonna try mixing this together. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I've been doing CES for a number of years now. If someone had brought this product to me early on, maybe I wouldn't look so tired and haggard as I do now, but I feel refreshed. I feel like my fine lines and wrinkles are just deteriorating, and I don't have any dark spots anymore. Of course, you know, you can't see that in my eyes, but they don't actually have a price for the cartridges or for the actual machine itself yet. It's still a prototype. As I say, it's coming out of L'Oreal's Technology Innovation Lab, but it's the kind of thing that could show you what your makeup and skincare looks like in the future. No need to go to some fancy dermatologist or choose 700 lip colors. You could just choose it all yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President and CEO of the Consumer Electronics Division at Samsung, H.S. Kim.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to CES 2020. I'm honored to be here with you, and I want to thank Gary and CTA for inviting me to give this keynote. 2020 is a big year. It's the dawn of a new decade, a decade full of promises and possibilities for our industry. I think back to the movies of my youth. They always show 2020 as a very futuristic time, complete with flying cars and time travel. But we are not quite there. But I do see 2020 as a start of a new era in technology. And now, while we don't have any flying cars, what happens next is even more exciting than I could imagine as a boy. It is exciting because our world is changing. Rapid urbanization, evolving living spaces, and shifting demographics. In the coming decade, you will see the rise of the mega cities, dense urban areas with more than 10 million people. In fact, by 2030, there will be 43 megacities all over the world. This means we need to rethink the spaces we have to accommodate our diverse and evolving lifestyles and generations. Take a home, for example. It's becoming more than just a kitchen, a living room, and a bedroom. For many, it's an office, a gym, an art studio, even a small business. But it's not just the people we need to accommodate. Today, pets are considered a part of the family. 67% of US households today own a pet and see themselves as a pet parents, not pet owners. So, who we are is changing. Who we take care of is changing. Where we live is changing. And the ways we live, our lifestyles are changing. But at the center is us, the people. The way we interact with our world is what drives this evolution. It's not about what you possess. It's about our individual needs. Consider this. 74% of us say we value experiences over products. We are not looking to spend our money on things. You are looking to buy convenience, peace of mind, and enjoyment. We are looking to experience life. This must drive our innovation. To get there, we need a new way of thinking, turning innovative products into seamless experiences and memorable moments, all enabled by products and services and empowered by the latest innovation. This is something Samsung is uniquely positioned to do. Beautiful and groundbreaking new hardware that transforms the consumer experience. 500 million connected devices sold every year, from mobile devices and PCs to cutting-edge appliances and wearables, and from end-to-end 5G solutions to on-device AI chipsets. Technologies that enhance connectivity and help our device do more for us. We'll also bring you personalized services and content. designed for your lifestyle, giving your device the power to be anything you can imagine. When we bring all this together, we create meaningful experiences for you. This is why we will lead in this decade, the age of experience. An age that will delight, an age that will redefine, and an age that will bring us closer together. Now, what does this mean? Good or bad? Actually, this could be a challenge and an opportunity to rethink with the people at the center. Then we'll be ready for the age of experience. This evening, we'll show you a peek into this future. We'll not be showing flying cars and time travel, rather a leap into the age of experience. We will start with me, the individual. I start every day with an early morning workout. Like many of you, I value this morning experience. But like some of you, I think working out alone can be very tough. It could be so much better with a little extra help. So now, this experience will be enhanced. You will see the next level of personalized interaction, how AI and the latest hardware combine to understand and respond to our needs that are individualized and bring joy to our lives. And then you will see the future home, a space so personal, becomes your sanctuary. Our research shows that boundaries between physical and digital worlds are shrinking. The home we dream of eliminates those boundaries. It allows us all to make our home anything you need them to be. Finally, you will see the future of our cities. We are getting around is easier and safer. This is what we will show you today. Samsung in the age of experience. Now, to do this, we need a better understanding of lifestyles, personal preferences, how you use technology in your daily routine, how you interact with the space around you. This understanding allows us to enable experiences that fit your lifestyle, not have you accommodate to the technology. This is a Samsung mission, to create unforgettable moments that make your lives better, that make a difference for humanity, and create a better world for us all.
We are no longer defined by how we look, but by what we're looking for.
I want this little one to be safe and happy, whether I'm in or out.
I wish I could do more about how much plastic is wasted around the world.
I want the place I work in to be as environmentally minded as I am. Quiero transformar y personalizar interiores sin restricciones.
Je veux pas chercher les dernières sneakers. Je veux qu'elle me cherche.
I used to love experimenting with food in the kitchen.
But now it's hard to find the time.
Jeg vil egentlig bare spise ting jeg dyrker selv. Hvorfor ikke?
I love checking my health, eating, checking my email.
I'd like to check in on her journey to school whilst I'm on my way to work. I want her future to be amazing.
Okay, we know you want technology customized to you. That puts you at the center rather than the technology. But what will this look like? Well, this is a different and exciting future. New devices and technologies like robots that are life companions, helping you live a fuller, happier life. To show you, I want to invite a special guest to the stage. Say hello to Bali. Hi, Bali. Why don't you give him a big hand? This is a feature of a new personal care, designed to make your life just a bit easier. Bali, say hi to the audience. What you see here is just one example of Samsung's vision of a robot as a life companion. I think he likes me. Bali recognizes you and stays with you. I love this guy. He even knows to give me a little space. Watch this. How about walking together? Let's go. Can you move a little faster? He still follows me, right? Good job. Good job. I could use this technology around my office to make sure I'm not late to any meetings. Come here, Bali. Good boy. Of course, Samsung vision is more than just a cute robot. It's a vision of technology as an all-around personal life companion. Intelligent robots that live by your side and react to your needs every day. Robots that know you, support you, and take care of you so you can focus on what really matters. Now, Bali has to get going, but let's see what else he can do.
Hi, Bali. Power line with your elbow. Goodbye, Bali.
please welcome to the stage Executive Vice President, Chief Research Scientist of Samsung Research, Sebastian Sung.
Hello, CES. Woo! CES. And welcome. Welcome to the wonder of AI rolling out into the real world. As you've just seen, Bali is part of the next evolution of IoT. More than just a passive device, he's actively helpful. Bali patrols your home to keep you safe. He is a fitness assistant that gets you moving, even when you'd rather lie on the couch and watch TV. Bali is a remote control that helps seniors connect with all the smart devices in their homes and calls for help if they need it. A new friend to your kids and pets, and a camera that records and stores special moments, kind of like a family photo album. For a little robot, he is pretty busy. Bali is just one example of how Samsung innovations are transforming how we care for ourselves. One size fits all is no longer the answer. We are all seeking solutions that treat us as individuals, solutions that truly care about us and serve our wellness needs. And this is the thinking we're bringing to Samsung Health, the next evolution of the wellness experience. Your wearables provide feedback tailored to you. As your needs change, so do those recommendations. If your Galaxy Watch senses that you're feeling stressed, it might suggest that you meditate. This is kind of stressful, so I'll take that recommendation. That felt good. Or when you wake up in the morning, it can switch your television to heart-pumping programs to get you energized. With Samsung Health, you get real-time engagement. Motion tracking checks your alignment in yoga class. You're not going to tweet that, right? It counts every move and also captures your heart rate during workouts. It's like having a virtual personal trainer. Keeping tabs on your daily wellness can help you notice and address issues before you get sick. Samsung Health is convenient, immersive, and kind of fun. We know that caring for you is an important job, so important that it should be a team effort. I'm excited to say that Samsung Health is partnering with leaders in the healthcare industry to improve your well-being. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Funahashi of Kaiser Permanente to hear more about new digital-first approaches to healthcare.
Thank you, Sebastian. Cardiovascular disease is a leading cause of death worldwide. And over 1 million people in the US will suffer from a heart attack every year. And of those, nearly 20% will pass away within a year. If we could develop a medication that could save over 1/4 of those lives, it would be a game changer. Perhaps the most popular drug on the market. Now, what if I told you such an intervention does exist, but it's not a pharmaceutical? Cardiac rehab reduces the risk of dying from a subsequent attack by nearly 30%. But most patients never enroll in these programs. And even when they do, less than half finish. And it's easy to understand Why? Because traditional rehab requires taking time out of your day to either have the rehab at a hospital or a medical office building. But what if there was a way we could directly bring that care to people wherever they are? That's the idea behind HeartWise, a virtual cardiac rehab program created through a collaboration between Samsung and Kaiser Permanente. Patients recovering from heart attacks are guided through a cardiac rehab program using devices like wearables and smartphones. This is a rehab program that you can perform whenever and wherever you want, while a clinician supervises your rehab through a secure dashboard. HeartWise is now the largest home-based virtual cardiac program in the world. And since we launched in 2018, completion rates have more than doubled that of traditional rehab, and readmission rates have plummeted from 15% to less than 2%. The marriage of technology and medicine brings healthcare to people where they are and when they want, and this means better, more accessible, and more equitable outcomes. The possibilities are endless. We're already exploring further applications from pulmonary rehab to mental health. And as technology gets smarter, the possibilities for synergy get even more exciting. Synergies that save lives. Let's hear a little bit more of that from Sebastian. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Funahashi. These are just a few of the ways we're shifting the paradigm, providing you with care that meets you where you are, that responds to your unique needs. We believe AI is the future of personalized care. And that's why Samsung Research operates 7 AI centers around the world. We are already integrating AI technologies into our human-centered vision. We see on-device AI as central to truly personalized experiences. With it, hardware and software will crunch your data using the chips inside your devices, rather than sending your data to the cloud for processing. On-device AI puts you in control of your information and protects your privacy, while still delivering the power of personalization. This is our long-term vision for AI-enabled products. And this brings me back to my old friend, Bali. Of course, we want Bali to be fun, smart, and helpful. But we also want Bali to keep our secrets. We want an AI we can trust. As one of the world's top companies for R&D investment, we are working hard to bring you all those things and much, much more. Thank you, and have a great CES.
Please welcome to the stage Senior Vice President, Head of Samsung Design Innovation Center, Federico Casaleño.
Hello, CS. My colleague just showed you how technology can transform the way we care for ourselves. I would like to take that experience to the next level, into our homes. We are at the standing of the treasure of a new home, a home that will learn from your behaviors, anticipate your needs, adjust and respond in real time to personalize your experience. A home filled with intelligence and purpose. At the beginning, homes provide a simple protection from danger and from the environment. The second phase of home technology was mechanical. We developed systems like plumbing and wiring. Homes went beyond basic shelter and became more comfortable and efficient. Today, we are at the start of a third phase. The home as a living organism. That's a radical idea, but it's not science fiction. It's coming right now. The term smart home has been around for a while. So let me introduce you to what I call the intelligent home. This home will be equipped with sophisticated sensors, AI, robotics. The goal isn't to add more devices and products, but is to enable us to live better with more powerful, intuitive, and simplified technologies. The intelligent home will be still an intimate and a personal space. In fact, it will be even more personal because technologies will tailor experiences for each of us according to our needs and values. It will be designed with inclusivity in mind to reflect our diverse world. It is often said that there is no place like home. The smart home will add a new meaning to this. There will be no other place like yours. Now, although the technology becomes more complex, the customer experience will get simpler and more personal. So an activated smart robotic vacuum will be able to sense where your floors are dirty and clean those areas more thoroughly. Or a smart thermostat can understand your preferences for both comfort and energy conservation, and then adjust the temperature. An intelligent home is flexible and will adapt to your needs. We have been anticipating this new flexible home with innovations, like our customizable bespoke refrigerator, that we are giving homeowners the ability to personalize their kitchens as their lifestyles evolve. Today, the boundaries between physical and digital are dissolving. One way we stay ahead of this trend is by connecting our home exercise and wellness routine beyond the home through technologies like GEMS, short for Gait Enhancing and Motivating System. We introduced this last year at CES as a walk-in assistant. But now it's evolved with more features. It is a sport and entertainment system, an experience that blends seamlessly with the modern home environment. GEMS is essentially an integration of an exoskeleton with powerful software, all connected to Samsung AR glasses, a Galaxy smartphone and watch, and other devices. GEMS recognizes your personal fitness needs and optimizes the experience for you. It also provides an amazing immersive workout experience. What if you could trek through the Himalayan mountains or walk under the water, all without leaving your home? Let's welcome Chandni to show us how GEMS works. Hey, Chandni, what do you have for us today?
Hi, Federico. I'm here to show how we can use GEMS to tailor fitness programs, workout routines, and get one-on-one fitness coaching from virtually anywhere. Let's start with our GEMS fitness menu first. I'll put on my AR glasses. and choose where I want to work out today. Then I pick my fitness trainer. I really like working out with her.
Hi, welcome back. Are you ready to work out today?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's continue our reverse lunge knee-ups from yesterday.
Got it.
Let's repeat this 5 times. Stand up straight, hands to your side. Take a large step back with your left foot, bending both knees 90 degrees so your back knee hovers off the floor. Then, lift up your left foot, bringing your knees to the chest. Now release your left leg and place it back on the floor. Maintain your balance and be careful not to fall. Okay, let's start. 1. Stand on your spot. Good. 2. Keep your balance. 3. 4. And 5. Looking pretty good. How did it feel for you?
Good, but it was a bit more intense today. Was it different?
That's because I increased the intensity by 1 level today. I knew you could do a great job. Remember to maintain your correct posture. See you again.
Hi.
That's pretty cool, Chandni.
Actually, it doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop here. After one-on-one training with GEMS, I can get professional feedback through my mobile device. With my Galaxy connected to my GEMS, my workout results are aggregated and analyzed. It's telling me I need to lower my body closer to the ground for this workout. Since my daily walking balance is tilted to the left, I should keep that in mind.
That's great.
It really is. With GEMS and Samsung's AR glasses, it's easier to get fit. Any room can be a fitness studio. So I can work out whenever and wherever I want. Personalized training is really motivating for me. And best of all, Federico, it's a blast.
I love it. Thank you, Chandni. Thanks for the demo. Thank you. Pretty cool, right? So, in the new smart kitchen, Bixby analyze your GEMS workout and recommend healthy and balanced post-exercise meal. The good news? Your kitchen appliances will be your cooking partners, like a personal chef, a nutritionist, and a shopping assistant, all into one. Your refrigerator could automatically sense what's inside and suggest amazing recipes. It could also create intelligent food playlists every week, order and deliver the ingredients for your home-cooked meal every day. In your kitchen, you can efficiently make your favorite foods in different temperature at the same time with multi-zonal cooking technology. And take a look at this, our home self-contained growing station that put garden fresh produce on your table every night. Then there is BotChef, our food prep assistant. Dinner comes out in the right order and the way you like it. Using Bixby Vision, the smart kitchen can adapt to your favorite recipe for your family and friends. It can identify the perfect wine. It can even plan meals for busy roommates and kids on the go so they can have dinner together after work or school. The kitchen becomes a fully connected environment, optimized for your values, helping you to eat healthy and reduce food waste. It's no longer a place where you cook. It becomes a partner you actually cook with. As we say in Italy, buon appetito. Now, we can take this deeply personalized experience even further, converting the living room from a place where we gather and watch TV to an actual community where we interact with people all around the world. And this is made possible by a convergence of software, AI, IoT, and hardware like our micro LED screen, which uses modular technology to create a screen that can be changed to any size or ratio you want. In this new intelligent living room, a place where you gather to share stories, to create memories, the TV becomes your windows to the world. It allows you to instantly connect to your loved ones, wherever they are. You can participate in your favorite online games with friends around the world and feel like you're all together on the field. With 5G-enabled large screen, everyone can be in the game, video chatting on multiple in-display screens. The potential to bring outside experiences into the home is literally endless. And we are just beginning. From simple shelter to the home as a living organism that understands your needs and connects us to the world. This is quite a journey. Samsung will bring you groundbreaking innovation designed for meaningful experiences. Grazie. Thank you, CS.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Vice President, Head of Samsung Next Global, Emily Becker.
Good evening, everybody. Like some of you here today, I grew up in a tiny, tiny little town. You know, the kind with a main street of small businesses sandwiched between industrial mills and vast farmlands. But eventually, I was drawn to the energy and the diversity of major cities. So now I call the largest city in the US, New York City, the Big Apple, my home. And today, half of the world's 7.5 billion people live in urban areas. And by 2050, that number is going to skyrocket to 70%. Think about that, 70%. And with this massive growth, it's going to come some unique opportunities, but also some challenges. How do we design buildings with intelligent systems that are going to cater to these needs? And how do we move millions and millions of people to work every day? And how are we going to foster communities in these vast and very diverse populations? We are fortunate to live at a time where innovation can help us address these challenges, where we can integrate smart devices, platforms, and data to create truly smart cities. And new innovations have already begun to transform buildings, transportation, and our communities. So first, let's talk about the building blocks of our connected city. Because in the smart city, buildings, they're no longer static. Instead, they anticipate and adjust to your needs. They're essentially responsive and dynamic. And these smart buildings are often much greener as well, because they're designed with sustainability in mind. They can intelligently manage energy use and rely on clean energy sources, doing much, much more while producing lower emissions. And this is just the beginning. Because today's smart building, they operate kind of like your brain, with a central nervous system that keeps everything humming along without anyone noticing anything. So think about it. A burst pipe, that no longer has to disrupt our lives because sensors will detect the leaks instantly and fixes happen faster with enhanced real-time data and predictive analytics. Means the smart building will alert management before something even happens. And we've partnered with Greystar, a local global developer, to design buildings with these smart systems built in from the ground up. These buildings leverage Samsung smart appliances and SmartThings IoT platform to create truly connected convenience. So let's hear a little bit more about this from Greystar.
My name is Bob Faith, and I'm the chairman and CEO of Greystar Real Estate Partners. Greystar is a global owner and operator of rental residential housing. Technology is really changing the way people interact with the built environment, and we're having to work hard to keep up and make sure buildings that we operate are providing the technology that our residents demand. Imagine the future. A resident's going to be able to have total control of their unit and their communications with the building. The resident experience is smarter and more efficient, more effective, so they utilize less energy. Samsung has the ability to bring all of those technologies together, and that convergence of the technologies in one place is really critical to achieving our vision for a smart home. And I think that's one of the great things that Samsung brings.
So today, smart buildings just like those are a reality for residents in an apartment complex in Seoul, the Raymond Prestige. These super busy city dwellers who live in this smart building enjoy cutting-edge amenities that make their lives so much easier. So for example, a day, they call an elevator, turn out the lights, manage package delivery, and even find that mysterious parking spot with just a simple swipe or a voice command. And to ensure that the seamless connected experience happens for everyone, you know we need open collaborations between technology partners. And that's why we're very proud to partner with ASSA ABLOY, NXP, and others in the FIRA consortium, which aims to standardize ultra-wideband technologies. Now, let's talk about how we're going to move all these people through the city every day. Because as the cities get more and more complex, so are your trips from home to work, school, and even play. And that's why we're integrating 5G, edge computing, and AI to ensure your journey is fast, safe, and effortless. And Samsung is already test driving vehicles equipped with 5G telematics control units. And these vehicles are going to make the most of 5G's high bandwidth and low latency to really transform the in-vehicle experience. Okay, so imagine you're commuting into work in the city, and bam, you hit traffic. It's my personal pet peeve. I know you're smiling, so you feel it too. Hate it. But now your car is going to communicate with the rest of your devices with real-time traffic information to coordinate your schedule so you don't miss your meeting. That would be a very nice change of pace. And with this lightning-fast data connection, your passenger can continue making video calls or even playing some high-speed video games with no lags to make the most of that long commute. And these intelligent vehicles are not just connected to your devices with 5G telematics. They're connected to the infrastructure of the city. So millions and millions of sensors will be transmitting real-time information about accidents, traffic signals, and road work, all to make your commute faster and safer. And they're going to sense beyond the driver's line of sight. They can detect danger more quickly and help us avoid collisions. So we all know in the city There are many ways to get from where you are to where you want to be. So yes, you might have driven in from the suburbs in your car, but then you need to zip across town to do an errand on a scooter or go on a subway to a meeting. That is why we're investing in mobility as a service. So you can get across the city in these multiple modes of transportation with just one single dynamically priced transaction, easily processed by your smartphone. And cities, they're obviously much, much more than just these buildings and mobility. What makes them really special, of course, the people who live there and how we engage with the city and with each other. Because the smart cities of the future will be able to access information and connect with each other in entirely new ways, as this digital world and physical space are going to merge in extended reality experiences. So now, come back with me to my hometown in New York City and imagine a spectacular day in Central Park, where friends and family use these smart devices to quickly wayfind to a surprise birthday party. And then where augmented reality expands the museum experience, lets us interact with dinosaurs that are now freely roaming among the crowds, and where friends, and some soon-to-be friends, will collaborate on interactive puzzle games, extending this digital social experience into this wide open space. That's a birthday party for you, huh? Because these are just a few of the ways that thoughtfully integrated technology connect us with our world and with each other. And all of these decisions that we're making today ensure the smart city is a place of promise, a little bit of excitement. Because we, all of us in this room, today hold the power to make our cities smarter, so that our children and that our children's children will love living in the city as much as I and so many of you do today. So now let's have H.S. Kim come on back and bring this all together.
Great job. Thank you. This is a Samsung in the age of experience. Cutting-edge technology that shapes your experiences. A future home, the future home that seamlessly blends the physical and digital. A reimagined city in harmony with you. It's an exciting future. Yet, we believe this future must be safe and accessible so we can build a better place for all. To do that, I want to talk about three key areas: security and privacy, technology for good, and citizenship. First, we believe trust is the foundation of user experience. As an industry leader, our commitment to data security will never waver. With the Samsung Knox platform, we will continue to be best in class. In fact, we are bringing Samsung Knox from mobile devices to TVs, home appliances, and more. It means more than 1 billion Samsung devices are protected by Knox, and this number will continue to grow. We'll stay ahead by investing in identity protection and secure access to your favorite websites and mobile apps through Samsung Pass. Of course, in today's world, data is at the center of our experiences. So, in the age of experience, we'll protect your data. We will protect your privacy with due diligence. We'll securely manage your data from the moment you provide it until its disposal. And most important, giving you control over your information. To that end, Samsung will never share data with the third parties without prior and direct consent from you. We'll stand by this promise, no matter what. But we are not stopping there. We'll further ensure transparent data management by advancing our data protection effort with on-device AI, edge computing, and blockchain technology. Second, we have always believed that the benefit of technology must be available to all. We have heavily invested to bring technologies to life that fundamentally change lives. Take a Luminar, for example.
앞에 누군지 알 것 같아요?
머리는 단발, 여자인데 뭔가 좀 익숙한데 엄마인가? 엄마 맞아. 어떻게 눈물 나? 너무 좋아요.
So touching, isn't it? We are improving the Luminar, making it lighter and more convenient, so more people can enjoy the benefit. The Luminar is not the only example of how technology is changing lives. GEMS is so much more than what we showed you today. It can be your fitness partner at home. It also helps the elderly and disabled take a step they thought were impossible, literally. Take a look.
We saw that immediately after using the GEMS trial, not only did the participants walk a lot more than they used to walk before, they improved their balance, their fear of falling reduced.
It helps me bend my knee, which is still a deficit that I have, so I can see myself benefiting from the use of this device, GEMS Samsung.
So not only does it act like an assistive device, because it lets them achieve these goals they couldn't have probably achieved in the past, but also lets them exercise because the technology acts as a hybrid device.
I can be with friends and not have to not do something, maybe even dance, who knows? Just to do normal things that I can't always do.
Incredible. This is technology for good. It inspires us every day to go further, make a difference, to make our communities safer. If you know a firefighter, you know it is a hard job, a dangerous job. So we thought hard about how technology could help. It is called Samsung Ignis. It pinpoints the source of fire, guiding firefighters as they put out a blaze. It also recognizes voice in extreme conditions to help save the lives of others as well as their own. Over the past 2 years, Samsung has donated thousands of Ignis cameras to firefighters in Korea and Vietnam. This is technology as a force for good. Whether we are talking about data security or hyper-connected homes, it always comes back to technology with purpose. Innovation, not for its own sake, but to solve social problems and build a better world for everyone. This is our commitment, enabling people to achieve more. We do this by investing in programs like Samsung Innovation Campus to educate young generations. The campus is core to our citizenship vision. It's a place where young people get trained on the latest AI, IoT, and cloud technologies. A place where they get the skills of tomorrow's man, the skills needed in the fourth industrial revolution. Already, the Samsung Innovation Campus has impacted the lives of 20,000 students in 13 countries since its launch last year. And it will double this year, reaching tens of thousands of young people around the world in 2020. All told, our citizenship vision touches the lives of millions. And we will continue to make a difference in our communities. Through this effort, together with you, we'll make the global community a better place for all. We will continue to focus on future technologies, 5G, AI, IoT, and robotics that bring joys and delight, that are safe and responsible. Technologies developed through open collaboration with our valued partners that advance humanity. So today, at the start of a new decade, Samsung will do what it has always done: dream big and defy barriers, with the people and society at the center, together for tomorrow. Thank you. Please enjoy CES at Samsung booth. Thank you very much. Thank you.
2020. Welcome back to CES 2020. I'm Jeff Bakalar, and right now we have something very cool to show you. Each year, Gaming PC Maker Origin visits our stage, but this year they've brought something that we've never really seen before. It's a gaming PC, but also jam-packs a console inside as well. Here to discuss the Big O is Origin PC CEO Kevin Wasilewski. Kevin, how are you, sir? Thank you for coming back.
Thanks for having me back.
You got it. Our pleasure. My goodness, this thing on paper is like this behemoth, but I get a lot of questions about this product. I teased it coming into today, and everyone was sort of just like, wow, that's amazing, but why?
But what is it?
Yes.
We call it the ultimate content creation
and
entertainment machine.
Okay.
What you're looking at is the Big O 2020 edition. It's a top-of-the-line, fully liquid-cooled PC and an integrated liquid-cooled console all in one.
So to just explain that for people who maybe don't understand, what they did was they took, and there's a PS4 version of this as well.
Yeah, this is the Xbox edition. There's also a PS4 edition.
It's basically an Xbox One S that has been disassembled, water-cooled, and packed inside this computer running parallel to a regular gaming PC and water-cooled and an SSD drive added to that
running
as well.
parallel, running completely separate. So picture this in your dorm room or your living room with your HD TV connected to the console and then your gaming monitor connected to the PC. It also has an integrated 4K 60 Pro Elgato capture card.
Right.
So you can actually record and or stream your console gameplay on the PC.
And that's kind of what we're going to demo in a few minutes here. So, I'm thinking about like who this is for, the kind of demographic that you guys are going for. Is it that streamer sort of, Twitch maybe budding personality that you're looking
It can
to
be.
capture?
It absolutely can be.
Yeah.
It can be for somebody who's already streaming and they want an all-in-one solution, and can be somebody who's getting into streaming.
Right.
You can go from zero to fully professional streamer with this one PC. Or it can be for somebody who has a small amount of space, or somebody that wants to run a console and a PC together. Have your kids playing the console while you're using the PC.
So that's right. So you can have two separate outputs running at the same time. They're both individually powered as well, correct?
Yeah, individually powered. So if you want to only play console, you can just power that up. Only want to use the PC, you can do that.
Excellent. So let me ask you, we're basically less than a year away from the new consoles. That's obviously a lot of, making a lot of prospective console buyers wait. If someone gets invested in this, is there any sort of way to upgrade? Do you have to are you guys going to do PS5 and Series X?
That's a great question. Like all Origin PCs, this Big O PC will continue to evolve.
Okay.
So as new PC hardware becomes available, we'll probably integrate it into this PC. As new console hardware becomes available, we'll probably integrate it. We can't guarantee anything.
Right.
Like all Origin PCs, it comes with 24/7 lifetime support, but also free lifetime labor for upgrades. So down the road, you can call us. We can help you out, answer questions.
You're like,
And
I want to
any
make
labor
this a PS5.
is absolutely free. Yeah, if we end up doing that labor for you,
Yeah.
it's absolutely free labor.
Wow. So if PS5 is included in this, send it back to you guys. You'll do it for free.
If it's possible.
If it's possible.
No guarantees.
Who knows what's inside a PS5 right now, right? Okay. I'm curious about, talking with Microsoft, with Sony. How did that process go? I mean, was there any sort of communication? Was it sort of like, hey, you guys, we're going to take apart your console and put it in one of our gaming PCs. Is that okay? Like, was there anything like that happened?
Another great question. So actually, this is the second version of the Big O that we've sold.
Right.
The first Big O that we sold in 2010, Microsoft called us up after launch, and they said, we would like to order a bunch of your Big O's for the Xbox 360.
So they liked it.
So they loved it. They
Yeah.
put it in their Microsoft stores. So we're not modifying the console experience in any way. You still have to run fully legitimate Xbox or PS4 games, software. You have to have an Xbox account or a PlayStation account. So we're not modifying the user experience whatsoever in that sense. We're just liquid cooling it, so you have a little bit better temperatures, better audio as far as fan. And we're upgrading the hard drives to be SSDs, so faster load times.
And I would imagine, everyone who has a PS4 or PS4 Pro, some of those get real loud. They get to the point where it feels like they're just going to take off the entertainment center. Is that a thing that is, kind of rectified with the Big O?
Yeah, liquid cooling is definitely gives you better acoustics. So you get better temperatures, better cooling, better acoustics. And also, it comes with IQ. So if you like RGB, it has Corsair's IQ software. So we're showing it off here in green. for the Xbox theme, but you can
Right.
actually have full RGB, any color you want on the fans.
Excellent. Let's see a demo if we can.
Sure.
Let's see. So inside is on the PC side is an RTX. What is this? A 2080 Ti?
This one, it has RTX graphics up to a 2080 Ti
Okay.
Or a Titan. On the processor side, up to an Intel 9900K or an AMD 3900.
Okay.
I'm not sure what GPU is specifically
I
in
think
this
it's
one.
a 2080
It's definitely
Ti.
an RTX.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And around back we have it connected, so it's tough to see. But there's basically 2 video out slots, one for console, one for the
Yeah, you
the
have a
graphics
completely
card.
separate I/O shield and audio out and all your inputs for the computer on one side, and then the console is separate. So you
Okay.
have your USB for connecting the controller. If you want to go wired, you have your HDMI out for the controller, for the console, and then power for the console.
Excellent. All right, so right now we're going to be looking at an Xbox One running within Windows 10, and
Yeah,
I guess we're seeing it right now.
I can walk you
live.
through this. So
okay,
what
so this is
we're looking
Forza?
at here is this the PC side. So we're not
Okay.
showing you PC and console separately.
Right.
We don't have 2 displays here. But if you had 2 displays in your home, you would have 2 different outputs. This is just the PC side. But the PC side, as mentioned, has the Elgato capture card.
Right.
So this is the Elgato 4K60 Pro capture card software, which is capturing the gameplay of the console. So right now I'm playing on the console, but it's being captured with the Elgato capture card on your PC.
So you're not a terrible driver. There's just a lot of lag going on right now.
I'm not a terrible driver, but at CES, you never know. I'm not on a whole lot of sleep here, and
that's fair.
But
You're not
actually,
allowed
with
to
the
sleep
glare,
here.
I can't even see what's going on.
All right, that's very cool. So, in terms of capturing, every Big Oak has the Elgato card built in. Is that like
It's optional.
It's an
yeah.
option. Okay.
Like all of our PCs, it's fully customizable. So the PC side with the capture card is as an optional component of it.
You said this is the second version of the Big O. There was, I guess, for some people, it's a little surprising that there was that kind of demand for this sort of, hybrid use case. Have you been surprised how people are using these aside from just capturing and streaming?
Yeah, very surprised. The first Big O was 10 years ago.
Right.
A long time ago. But last year, we actually did a one-off promotional Big O. Just released that on the internet and got 10 million views on the video. And just the phone calls, the tweets, people were contacting us literally every day saying, I want to purchase this Big O. How much does the Big O cost? We said, unfortunately, we're not selling it. That was just a one-off that we did. So at that time, we realized after literally months of this ongoing, we said, you know what, we should probably develop a product for this. Our customers are asking for it.
Right.
So we developed this product. It's actually the smallest Big O we've ever built.
Yeah, tell us about this case, this Corsair case, right? Is it a Corsair case?
Yeah, it's a Corsair chassis, 280X, dual chamber, perfect design for this type of setup where you have 2 different motherboards.
Right.
And it's 87% smaller than the original Big O.
That's wild.
It's insanely small, quiet. Like I said, it has RGB built in with IQ, so you can customize the color. We're looking at a white version here.
Mm-hmm.
We can actually paint it any color you want.
Oh, cool.
The glass panels, we can laser etch the glass panels. We can also HD UV print the glass panels. So like all Origin PC systems, it's fully customizable inside and outside.
Let's talk about pricing for entry level for both the PS4 and the Xbox. What are we looking at?
The Big O starts at $24.99.
Okay.
It's a little bit cheaper for the Xbox. I think maybe $23, $27. But the safe price is $24.99. And that's the starting out price for the Big O, and it customizable from there.
And on the PC side, are you able to get 2 graphics cards in there, or is this with this ATX case?
This chassis is designed for one.
Okay.
So you get the one most powerful graphics card you can possibly fit in there, 2080 Ti or a Titan.
Okay, excellent. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for showing off the Big O. I appreciate it, man.
Oh, thanks for having me.
All right, you got it. That will just about do it. Coming up next, I believe, what do we have going on? Oh, Lexi, of course, is going to be live from the Segway booth. Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
When is a gaming laptop not a gaming laptop? Lenovo is going to show us with the Legion Y740S here at CES 2020. At first glance, this looks like a fairly standard 15-inch slim laptop. You can get either a full HD or a 4K screen. It's got 9th gen Intel CPU in it, but it's part of Lenovo's Legion line, which is their gaming brand. And I go, okay, that must mean it's a gaming laptop then. But is it? Because inside, the graphics are just standard Intel integrated graphics, not an NVIDIA card, not an AMD card. So you say to yourself, what makes this a gaming laptop then? It's because you combine this with the new Lenovo Boost Station, which is an external GPU box. Now, we've seen these a couple of times over the years. They've never become especially popular, although now that you can connect a device like this to a laptop like this via USB-C Thunderbolt, it becomes much more universal and perhaps more interesting to more people. So what is an eGPU, an external GPU box like the Boost Station? It's basically a big metal box. Inside you've got a slot for a graphics card and you've got a power supply. So you can do 500 watts of power. You can put pretty much any graphics card you can think of in here, just connected via a single thin USB-C Thunderbolt cable, and it can power your laptop, and it will take all that graphics power of that graphics card and make the laptop feel like it's built right in. It doesn't even know the difference. It doesn't know that it's not an internal graphics card. So when you combine all that, you have a very thin gaming laptop that you can pick up and take with you if you have to take it to work, or take it on the subway, or go to the coffee shop with it, where you're actually going to do regular laptop-y stuff and you don't have a big, gigantic, gawky looking gaming laptop. Then you come home. This is sitting on your desk. You plug it right in, gives you your power, and then gives you the graphics. And my favorite part is if you open this box up, inside, again, you got room for the graphics card, but I love that there's also a slot for a hard drive in there. So you can put in some extra storage, you know, a big gigantic hard drive, just pop it right in there, and then you slide the whole thing back in. And then you've taken your fairly slim, fairly lightweight, fairly inexpensive 15-inch laptop and added a ton of extra capabilities to it. Now, the Legion 740S, it's going to start at $1099. If you want the 4K screen, that's going to cost more. And then the external box called the Boost Station, that's $250. And of course, you have to supply your own graphics card, whether it's one you already have sitting around or you go out and buy a new one. I'm sure they'll be happy to sell you a bundle. Both of these are going to be available in May. So it's interesting to see the different ways that companies are playing with the concept of a gaming computer. Some of them are making them smaller, some of them are making them bigger. I like that this makes it modular, so that you don't have to have a full-time gaming machine. You can have a part-time one that becomes a gaming machine when you add this, or you could just use this box on, frankly, almost any other laptop you have that supports USB-C and Thunderbolt. We are just getting started here at CES 2020, but that is some of what is going on with PC gaming at the show.
If you want to know what one of the most talked about pieces of tech is here at CES 2020, well, I invite you to take a seat. Meet the Segway S-Pod. Now, this is a self-balancing seat that you can drive, and it's designed for use in places like airports, malls, and even theme parks. Just take a look at my personal egg pod right here. Looking very fancy here on the show floor at CES. We have some lights around the back. We obviously have the wheels, and like all Segways, it is self-balancing, except I don't have to lean back or forth. It's going to do it all for me. So I'm going to put my helmet on. We're going to take it for a spin. I have signed a waiver, so if I die, I love you all. Okay, so my helmet is on. Now to turn it on, I am going to press this button right here. Turn it on and see what happens. Oh, it's moving. Oh, it's weird. Feels like I'm in. Oh, okay. All right, it was a little disorienting, but this actually feels quite comfortable. It's quite plush on the inside. There's a little tablet right here. There's a compartment if I want to steer it remotely or maybe even just watch some entertainment as I'm zooming around. All right, I'm going to take this for a little bit of a spin and see what we can do. Now, it's all controlled by this little dial just here, so I don't need to move myself back and forth. I'm simply pressing. I feel like I'm a character in WALL-E. You know, remember those hover chairs in the movie? Okay, I'm going to take it for a little bit of a spin, and I've got to be very delicate with it. So I'm going to push it forward and see what happens. Very delicately. I'm moving. Oh, I'm a little bit too tentative with my movement. Oh my gosh, I'm moving. Okay, I'm moving. I've never done this before, guys, so this is my very first time. So if I screw it up and I go flying into the wall, you'll know why. I do have some guidance here. Okay, all right. Okay, so I've got to be very gentle on the actual controller and move around. I don't know if you can see the look on my face right now. I feel really freaked out. Okay, so this model is actually limited to around 7.5 miles an hour. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. This is so bizarre. I'm actually like in a chair that moves and I don't have to do anything. I'm literally just sitting here. Okay, all right, so I had a little bit of movement there. So I'm gonna see if I can do a little bit of a spin for you. Do some donuts. I seriously can't believe this is a real thing. This is amazing. The fact that I can do this, okay. This is actually quite intuitive. It took me a little while to kind of just like feel how I needed to adjust it, but honestly, you've seen this in real time. I've never sat in this before, and I can move this okay, just like so. All right. I kind of get it. I mean, it's not really designed for people with disabilities or mobility issues, but you know, just getting around. But this is actually pretty fun. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. My whole face is just going to be like disbelief for this entire thing. Whoa! Okay, so this can actually go, as I said, 7.5 miles an hour top speed, but it can go up to 24 miles an hour when they take the cap off. But no, they're not going to take the cap off in this space. We've got very limited space here. All right, so it actually feels quite smooth when I'm driving too. I definitely feel like a novelty because there's a lot of people with their phones out taking a video of me. What do you think? Do I look silly? I kind of like that. I kind of like it. You know, I mean, you know, the helmet and all that is required. I can get over that, you know. I can get over that to ride in one of these. I mean, if I never wanted to walk around the show floor, trust me, this is the thing that I would want to have when I'm walking around CES. Not walking, sitting and driving. Okay, see, I can go backwards too. Oh, of course. I didn't even realize I could do that. Okay, backwards. Now, apparently, if you push it all the way forward, it goes full throttle at full speed. I'm not going to do that because I don't want to die today. Maybe that'll be my next video. Maybe. We'll see. But it's a lot of fun. I really wish that you could try this because you might think it's silly. And yes, I thought it was pretty silly too when I first thought about it. When I'm actually trying it, I'm kind of addicted to it. I want to take one of these home. Unfortunately, they're not going to be available until 2021. But I think I can wait because I want one of these because I don't want to have to walk anywhere. Oh yeah, and I forgot to tell you that like you can totally climb a little bit of an incline with this, about 10 degrees. So probably not the streets of San Francisco or the Bay Area with all those steep hills or anywhere else that has a lot of inclines, but it can definitely do a fairly good job with a little bit of incline. Oh yeah, this is so much fun. Live here at the Segway booth here at CES 2020 with the S-Pod
Just gonna hang out here and have a little nap, I think. Power down. Make sure to stay tuned for more CES 2020 right after this.
Guys, David Katzmeier here at Samsung's massive booth at CES 2020. This company makes everything under the sun, including televisions, phones. They got a lot of appliances here, but guess what? I'm going to show you the wacky stuff. We got robots, there's a car, a little guy that rolls around on the ground and tells you, I don't know what. We're going to find out now. Check it out. We'll start with Bot Chef. This is Samsung's Robot Chef. It's a pair of robotic arms hooked to an AI system. You can talk to it, of course. The idea here is it can help you around the kitchen. These robot arms can chop if you give them a little knife. A little bit scary if you think about it, but you know, forget about that for now. They can also reach up into a cabinet, get some condiments, add them to your dish, even walk you through a recipe. So of course this thing, not available for sale. This is only the second time we've seen it demoed, but it's going to make a salad. And here's something Samsung's never shown before. This is Ballie. They call it a personal care robot. It's a little ball that rolls around and, I don't know, can tell you what's going around the house when you're not there. If something falls, it'll alert you, maybe nudge you to remind you about something. Just a little help around the house. Make sure everything's okay. So right now we have Samsung Sero. This guy is a television that can rotate into portrait mode. You hold up your phone, swivel. And when you hold up your phone, you go swivel. That's Sero. Crazy, but that's Samsung. All right, so what we have here is the Samsung Digital Cockpit. This is a car, they've set it up in the booth with all these different screens here. First thing you'll notice is instead of rear view mirrors, we have screens on either side. These cameras, of course, right in the place of the rear view. There's a gigantic screen here. We have a nice screen here. There's a lot of usage of QLED technology, this being Samsung. Here's a little Bixby knob, of course. You can use that as your digital assistant. And back behind me, look, we have these speakers here on each seat. You can actually have individual speaker sound coming at you. These are on all 4 seats, so you don't have to actually subject yourself to everybody else's bad musical taste in the car. In addition to the car that we're sitting in now, Samsung also has a big display showing how 5G is going to work with the car. So this is going to be an automatic communication between the car, some 5G posts placed around for safety. There's even a whole demo here where it shows avoiding a pedestrian. Again, Samsung's deep into 5G and car technology. This is a demo of it at CES. And the last thing on the back, this is a micro LED display. You can put whatever you want back here, and of course it's super bright for safety. So thanks for coming. That was our tour of Samsung's booth here at CES 2020. You got a sneak peek at some of their coolest new technologies. I'm David Katzmeier for CNET. If you like what you saw here, subscribe.
This is the Mevo Start, and it's meant to make live streaming easier. It's a camera specifically meant for live streaming. Events, video games, whatever you want to capture. And you might ask, why not just use your phone? Well, so this has a 4-hour battery life at least. It can broadcast in high definition. The app will sync up to a bunch of different platforms like Twitter and Facebook and Twitch. And it uses these microphones up top to capture some nice 3D audio. It's designed to give your stream a real professional look. What you'll be able to do once it launches in April is actually use multiple cameras at once, set them up, and actually switch between the different streams. So if you have an event that you want to broadcast, it's a relatively easy way of setting that up. Each cam will cost $300, which isn't nothing. Smart home cams can be had for as little as $200. But again, this one has a number of ways of connecting to your phone and streaming the actual content. You can connect to your phone directly using this as a Wi-Fi access point. If you have Wi-Fi, you can connect it to that, or you can plug in an Ethernet cord and then stream whatever you'd like. The camera broadcasts in 1080p, and it has a special wide-angle lens that shows you a lot but doesn't distort into a fisheye view. You'll be able to see the stream on the app. You'll be able to use the app to broadcast, so your platform of choice. And the camera's going to launch in April. Now, the multicam functionality is going to come a little bit later in the spring or the summer, but that's one of the really cool aspects, is being able to switch from one feed to the next. to really give your whatever you want to stream that broadcast feel. Supposedly the camera has a good low light sensor, so you'll be able to see concerts at night. Mevo Start is actually the second of these cameras from this company, and it's meant to be more compact and a little bit more affordable. If you like the video, please give us a like and subscribe to the channel for a whole bunch more from CES.
Well, 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 look what I found at CES. It's a new camera from Nikon, the Nikon D780. Who says DSLRs are dead? Okay, I love mirrorless cameras as much as the next camera nerd, but there's a special place in my heart for DSLRs. And one of the cameras in there is the Nikon D750. But it's been 5 years, and the camera years, it's like 100, 200 years? I don't know. But a lot has changed. Nearly every brand now has their own mirrorless system and has a lot of new features that weren't found on the D750. But what if you took features from Nikon's Z mirrorless line, like live view and video enhancements, and put them in a DSLR? Well, you get this, the Nikon D780. It's expected to ship at the end of January for a body-only price of $2,300, or for $2,800, you can get a kit with this Nikkor 24-120 f4 lens. The Nikon D780 has the same 24.5 megapixel full-frame sensor that's used in Nikon's Z6. The D780 also has phase detect autofocus with a coverage of 273 points in live view. It has new camera effects, has autofocus tracking, and it has some pretty impressive video specs. You can shoot 10-bit video in HLG hybrid log gamma to an external recorder. That's phenomenal. And it shoots slow motion, but best of all, it can shoot 4K video at 30 frames per second using the entire sensor. No crop. Yay! Powering all this capability is the Nikon XP6 processor. The optical viewfinder in here is the same as the Nikon D750. However, it's been updated with new algorithms from the Nikon D5. Continuous shooting at 7 frames per second or 12 frames per second in live view using an electronic shutter. On the D750, you only got 6.5 frames per second. Other improvements include a faster top shutter speed. You can now shoot up to 1/8,000th of a second. Some other improvements is the Nikon D780 has better weather sealing than the D750. However, to achieve that, they had to get rid of the on-camera flash, but who uses the flash? Am I right? Oh, okay, I mean the on-camera one. What? Just buy a flash. Other improvements include a USB-C port for charging, as well as Bluetooth and Wi-Fi for PC Direct Connect, and a larger LCD screen. You can't even see me, it's so big. Where am I? Hey, there's a lot to like about the Nikon D780, and we look forward to testing it for a more in-depth review. But if you're saying to yourself, hey, Patrick, I'd really like to get one of those Nikon D750s. Well, you're in luck because Nikon's going to continue selling them at a lower price.
Welcome back to our coverage of CES 2020. I'm Bridget Carey. Next to me at the stage here is Shara Tibkin from CNET News, and we have a special guest, Dan Gale with Ultrasense Systems, to introduce us to a future free of physical buttons. You brought some good gadgets to show and tell. Let's get into this. What do you mean that there's not going to be buttons anymore?
Well, we've created a new touch user interface using ultrasound. Everybody hears about ultrasound. It's been used to map the depths of the oceans. It's used in sonograms. It's used up in the backup sensors in the bumper of your vehicle. But nobody has thought to use that as a touch user interface, and that's exactly what we've done here. So the great thing about ultrasound, it can penetrate virtually anything. So our pitch is any material thickness, virtually. And where we're going to see that first is in 5G phones. 5G phones, the industrial design is going to change. And the reason why is to get that super high bandwidth of data, there has to be a lot of antenna inside the phone. And those antenna have to be located under the glass. So what you're going to see going forward, and we're already starting to see this in China, complete four-sided waterfall displays.
So what do you mean by that, waterfall display?
Waterfall display meaning either 50% or in even some cases 100% of the glass of the display going all the way over the side.
And then there's no room for buttons if you have a glass on the sides.
Exactly.
Okay.
No room for mechanical buttons. So with our demo here, we've actually replaced the mechanical buttons with our ultrasound sensors. And we've, that can be directly interfaced to a haptic, so you don't have to look down at the phone to feel where you're at. You get the haptic feedback. And the smart industrial designers will do the rest as to where to guide your finger.
So explain for us how this actually is working. What do the ultrasounds do?
Well, first we have we've created the world's smallest ultrasound sensor on a chip. And if you get a close-in shot of this,
that's
it's
really itty-bitty.
super tiny, and it's upside down. So, but it's really 1.4 by 2.6 millimeters. So it's about the tip of a pinhead.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
There it is. And it's so tiny that it can be placed virtually anywhere. The integration is very easy. It's just basically gluing it to the underside of the surface material.
And you have a demo of that with wood as well here.
Well, and it can be not only for replacing buttons, but it can actually go under other types of material like
so
wood.
You have that tiny sensor underneath that slab of wood.
Exactly. This is 7 millimeters of wood, and you can see the LED here. When I press, you can see that it triggers.
Yeah, Shara, just show that off. Does it feel like anything?
Yeah, I mean, you can feel like a haptic feedback. You know, like when you're typing on your phone with the keys, you sometimes feel, kind of like a little buzz feeling almost. It's the same sort of thing. So when you're pushing over here, there's nothing. It's just wood. But then when you're pressing where that virtual button is, you're really feeling the haptic feedback. And it's just, a little bit of a, can you reach it?
I definitely want to try that.
So we can go through, virtually any
it's
material:
like a little
aluminum, stainless steel, wood, ceramic.
Well, you go through
glass.
Through ceramic, so like my bathroom tiles, I can just start like programming things.
You can do that.
So how thick can it penetrate? Like,
Well,
is it only?
Yeah, it's really a function of power. So we designed this first tiny sensor to go into smartphones. And with that, we're looking at about 5 millimeters maximum thickness, through aluminum or through glass or plastic. But we have other sensors that, you get enough power, it can go through, 2 inches of solid aluminum. So it's really just a function of power.
You have a steering wheel over there.
I have a steering wheel. So what I want to show is the steering wheel of the future.
Okay.
So we're really seeing a lot of traction in the automotive space today. And the reason why it is shared mobility is on the rise.
You mean like sharing cars?
Shared cars, absolutely. Yeah. So an owned vehicle is only utilized about 5% of the time because otherwise it's sitting in a driveway or a parking lot. A shared vehicle, though, is used about 20 to 25% of the time. And so there's a lot more wear and tear on the vehicle. And we're seeing the trend go to about 50% utilization over the next 5 years. So with that much wear and tear, the mechanical button is going to wear out a lot faster, but it's also going to get very dirty with so many people using the vehicle. And with mechanical buttons, you have all the nooks and crannies where dirt and bacteria can hide. So automotive makers are looking for new ways of being able to counter that, and That's with solid-state materials. So what I have here is the steering wheel of the future. We have our sensors under about 3 millimeters of solid aluminum. And, I can just simply, press through the different menus. I can go and select with a simple press.
And we're looking at your interface right now as you're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
So we're not just a tiny sensor, but we're really multifunctional.
Way to go, Shar, playing
Sorry.
music.
That will play music, actually. So
hey, it's a real working demo.
It's a real working demo. Only the best. But it is a multifunctional user interface. So it's not just replacing a mechanical button, but you could put it on the backside of the phone as a selfie button. So you could tap it once, and you could take the picture. You could tap it twice. It could go into video mode. Press and hold, zoom in, zoom out, do the multiple taps, and you could go into the different photo filters. No need to do different, use different hands to go into the actual application and pinch and scroll and that sort of thing.
But this isn't, where we've heard of ultrasonic before is with the new fingerprint readers that we're seeing below screens, like in the new Samsung Galaxy devices.
Yep.
This isn't that.
This isn't that at all. So what we do is we transmit an ultrasound beam through the material, and it's highly localized. It doesn't propagate side to side. So if you're handling, your phone or another gadget, it's not going to false trigger. So that's one thing we wanted to come up with is a UI, a user interface that doesn't false trigger.
And does it know the difference if it's like brushing up against my sleeve versus me touching it?
Yeah, so sound travels through materials at different rates, so we can actually detect some of the different input materials. So if you have this in your pocket, we know that, not to trigger at that time.
What about waterproofing or water, things like that? How does this impact that?
Yeah, so with this technology, we've come up with something that we call 3D ultrasound. And with 3D ultrasound, you can actually do water rejection, as well as you can wear a thick, heavy ski glove like this and still be able to detect that. So we've combined the pure ultrasound technology with what we call ZD or Z-Force sensing. All in that little tiny device that you see here.
Okay, so this sensor is constantly sending out a signal, looking for an interruption with my skin, but is that going to drain batteries in the future if this is in the phone?
So, part of the secret sauce here is the way we designed it to be super low power. And so in a always-on mode, we're at 20 microamps, if that means anything to anybody.
Does not, no.
Basically, your phone, when it's off, is consuming about 100 microamps of power, even in the off state. We only consume 20 microamps, so we're much lower than that. So we sip battery.
Is that per day or like per life of the?
Just in an always-on state.
Always on, okay.
Yep.
Now, when we're going to see something like this, does it take a while to actually end up in our phones?
No. Our young company, we're about 18 months old, and we've done a lot in a very short period of time. So we've been sampling now for about the last 10 months. And we do have design-in with major smartphone makers today, so we will see phones on the market second half of this year. And we're also being designed into appliances. And over the next year or so, we hope to be in automobiles as well.
Can you say which phones we're going to see this?
Is it going to be like a mainstream phone that people would buy, or is it going to be kind of an experimental version?
No, 5G is moving very quickly, and as I said, the industrial design is going to change, quite drastically here in the very short term. And there really hasn't been a good solution out there to be able to replace the mechanical buttons. And, we were quite surprised ourselves. We thought there would be an education, a learning curve process. And, the smartphone makers have been trying to replace mechanical buttons for about the last 2 to 3 years. And so when we walked in, they said, oh, you've solved all the problems. So it's been quite a ride over the last 10 months or so.
Do you see all of them? So like with this, when you push it, you feel that the sort of haptic feedback. Is that what most are probably going to do, or is there going to be some sort of indication to know, hey, there's a button here, even though you don't see a button?
Well, the human mind is pretty amazing, and we move very quickly from BlackBerries to tapping on the screen. So here we'll always be tied with a haptic. And, there's already the haptic in the phone, so it's just a direct interface.
Is there haptic in the car as much? Like it becomes a distraction. We have to relearn what I'm pressing and everything.
Good question. It's coming very quickly. Everything that you see in the vehicle today, the feedback is haptic. And so that train has already left the station, and there's many big companies out there adopting the haptics in the automotive today. So, we're the industrial designers will do the rest with maybe roughening the surface or something to make it just very user-friendly to be able to find that button.
So are there any scenarios where it doesn't work? So you said gloves, water, but if you have a lot of lotion on your hand, would it not realize it? Or?
It even works for that as well. We designed the ultrasound signal to dissipate in air. So we are really transmitting through the solid state material. So if there's air gaps, we're probably not the right solution for that, but we do have other alternatives as well.
So, I mean, explain a little bit more what you mean by air gap. So just your finger just kind of needs to be flush, or like explain that a little more.
Exactly. It's a touch user interface. So what we're looking for is a change in the acoustic impedance at the surface level, if anybody knows what that means. So the signal will get absorbed by your finger, and some of that will be reflected back down into the sensor. And based on that reflection, we see different contrasts, and we can determine a light, medium, or heavy touch.
So is this something that's really expensive to implement, or what? Is this going to make our phones more expensive?
Actually not. We're on par with the mechanical buttons today.
With how much they cost?
Yeah, with how much they cost today. A mechanical button is actually very sophisticated here. It's not just a piece of plastic. There's a lot that goes into that. There's the cutout of the case, which is very expensive, and then the waterproofing is the majority of the cost there. So without having to put a hole in the case and without having to waterproof, we're on par with a mechanical button today, not only in the phone, but also in the car.
I can't help but think about if there's no worry about the button manufacturing, if suddenly I can start programming where I want to touch, and you have sensors all around the edges, and I can program different things, or even gaming applications.
Exactly. So, it has been adopting as what they call air triggers, using different technologies. But those technologies are prone to false positives. So if you twist the phone and create a strain, they actually false trigger. With our technology, it won't do that. So you will see more and more. Gaming is finally taking off in phones with Fortnite and other things. And 5G is really going to help that with the high bandwidth going forward. So we will see more and more sensors being put into the edge of the phone.
Are you talking with appliance makers? I mean, or is this right now first phones, then cars, then more?
Well, there's only one other person on the sales team today. So, but we've covered a lot of territory. And the appliance makers are very interested in this, as well as the automotive makers. And the reason why is, they want a user interface to be agnostic across all materials. So in the entry-level model, if they're using a different material, in the premium model, they want that same user interface to be the same, but the materials will be different. And in an appliance as well. So a stainless steel refrigerator may be sold in the US, but a glass refrigerator may be sold in Japan, and a plastic one sold in China, all using various thicknesses of materials. So they are looking for a one-size-fits-all user interface going forward because it's part of their branding.
Is there something that it doesn't work well as through, like in terms of materials? Is like one material better than another?
No, it's again, with anything, it's a function of power, and so some may require a little bit more power than the other, but all of our algorithms run with inside the chip, and we have the knobs to turn to be able to make that happen.
This is very fascinating. Thank you so much for coming by and showing us what we'll probably be talking about at next CES, seen inside of gadgets. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you for joining us, and we're going to take a short break. We're going to go back live on the show floor and then torture test on ice with the Vegas Golden Knights. That should be pretty cool, so stay tuned.
CES 2020 on the show floor. And of course, all of us are back from the new year. And at the end of the year, we may have had a little bit of fun, had a lot of food, and are thinking more about our fitness. And everybody's thinking about, tracking their calories, getting more exercise. Well, there's a product, the Gobi 3, that says it can give you a little bit more data than you're used to getting, a little more fitness tracking, a little more information about the calories that you take in. So, Alex, why don't you tell us a little bit about what the Gobi 3 does and how it can uniquely help you, especially track your calories?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are the makers of the only fitness device in the world that tracks calories completely automatically. So no more manual logging, no data entry, none of that. You wear it and it shows your calories. So it does that by sending high and low frequency signals through your skin to monitor actually your cells. So when you eat food and digest, you create glucose. Your body, then your cells want to maintain homeostasis, and so they release fluid or absorb fluid based on that. And we monitor that signal. So this is research-proven technology. UC Davis has done a study and found that we were almost 90% accurate with the automatic calorie logging. We also track your hydration levels, your heart rate, your stress, and your sleep. I mean, it's really a holistic wellness device.
Alex, how long after you eat something does it show up before the Gobi, shows you the actually calories that you took in?
Absolutely, great question. So for things that are really high in sugar, it can be up to half an hour to an hour. If you're eating something that has a combination of complex carbs or lean meats, it can start showing in about 3 or 4 hours. And that digestive process can actually last up to 8 or 12 hours, depending on your body composition.
And how does this compare? Because if you're tracking calories, you're saying if you and I ate the same thing, Gobi might tell us that we had a different amount of stuff that we ate. How does that work?
Absolutely. So really, there's a lot of, I think, misconception about digestion and the gut biome itself. So really, if you and I eat the same thing, we're going to extract different nutrients and energy out of that. And so just looking at a label is an estimation. This device is actually telling you how many calories your body is absorbing from the food that you're eating.
So, everything is just an estimate. You might actually be consuming a number of calories than what's on a label of something you ate.
Absolutely, yes.
Very cool. All right, so Sasha, why don't you talk to us? What else does Gobi 3 track, and then tell us a little bit about when it's coming out and what the price of it will be.
So, Gobi is all-in-one solution. The main feature is that we do not track just one thing, we track everything. So we track calorie intake, as my colleague just said, and we do also track calories burned. We do also tell you the delta between calories burned and calorie intake, so you can always be aware of if you are gaining weight or losing weight. We do also track the hydration level, which is very, very, very important because the hydration can cause serious diseases and metabolic processes and problems connected with the hydration as well. We do also track heart rate. We do also track stress levels, and our stress measurement is actually much more complicated than other stress measurements because we do measure skin galvanic response, we do measure sleep, we do measure heart rate, and we combine all these parameters together to tell you if you are stressed or if you are all right at the moment. We plan to launch Gobi 3. We plan to launch Gobi 3 very soon, at the first quarter of 2020, and we do really believe that our product helps to people to become aware of what they are doing, and it really helps to become friends with your body. For example, for me, it is a very unique experience, I've lost a lot of kilos by just avoiding drinking latte with sugar. Just a small thing. I just replaced latte with espresso, and my life changed. This is so weird, and this is so cool, And the pricing policy will be the price for Gobi 3. We plan to set $1,000 $189, and Gobi 2 is available now. You can buy it on Amazon or on our website, and the price is $179.
Excellent. So this is, again, the Gobi 3, which will be available soon. The Gobi 2 is out now. And here we are at the show floor. You can come and take a look at it. You can also look at this online. For more coverage of CES 2020, keep following CNET, and we'll be right back after this break. Thanks.
This is Neon. Not the screens behind me, the person, only it's not a person, it's an avatar. It's the most hyped thing here at CES. It's from Samsung's Star Labs, and they're meant for human interaction. They're meant to look and behave like humans. You're meant to be able to talk to them, and here today, we're actually gonna get a chance to see them in action. So we're gonna see Neon demoed, and then hopefully we're gonna get a chance to actually interact with these avatars. Here's what we know so far. They're based on a platform called Core R3, which is reality real-time responsiveness. They're meant to create movements and facial expressions in real time. They're meant to feel like you're talking with a human, but supposedly they're not meant to replace a human. They're not meant to be a digital assistant that just looks really human. So don't think Google Assistant, don't think Amazon's Alexa, or because of Samsung, don't think Bixby. Instead, they're meant to feel more like an actual human and like have a job like a human, like a yoga instructor or a concierge. That's the grand vision, supposedly. This thing is still shrouded in mystery. So hopefully we're gonna get some answers to the questions here to see how close they can come to actually feel like you're talking to a human, or if it gets stuck in the uncanny valley, because man, that's close. But when it's actually interacting in real time, is it going to be able to continue that level of responsiveness? Now, Star Labs, which is the innovative branch of Samsung that is making Neon, is promising a beta of this for 2020. But again, we don't know if this is meant for consumers or businesses or whatnot, but it's not meant to replicate humans. It's not meant to replicate digital assistants. It's meant to just provide a sort of natural interaction and then maybe be integrated into businesses in a way that is natural. And we're gonna find out how natural they can be right now.
So the question is, what is Neon? Can we create something that feels real virtually? Can we create it virtually that is still feel real?
So I've just seen the Neon presentation. We saw it in action. We saw people from the company interacting with it. And it's cool, but man, I was getting some uncanny valley vibes, especially when it was responding. It was holding so still. Now, part of that's part of the process. They still have to integrate that Spectra system that's gonna make it able to learn human interactions a little bit. I still wonder why they're showing it off now when it's still so rigid. Part of me thinks it's courageous and it's cool. They're excited about this and they're passionate and they want the world to see it and help them build it. They mentioned that it's going to be an open platform, so that's really nice. I hope they just weren't trying to like meet a deadline, so they rushed it out. Anyway, it's still the early stages. It's still impressive. So I'm excited, but I'm excitable. There's a handful of reasons for skepticism here. We're seeing another demo over here that's the exact same as demos we've seen before. There's a guy controlling the neons with a little tablet, and they always respond the exact same way, and it's always super robotic. These guys, the ones that actually look super lifelike, this is clearly a pre-rendered animation. So is this actually a thing? Hopefully we find out more. I'm gonna get a chance to interact with it myself right now. So look at the hair. It changes and shifts ever so slightly, like she's getting more and less hair. From a distance, it looks very, very human, but the closer you get, oh my gosh, it's like a sci-fi movie gone wrong. It's like the scene before this thing comes out of the screen and kills me, and I'm getting the heebie-jeebies. Okay, so I'm about to get to chat with Neon and ask it a few questions. Here we go, and my questions are going to be relayed by Simon here to Neon. Neon, what's your favorite food?
Neon, what's your favorite food?
Pizza.
Neon, what do you want? What do you hope to accomplish?
Neon, what do you want? What do you hope to accomplish?
That's not really something I care about.
Neon, do you like football?
Neon, do you like football?
No, definitely not.
No! Why not, Neon?
Why not, Neon?
My neurons are burning just thinking about that.
Okay, and so we got to see it in action and react to a few of my questions in real time. Thank you very much, Simon. So that was cool, and maybe even a little bit more successful than the demo we saw on stage. It was reacting in somewhat real time to me, well, to Simon interpreting for me. It wasn't really building on context with questions. That's what I was going for with the second football question, and Google Assistant and Amazon's Assistant can do that, and it wasn't doing that really. It was just giving a canned response. Still, it was interacting to what it was asked, and there's reason for excitement here. I want to paint with a careful brush. Skepticism, absolutely warranted, but an early demo and maybe they're excited, it's cool. Is this thing ever going to see the light of day? Is it going to live up to its promise? I don't know. But for the time being, it's neat and it looks really human under the right circumstances. And hopefully those circumstances continue to grow and expand.
Hey, welcome back to the CNET stage live from CES 2020. My name is Jeff Bakalar. Here with me now is Shane Knighty, former NHLer and now an on-air analyst for the Las Vegas Golden Knights. Thanks for being here, Shane.
Thanks for having me.
This has been a lot of fun hanging out on Monday.
We had a lot of fun, yeah.
We did. Every year we come to Las Vegas and we get around to torture testing gadgets that claim to be super rugged. But ever since Vegas got an NHL team, I've been trying to find a way to weasel my way into playing hockey in Las Vegas because I love hockey and that's what I want to do out here. So, Shane, first off, thank you to you, the team, the management for having us out there and helping us break some stuff on your practice ice.
Well, it was unusual when the request came. Now, it's not often you're going to take electronics onto a hockey arena and test them out by shooting at them with pucks, then using them as pucks.
Unconventional.
But as soon as I heard that was what was required, I said, absolutely, this sounds like a lot of fun, and it was.
So what we did was we set up a test with a variety of different devices, like you said, action cams, rugged cases, a few phones, and we basically just started unloading on them. And before we roll that video, Shane, you were a defenseman in the NHL. I'm sure you blocked your share of shots in your career. You were wearing equipment. I'm sure it still hurt, but can you describe for everyone just what kind of impact these devices were facing?
Well, if you get, we did it a couple different ways. So basically a hockey shot, a slap shot, I think the average is anywhere 85 to 90 miles per hour. The hardest ever recorded was 108.8 by Zdeno Chara. In hockey, you use a 6-ounce vulcanized rubber puck that's pre-frozen. So, they travel at speeds similar to baseball, but there's 20% more kinetic energy to a hockey puck traveling at the same speed, and it causes extremely more damage.
Yeah, you want to get hit by a baseball.
I've broken bones through that equipment from blocking shots. I've almost lost my eye twice from a hockey puck. This was previously. It's all good now.
Yeah.
Either my eye looks two different colors, but it's just a little pupil damage.
And you can see fine. Everything's cool.
Yeah, I can
Everything's
see good.
cool.
But a hockey puck is dangerous. Not only that, it's just a contact sport. The boards, the glass, there's a little forgiveness to it, but guys, tear shoulders, break bones from contact. So we put these devices through what a lot of guys get injured from.
Yeah, totally. It got me thinking, especially when we started shooting on net. We were hitting all these things, and it reminded me of like the cameras that are in the goals. Yeah. During your career, did you ever see like anything get busted? Because all that stuff, they don't want it to get hit. It's in the net, but they do not want that camera to face a slap shot or something like that.
No, and at times you see it knocked down. It's well protected. And I think, I've been out of the game playing for this 9 years now. And we are at CES. Technology has drastically changed in the National Hockey League throughout for cameras, the angles, everything that's involved. And I think they're a lot better protective. They're able to cover so much of the ice now. And I'm sure we can get in later. I know the NHL is about to really advance the technology in the game to follow puck and player tracking. They started last year. I think they did the All-Star game. They did a game here in Vegas. They're still, getting all the data from that, and hopefully that'll come soon because hockey's a unique sport to try and track because it's so fast and everything happens. There's no time where players change during play. There's no whistle.
You need robots to track what's going on.
It's hard to track. So I'm excited. It'll help me in the broadcast. As a broadcaster, it'll really help us, give it to viewers, give it to people interested in the game, a lot more data and a lot more interesting facts during game time.
All right. Let's check out what we did on Monday. Let's roll that video, and we'll get it after this video real quick.
Oh, man. This is amazing. For 13 years, I've been coming to CES. We always torture test stuff out here. I never get that call to do that. And now Vegas has a hockey team, so now I get the call. Now I get to torture test something. Finally, it's my turn to do something poorly, but maybe well. Let's go. I picked the right job. I did. So what we're doing is not very scientific. We're going to shoot frozen rubber at gadgets, and they're probably gonna break. So it's not really an indication of how rugged something is, but more just us finding a fun way to break stuff. I'm here with Shane Knighty. He's the color analyst for the Vegas Golden Knights. Professional career that spanned well more than a decade, Stanley Cup winner.
This is gonna be fun.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna shoot some frozen rubber at a couple of gadgets.
I don't like the gadgets. I don't like their chances.
No.
But that said, it's you and I. I haven't shot in a long time. I've been on the ice for a while.
Not
Not quite what I used to be able to do. I'm expecting you to have that pinpoint accuracy.
Wow, you're a former NHLer. I play in a beer league. What we have here is a basically 6 foot wide piece of plexiglass with some Velcro, and we're about to attach all these to the Velcro. It's sort of sadistic in a way. This is a Hero Black 8 by GoPro. That's the Sony Action Cam. Then we have a Osmo Action Cam. Here is an iPhone with a rugged case, which is just sort of like a death sentence.
A rugged
bud.
case.
Yeah. Here we go. This is a LaCie drive. We'll see how you go, bud. Okay. This is the Cat thermal phone. It's got a thermal camera on it. Check it out. Whoa, look how frosty and warm Jeff is at the same time.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, hey, that was a good test. Didn't fall down. So that didn't work so well. All the gadgets fell off and that Velcro's a little too weak for the strength of a Shane Knighty wrist shot. So what we're gonna do is, Hockey MacGyver over here is gonna hang these from the crossbar, which is brilliant. We should have thought of that earlier. Round 2 or 3, whatever this is, now we have to shoot a little higher. That could be good or bad, let's see. There. Ooh!
Did I hit the tank? Little.
Oh!
Come on, there we go.
There we go.
That one I got.
And they're all down. All right, right now Shane and I are gonna play a little bit of crossbar. Just try and hit these gadgets off the crossbar. Because why not?
Why not?
Why not? We got them here. Let's do it. All right, this is what? GoPro? I'm sorry. All right, this is the Osmo. Oh. This is the Sony Action Cam.
Oh, that was close. That screen keeps popping out. There we go.
Ding dong. Whoa!
That did not hit the crossbar. That was pretty good. You got some loft.
Oh! Whew. I'm
Can't
telling you, that thing is fine.
Okay, the iPhone, I feel bad for it.
Ooh.
Oh. Is this still alive?
It's alive, man.
That is impressive.
It was on when I shot it. Ooh, that looked okay.
This is the heaviest product.
This is, yeah, this thing is a brick. We've got the Cat thermal phone. It's real heavy, so it means it's gonna hit hard too. Let's see. Crossbar.
1-0, you tie it up.
Oh. Yeah, it's tough to shoot.
That's tough to shoot. Oh, good shot.
Ooh, did that hit the thing? All right, we're gonna take these back to the stage and see if any of them can turn on. My money's on that LaCie drive.
I think the drive has a real good chance. These went through a test that
normally you wouldn't see.
Yeah, I feel like they don't do this in the factory.
No, the
It's
players,
probably,
I've played hockey a long time. I've never had gadgets out to shoot with.
yeah. So this again is crazy what we just did, but let's take it back to the stage and see how it turns out.
So let's just get this out of the way first.
Yeah.
These are my gloves, and I wear them wherever I go. No, this was a ridiculous test that we
Yes.
did, right? Like, in no way should we expect any of these gadgets to survive what we did to them.
No, but you know what? Some real good results when you look at
Totally.
what happened.
Totally.
So that,
Yeah, we'll get to it. And again, thank you to all the
Yes.
gadget manufacturers to sacrificing these products for us. That was very brave. So I'm wearing gloves because we did shatter some glass. I just want to come in and kind of show some of the remains of what we're dealing with. This was the Sony Action Cam.
that one got the worst. That's the one where I hit the actual iron on the net.
Look at that.
Square.
Oh boy, this really had no chance. The lens inside though is still
there.
intact. That's points.
pretty good.
That's pretty
That's some
good.
points.
This was the Cat phone, that thermal imaging phone. I don't know what happened here. The battery might have like busted a little bit. It popped
Just
open the
popped
back
a bit.
case. But this thing was taking a beating. We could not break it. This
That was
we hit
on the
the
last
glass
shot.
right a few times. That was pretty impressive.
All the stuff initially, like falling to the ice, was fine. It was until we actually
Right. Here was the rugged iPhone case. This thing is this. You could put this on another iPhone. It would still work right now.
the case.
The case, no, the phone not so much. Yeah, look at that. You could see it is busted right open. Sorry, little buddy. Okay, what else do we have here? This was the GoPro.
Yeah.
Oh no, this was the what was this? The Osmo. Oh no, the DJI. Yeah. Shattered glass. Look, what do you expect, right?
The front's good.
The front's good. Front's great. I'm going to take this and put it on a different one. This is salvageable right here. Everything else, not so much. Again, trying to be delicate here, all this broken glass.
This one here.
It is, oh, here we go. This was the most impressive one, right?
Yeah.
Aside from the hard drive here.
It took a bit of a direct hit from kind of a glancing puck shot.
Yeah, I don't know if you could see that. It's tough to zoom in, but here's where Shane nailed it.
Yeah.
Not bad, dude.
Pretty good. And then it went off the glass, the plexiglass, and down to the ice.
It took a beating. You know what? Maybe, yeah, the glass is still intact. Maybe you make action cameras out of hockey pucks. Maybe that's the move.
That's for a lot smarter people than
That's
me
a
to
patent
decide.
that you and I just got right there. 2020 patent. All right. Finally, the Lacey drive, the LaCie drive, how are you
No
pronouncing
screen
it?
on it.
No screen, nothing to shatter. You or I did not hit the like aluminum kind of metal here, but I got it. Oh, I didn't notice that. That might be new, but I think I hit it somewhere on the side.
Yeah.
What we're going to do right now real quick, just going to plug it in and see if it works. I think that's
Yeah,
fair.
let's check
I
it
mean,
out.
we don't know. So here we go. Hold your breath. All right, let's see. Dude, the power light's on. The power's on. Nothing's popping up. I don't know.
Power light's a good
The
sign.
power light's on, so something is working, if not just that little LED that's shining.
And that went off the boards 2 or 3 times.
We just started playing with it after a while. We're just like passing around. Yeah. So it's not registering, but at least the light went on. That's impressive.
That's something.
That's impressive. I'm going to unplug it because I don't want it to like explode or something like that, but very, very cool. Going back to what you were talking about with the tech in hockey, I think for me watching the game and understanding like just how fast it is, how hard it is, how do you think all that stuff will help people who maybe aren't exposed to hockey understand it a little better?
I think you want to bring as many people as you can into the sport, and you try to do that any way you can. So to recognize, you want to see how fast players can skate.
Yeah.
Get up to 20 miles per hour. You want to see, how hard their shots are in game. Some of the, how much does a player skate in a game? Like an average shift is around 40 to 45 seconds. The ice time of a player can range between 12 to 25 minutes in a game. I think the tracking they did, I believe last year, one of the games between Vegas and San Jose, 2 players skated 3 miles. Like stuff like some interesting facts in game, and then, accuracy on passing. I don't know exactly the exact technology that goes into it. It's pretty fascinating to me when they can be able to track it. And as I said, it's harder because players, in hockey changing the fly. There's no whistle. It can be mid-game, and you've got 3 guys changing, then another 2, 5 guys on, So it's hard to do it, but there's so many dynamics, and then it'll help the analytics of the game.
Totally.
It's very interesting. I think for people, the more information you can give, and the more people you can bring into the sport, however it is, whether they love physicality hockey, whether they love the skill, whether they love the finesse, whether they love the data, the tech, I think it's great, and it enhances the viewer's perspective of the game.
Yeah, I've been watching hockey for 30 years. I'm very attached emotionally to this sport. You look at like what the other sports have in terms of their, stats kind of renaissance. From Moneyball to all the way through, how granular that analytics gets. I think hockey still has a little way to go in terms of like unpacking that. Not because just because it is such a fast game and such a tough game to kind of wrap your hands around. You need that technology to help aid that kind of analysis.
And it is. I the technology will help. It'll help the analytics, but it's still a sport where it's a read and react sport. Everything happens in a split second, decision making. But it's the evolution throughout any sport. You're seeing different tech products come in. Now there's products that test their mind for players. I saw they're starting to introduce that through USA Hockey. There's something that allows them, because hockey IQ is a big part of it, how you'd react in certain situations and mimic. When I was training, there was none of this. But we're going back a few years or decades, whatever you want to call it. So it's interesting to follow what's going on and how things are changing, and then how it's going to come into the game at the highest level, pro level in the National Hockey League.
So like you said, you've been out of the league a few years. Since that time to now, is there any one thing that kind of moved the needle a little further in a way that you kind of wish, I wish I was around for that innovation? Or
money? No. Salaries have gone up quite a bit.
Salary caps up.
Is there one thing that, I'm happy where I was able, I think just the skill of the players now is off. Their speed and skill of the game, it is so fast.
And that's tech too, like the components of a stick.
But I think the thing you see now is just the camera angles, the ability to watch the game. Although I do TV, I still believe hockey's, I'm biased, but I believe it's the best live sport. Like I'm a big NFL fan. Baseball I can take either way, but NFL to me is a television sport because it's not as fast paced, it's slow moving. Hockey it's just fast. So the ability, I think anything we can get to help us to deliver that game, because we're still you're trying to grow the game as much as you can. And I think we're in a world now where tech can really help you do that.
Definitely. Like you, I am a fan, and I want to see that new level of being able to watch the game and understand things that you can't see with your eyes, that you need technology to track for you, whether it be, I'm sure we'll get to the point where they'll be measuring like the flex on sticks.
Well, there is. There already is. The evolution of the hockey stick is drastically from wooden to, they did aluminum 2-piece where you had a wood blade, aluminum shaft, and then it went to a 1-piece stick, composite. Now most sticks are made out of carbon fiber with, I think there's components of Kevlar to make it stronger. There's different kick points, different flex, the bend of a stick, which, that brings the speed of the puck. So guys shoot harder now, they shoot quicker, and all that it'll be interesting to be able to graph that in game.
Right.
A guy lets a shot go, how hard was that coming? How fast was he skating when it happened? The accuracy of a player, he's executed 4 to 5 passes and how long, and goaltenders, their saves, what they're standing there facing, 90 miles per hour, frozen rubber coming at them.
It's awesome. It's a fun time to be a fan of this sport. Let's try the drive one more time.
Try to give
in the
one
control
more
room, they want to see it one more time. Let's see. All right, we got that light again. If this breaks my computer, you're paying for a new one.
Not mine.
Not gonna happen, I don't think. Oh, now I can't even get the light to come on. All right, it's mad at me. Shane, it was such a thrill getting to skate with you, man. So much fun. Again, thank you, and thank the Golden Knights for letting us convince my bosses that I should bring my ice skates to Las Vegas. That's going to do it for us. The Golden Knights are back in action tomorrow night hosting the Kings. If you're in town in Las Vegas and you've never been to T-Mobile Arena for a game, take it from me, go do it. It is a wild time. And thanks again to all the product makers for sending us the products to torture. That's GoPro, Cat, Sony, Zizo. We really appreciate all of that. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, Brian Cooley will be here for a plant-based taste test. Okay, stay tuned.
We are here at the Google booth. It's gigantic. You got Friends of Google Assistant stuff over there. You got Pixel stuff over there. Nest, Stadia. You know, you actually see this stuff pretty much at every Google event. But the real thing is an experience. We're gonna go up these stairs and try out something new. So we've been waiting in line for a long time. Now, I don't know how great this Google Assistant journey is, but it better be really great for this line. Now, we got in early, so this line isn't as long as it could be. Who knows how long it would take for anybody else to get in. We're very lucky to be able to get in eventually. We're finally going to go into a Google Assistant journey, and the first thing we see is a washing machine and dryer.
All 6 of you will have an opportunity to speak with the Google Assistant in different environments. Is everyone ready?
Let's do it.
Awesome. Let's head on in.
There's a second door.
There we go. Watch your step right here.
So this has been hidden behind the door the whole time.
Another group of weary travelers. And yet, in their eyes, somehow, a glimmer of curiosity remains.
That's me. I'm number 1 apparently. So I'm going to say, hey Google, play some music.
Okay, playing the Change of Plans soundtrack.
Go ahead and grab whatever seat you would like.
Calling shotgun. Shotgun rules apply, even in fake cars. The doors are bolted open.
There we go, and with that, they're off.
So last year they had a roller coaster. Today they have a simulation.
Whoa! Trippy! We're in Brooklyn. Now, as they accelerate at an exhilarating pace towards their destination. What's this? A call from Jen. Could this be a change of plans?
Hey, so little bit of a huge problem. I just called Burrito Rito, and they're out of bacon and Brussels burrata di buffalo risotto burritos. What are we gonna do?
Nature's Bounty Grocer. Let's go. The grocery store? But of course! We'll make the burrata burritos ourselves. Burrito emoji, bacon emoji, fire emoji.
Well, that was the change of plans, and now we're going to the grocery store. Come on through.
Our heroes are so astounded by the Google Assistant's helpfulness that they break into spontaneous applause.
Yay!
White wine, Italian parsley, flour tortillas, chicken stock, Parmigiano Reggiano, red pepper,
I need a store that does this when I look for stuff. So make sure if you're going to use Google Assistant this way, you go to a supermarket that has lights everywhere and your oven is connected. Otherwise, this doesn't make a lot of sense.
Reading, chop through your business fears on Google Play Books. I'll go back to where you stopped last time.
Have you ever been to a kid's play? That's what this feels like. It's just like, oh, let's go do this thing. Watch your step.
Wait, I think, team, I think they maybe possibly did it!
You know.
Wow, we made this happen all together. You actually did
You're
it.
magnetized.
Even Miriam.
So we just finished a change of plans, a Google Assistant journey. We had ups and downs and cornball dialogue and everything. But the whole main idea was to see what Google Assistant could do for your daily life. And there are things I hadn't seen before. Smart ovens, smart Instant Pots, smart faucets. If things work as well as it did in the demo, I think life will be really easy. Do things really work that well in real life? Maybe not, but we'll get there someday. We're gonna end the Google experience the traditional way with the slides. Let's do it. Whee! So this has been the Google booth at CES 2020, and it's wonderful here. Wonderful. Souvenir, you think I should take this with me? Probably not. I think I have to hit the lady.
So a lot of people hate on CES. They say it's a show of vaporware, products that get shown off but that never come to market. Well, here we have a success story. This is Ovis by ForwardX, previously seen at last year's CES as CX1. Then it was a prototype, now it's a real product. It costs $799 and it looks like a normal suitcase, but it's not a normal suitcase. It has 5 cameras around here and you get a wristband with it. And what it does is you don't have to carry it around an airport or wherever. It'll just follow you. It can see your wristband and it'll follow it and follow you. And if you get more than 6 meters away from the suitcase, your wristband will give off an alert. The suitcase will hear it and it'll come to where it hears the sound, it'll see you and it'll follow you. So $799 sounds like a lot for a suitcase, and it kind of is, but the technology here is pretty cool. So there's 5 cameras in there and they follow you around, but because there's AI technology in those cameras, it can avoid other people. So if you're walking through a crowded airport, it won't bump into people. And with the technology and the wristband that comes with it, if you get more than 6 meters away from it, the wristband will emit these vibrations that the suitcase can hear, and it'll follow the vibrations. And then once it sees you, its camera sees you, it'll come directly to you. So $799 sounds like a lot, but for me, I came to CES this year all the way from Australia, and when I got to LAX airport, I stupidly left my suitcase for about 30 seconds, and then it just vanished. And having to spend $500 on a week's worth of clothing the first day of CES sucks really bad. The suitcase was at the last 2 CESs as a prototype, but now this is the real deal. ForwardX says if you buy it now, it'll be at your doorstep in a week.
We are here at CES 2020 taking a look at the latest weed tech around. So right now I'm in front of a booth for a company called PAX, and they have had a vaporizer out for a number of years now, but today they are launching their new Aero Pro. It's a new vaporizer that actually connects with these specific pods right here to be able to give their users more specific precise information, test results on the CBD content, the THC, etc., in the strains that they're smoking. Not only does it give you more transparency in the information, but it also lets you personalize how you take hits. So, right here you can see that you actually get to personalize how hot you want to smoke a given strain, and also you get to choose how many doses you want to take for every inhale. Not only does it give you full transparency on the test results on the strains that you're smoking, but it also lets you personalize how you smoke each strain. So the app actually stores your preferences for each strain. So maybe one you want to burn hotter and one you want to just sip on over time, right? And basically, by storing that information and sort of adapting over time to how you smoke, you gain sort of a more personalized experience to your smoking habits, right? And the Aero Pro actually provides haptic feedback. So when you inhale, you get a certain amount, a certain dosage, and if you inhale hard or soft, it actually still tries to give you, it sort of adapts. It tries to give you about the same amount each time, and it actually vibrates. It gives you kind of haptic feedback when you've finished the dose. So it's kind of a cool contraption here. It adds in a lot of transparency, a lot of smarts. It's really cool to see this shift over time where they're adding so many smarts and so much transparency to this burgeoning industry. For more of the latest tech at CES, check out our YouTube channel. Otherwise, thanks for watching.
I'm here at CES, and after walking the show floor, my feet are very tired, but I might have an answer, and it's also the answer to the future of urban mobility. Now, imagine you have a giant car and it takes you to and from work every day, a really short trip for one person. Well, imagine if you could combine the convenience of a car with a bike and fuse it together. That's what this is. It's called the Veloce from French company Wello. Now, it's designed to give you pedal power, but with a bit of assistance from a battery. So I'll show you inside. You can sit up front and pedal kind of like you would a regular bike, but it's also got a battery built in that means it'll make it much easier for you to go up a hill. Now, in the back, you can carry your entire family if they're very small, or you can turn this area into a cargo space. Now, it's designed to go at a speed of about 15 to 25 miles per hour, and that's due to European regulations. And with the battery and the pedal assistance, you'll get a range of about 25 to 35 miles. But if you use the solar panels, which is an added extra on top, you might get a range of about 60 miles. And because this is the future, this iPad tells me exactly what I need to know about the vehicle. So imagine you have a fleet of these vehicles around the city. You'll be able to see them in real time and track them through the streets, seeing things like their speed, their battery usage, how much charge is left on the solar panels, and because we live in the eco-conscious age, how many carbon emissions you've saved. But enough of the iPad now. I don't know about you, this seems clunkier than a bike, and obviously we've seen in a number of cities around the world now bikes with that kind of added oomph of a battery power. But I like the idea of being protected from the elements. I like the idea of taking, let's not lie, my very adorable dog in the back. And it seems to me like a pretty good option if you don't want to go out for a car, but maybe you don't want to just be schlepping around on a bike. I don't know if it's going to let me like cycle around CES, but I reckon I could give it a try. All right. It's locked. They've definitely locked it because of people like me. All right, this one here, which is the family model, it's designed for consumers. It's available to pre-order now, starting at €4,900, which is about $5,500 US. But for optional extras, you can get things like the solar panels on the roof or deluxe interiors. They're also doing a B2B model that has more of a cargo feel or a bit of a pickup truck style vibe. I don't know if it's for me. You're going to look certainly very interesting fanging around the city in one of these, but I think it's definitely a great option for the future of transport. If you want to see more cool, amazing stuff like this from the CES show floor, then make sure you subscribe to CNET, where we have all of your future tech needs.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to CNET's live coverage from CES 2020. I'm Brian Cooley, CNET's editor-at-large. We got a whole lot of folks. If you ever seen the stage this big, those of you who've been veterans of watching, I mean, we had this huge stage built, and we were thinking, are we ever going to use this thing? Yeah, we're using it finally. Finally, so the marketing team is happy. They spent the money making it this big. We're about to talk about plant-based foods, and I want to start with the one that is the 10,000-pound gorilla here at CES, the announcement of Impossible Pork. Now, that happened here at CES already, and it was a major announcement, and they are the first and only, I think, official food partner here at CES. It starts to build this story that food is tech. That might have sounded kind of unappetizing and cold in the past. Not anymore. Food is tech is a fascinating, tasty story. How many of you here in the audience, first of all, have seen or looked at the stories, the videos about the Impossible Pork? Have you seen this thing? Okay, about half of you. Have any of you had it? They're sampling it here. Has anyone tried it yet? No, not yet. I believe they're out in front of the LVCC. So not this building, but the main building there, doing like 25,000 samples. So if you haven't seen that, you can check out our coverage on CNET. I took a taste test of that before they unveiled it, and it's a big story. But everyone's focused on the idea of ground beef patties, burgers, and ground pork now, and that's the whole Impossible Beyond story we've been talking about in 2019. There is so much more going on top of those great ideas in plant-based foods, and today we're going to take a look at some of them. So joining me on my left side are three plant-based rock star companies that you may not have heard of, but are, I think, some up-and-coming ones. We're going to go through them and talk about what they've got. We're going to taste it with some very particular CNET staff over here. Say hi to Lauren Abrar, who many of you know in the plant-based avenue lately, Alexandra, and then we got Nasser down on the far end there. So this is my CNET taste team. They're honest, they have good taste, and they'll let us know what it's like. I want to start now with our first of our foods that you probably don't know about. Monica Talbert joins us now from Van Cleef Seafood, but the brand is Wild Skinny Clean.
So this is our brand new product line, Wild Skinny Clean, and we have our plant-based, Simply Like shrimp, our crunchy coconut version.
And this is almost inconceivable. How do you make shrimp out of plants? What's in it?
The main ingredient is actually an ancient superfood called konjac root. And it is
konjac root.
Konjac root, yes.
Which is like, if we find it in the wild, what does it look like?
It looks like...
Don't say a root, because I know...
It does look like a root.
I'm guessing a root. Okay, here we are. We're taking a look at the preparation of it
it's
that we did earlier.
It's a little round, brown root. Almost kind of looks like a poop emoji.
So you almost would, and that makes it very relatable. Yes. All right, so here we are with some preparation that we did in the kitchens earlier. Okay, konjac root, another main ingredient. What else is in here holding it together?
We have vegetable starch, and we have paprika and vegan seasonings, and that's it for the actual shrimp. And then for the coating, we have gluten-free flour, which is very important, and also unrefined coconut flakes.
Oh, that's what I see on it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let's taste it, guys. Let's check out some shrimp. So this is the Wild Skinny Clean brand. Van Cleef is the company. Where are you guys based?
Virginia.
What got the company into this?
Well, we've been in the seafood industry we've been making seafood for customers for about 20 years. And, we noticed that plant-based is more than just a trend, it's a movement. It's almost a paradigm shift going on, and we wanted to be a part of that as a seafood company. And I really think...
Is it market-driven or is it some kind of conviction-driven? Both are good answers.
It's both. So I have to admit, first it was market-driven, but now I really see and am passionate about plant-based seafood being an agent of change for the industry and for the future of the oceans and sustainability. I almost think you can't talk about the sustainability for the oceans without talking about plant-based seafood.
It's such a huge volume.
Yes, and it's there to decrease the pressure that we're putting on these overfished species.
That's so interesting coming from a company that is a seafood company
That's right.
also and still.
But not all seafood is sustainable. The seafood that we have is 100% sustainable. It's wild and American caught. Okay. But the plant-based seafood, there's a role that plant-based seafood will play in the future of the sustainability of the oceans.
Okay,
and
so that's the story.
Yeah.
Now the taste. Lauren, I guess a couple mics we're going to hand around. What did you think?
I thought it was very crispy. You can really taste the coconut flakes, and I really just like the consistency of it. It kind of really does mimic what shrimp would kind of taste and feel like. So
yeah.
I really enjoyed it, yeah.
Alexandra, what did you think of that?
It was really good. I love shrimp. Like,
You
real
do? Okay.
shrimp.
Because some folks don't like
So
seafood,
the
don't
bar
like
is
shrimp.
very high, and it was really good. It tastes like the texture is exactly what when you like bite into a shrimp or a deep fried shrimp. I kind of felt like that scene in The Good Place when Eleanor is like eating all those shrimps.
Yeah.
It was really good. I'm
It's
like
got-
excited to have the other one.
Because everyone knows shrimp has that essential sort of springiness to it when it's cooked. And what
Little
I'm
bit of
also
bounce.
intrigued by is how it, I don't know what the word is, how it kind of segments like shrimp meat in there. The actual,
It gives you that experience, that same shrimp experience when you bite into it.
the fiber looks like shrimp.
That's right.
That's very
That's that
interesting.
konjac root.
That's like the magic konjac.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to come back with some more taste reactions from the rest of our panel as we move on to our next delight here. Deborah Torres is here from Atlas Monroe. Hi, Deborah.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Good. You brought us something really interesting because we have heard about plant-based chicken products, for example, in the past. They're typically nuggets. They're typically kind of generic little discs of things, right? This is interesting. So what am I looking at here? What do you guys call this?
We call this our extra crispy fried chicken. It's plant-based. It's made out of wheat, like a wheat protein.
Yeah.
A lot of eclectic flavors in there. Can't wait for you guys to taste it.
Smells good. Anything tricky about preparing this? Let's say someone got this and they know how to make fried chicken. Does this go right in, or do you need to cook it a little differently?
Actually, it comes frozen, and then you would just put it in your deep fryer, your air fryer at 350. It's ready in about 5 minutes.
Okay, so you've just got to heat, and this sauce is to go with it, right?
Yes,
This
that's
is
our
you
bomb
guys.
honey mustard sauce.
Okay. What was the motivation that underlies Atlas Monroe? Why are you guys in this world?
Well, actually, my father was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes a few years ago. So my family and I, we went on a raw vegan diet for about 90 days, and we walked with him every day. And we got really hangry eating just salads and fruit salads and smoothies. And I just went to work in the kitchen experimenting with like plant flavors and textures and started making like raw lasagna, raw tacos, burgers, all kinds of stuff. After the 90 days, he was actually completely healed, and he still is to this day.
Really?
Yes. But we did return to eating cooked foods, and I kept experimenting, and now we have our famous fried chicken.
Tasty. Tasty.
Thank you.
Okay, Nasser, let's get you a mic. What do you think of Atlas Monroe fried chicken?
I mean, with the same regards to the shrimp, what surprised me with plant-based foods is the texture and how it matches the consistency to like actual chicken and shrimp. And with this fried chicken, pleasantly surprised. Like you close your eyes, you're eating like a regular piece of fried chicken. And overall, from the taste, to the texture, to the moisture,ness, that's the second thing that surprised me, especially with a piece of fried chicken in the oils.
Yeah.
10 to 10 matches it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Abrar, what do you think about this?
I think the first thing that struck me was that it looks just like a piece of regular fried chicken, which is really, really
Definitely
impressive.
on the outside, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. It really has that same texture and consistency when you kind of break it apart. But the seasoning and the spices are so good that you really like. I took a bite and I thought maybe, okay, let me stop there, but I took a few more. So that's a big deal for me because I'm not really into plant-based food that much.
Well, thank you.
Now, what's interesting to me is it's like the color inside is like it's all dark meat, right?
Mm-hmm. That juicy dark meat, yeah.
Did you do that intentionally? Would you like to make it also look like white meat inside? Because I kind of expected it was going to be white meat inside, but I didn't know what to expect.
No. I think that a lot of plant-based chicken is that white breast kind of look. We
That's
wanted
what
to
the
go,
nuggets always are.
Yeah. We wanted something that's going to be juicy, more of the dark meat side.
Okay.
So, yeah. Mhm.
Very good. The seasoning is killer, too.
Thank you.
Okay. That's Deborah Torres from Atlas Monroe. And when I come back with all you guys, I want to know what you got scheduled for 2020. So that'll be our lightning round when we're done. But now we got to have dessert. Isn't that the fun part? So, Alon Steinhardt is here from Eclipse Foods. And tell us what you guys have. What's your product?
Sure. So, here we go.
And here it comes.
Eclipse makes...
Speak of the devil. Viva's got the most enviable job here.
Thank you.
She
So
gets to
Eclipse
serve great
makes
ice cream.
plant-based dairy products that are indistinguishable from their animal counterparts. We do that because we've created a milk from plants that functions like dairy milk. So in the same way that you'd make ice cream or cheese or sour cream, you can create dairy products using our milk. And the result is products with the taste, texture, functionality of conventional dairy.
Now, you're a tech guy, aren't you? Because you just said functionality.
Yeah, so
Only tech guys say that. Food folks don't say functionality.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in alternative proteins for a few years now, and then before that was actually in software.
You're a former GFI Good Food Institute guy, you were saying.
That's right, yeah.
Which is a major think tank for where the plant-based revolution's going. How much did that inform as you moved into this?
A tremendous amount. So I was there helping run an incubator for the plant-based space, and basically looking at what are the opportunities within the plant-based market to really change our food system. And the platform for a dairy product that is indistinguishable from conventional dairy and therefore actually appeals to mainstream consumers was just a big hole in the market, and that's what we're doing at Eclipse.
And you said it's corn, oat, potato, cassava. Is that right?
That's right. So when we went to formulate our milk, we knew that if we wanted milk that actually functioned like conventional dairy milk, we would have to do something that was molecularly identical. And so that can't happen with just an oat milk or a soy milk or an almond milk. We actually had to take a blend of plants that would come together, interact with each other, with the oils, with the sugars, with the nutrients, to create a milk that is actually functional.
You are so not getting out of this building in one piece. This is so good. You're going to get mobbed for this. All right. Let's go back to Alexandra. Let's get back to you now. What do you think about this? We have two flavors here. We have a vanilla and chocolate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think?
Well, they're both really good.
Which do you like best?
Okay, I like the chocolate the best. It's kind of like a dark chocolate, but we
Yeah.
all just agreed it's kind of like gelato. Like it's very thick and
Yeah, it's very luxurious.
yeah,
right?
yeah, it's really fancy, but it's definitely really good. And then I also think it, like, you don't notice that it's not dairy. It's like still like melts in your mouth. It still tastes like ice cream. It still like satisfies like ice cream.
Lauren, let's get your take on it now. We went to you at the beginning. Now you're going to come back around the horn. What do you think?
Yes, okay, so one, if you didn't tell me that this was what it is, I would think it was regular ice cream, like no lie. And I might have broken a rule, but I added the fried chicken in there. I'm from
Wow.
So,
Wow.
And it was fire, so.
Soul food hacker.
I'm from Miami, so fried chicken is, you know, so. But yeah, so it's good.
Are you looking for a job in product innovation, maybe?
What?
You need an evangelist by any chance?
I was thinking product development. Oh.
Yeah, so.
And by the way, we're not here blowing smoke. I mean, I brought these guys on from the team, say, just tell us what you think. We're not here promoting anything. So the stuff really is good. We're being honest about it, and any questions we do have about it. So now, what was the motivation? I think you mentioned, I mean, it's a sustainability story here, especially with your background coming out of GFI, but also how did your technology work in the past inform your interest in innovation?
Yeah, absolutely. So I come from like software tech. My co-founder was actually the head of product development at Hampton Creek Just.
Oh, yeah.
So he created Just Mayo, the cookies,
Egg,
the
yeah.
dressings. Yeah, he oversaw the team that did the egg.
Yeah.
And so when we came together, we said we have to use technology to actually give consumers exactly what they want, which is a product that has the taste, texture, functionality of the product that they're looking to replace. So for us, it was how do we use technology to create products that meet consumers where they are, and that's really how we're going to change the food system, is by offering products that require no sacrifice. So you mentioned it tastes just like dairy, it satisfies like dairy. That's the exact point, is zero sacrifice.
Okay, so the thing that I think is interesting is you come from a tech background, you're talking the tech walk, and then we've got Deborah here, who you developed it in your kitchen. Is that right? We're all imagining some big sterile white lab for all of this. Kitchen created. I find that so interesting that it is accessible as an industry to actually do this at a relatively modest scale as you're developing it, to use your own instincts and skills with food ingredients that are not some high-tech scientific thing, right?
Exactly, yeah.
That's really, I think, surprising to a lot of people. We think everything comes out of a semiconductor factory, right, with conveyors and all that. When Van Cleve started working up your brand of Wild Skinny Clean, did you farm any of it out? Did you guys do it all in-house? Did you have partners?
We didn't have partners. I have an amazing product development manager who happens to be my mom.
That's another home story. Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of.
And she's an absolute genius in the kitchen. And so it's creating a kitchen and not a lab.
I run across this as I cover these plant-based stories. It's like there's more often than not, developed in the kitchen.
Yeah.
It's such an interesting angle. You don't find smartphones developed in someone's kitchen. There's no TV developed in someone's garage. I mean, there are garage stories, but this is a whole different thing. All right, lightning round, final round here as we come down. I'm going to start with you again, Elon, and come my way. I'm looking forward to what you guys are doing in 2020. Goals, aspirations, or any announcements? I'm going to start with you over there at Eclipse.
Absolutely. So we're taking a food service strategy very similar to how Impossible Foods went to market with the tastemakers in food. So we have launched already with Oddfellows in New York, Humphrey Slocum in San Francisco. We're actually launching with Mitchell's and Milk Bomb this Saturday. And that is what 2020 is going to look like. Tremendous amount of new accounts coming on, big names that you know. And really the vision for our ice cream, right, because this is a dairy platform and we can create any dairy product, but we're starting with ice cream. And the vision for that is that if every Burger King has an Impossible Whopper and every Carl's Jr. has a Beyond Star, they should certainly have a dairy-free option. And if they're going to have a dairy-free option, they should have one that actually tastes like dairy, functions like dairy, has no common allergens, and the price is right on it. So,
Deborah, what's coming up in the year ahead for you guys?
Well, you know, we really hope to break some more barriers. I don't know if you know this, but we were the first and only vegan company to be invited to the National Fried Chicken Festival.
Is that so?
Yes.
Very good.
And it was at this festival that we were named Best Fried Chicken out of all the real chicken by Time Magazine's Extra Crispy.
Really?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Very nice.
So we hope to really break more barriers this year. We were on Shark Tank. I don't know if you knew that, but we got slammed once that show aired, and we have a lot of distribution coming up. Right now we have our chicken in some restaurants nationwide, and so we'll be broadening that as well. We'll be going into distribution in grocery stores. It'll be a nice year for us. So
I noticed that some distribution can be fairly easy. The big name brand supermarket chains are tough, right? It's all or nothing with those guys.
Yes, you got to have the demand, and I think that we do. So
You got to make a lot of it before they're interested, right?
Yes.
They don't want to onesie-twosie their way around.
Exactly.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, now let's look at 2020 with Monica and see what's coming up now with Wild Skinny Clean. I think you've got some things to tell us.
Well, you can expect a lot more retail, and we're also going to be on a lot more restaurant menus. And then also we're going to be blowing people's minds with our plant-based hickory brown sugar bacon that we're going to be wrapping around our plant-based shrimp.
Oh. I shouldn't have finished my shrimp.
Yeah.
I was going to do a wrap. We got any more shrimp back there? Bring one up. Okay, tell me what's in this bacon, because this is new. I didn't know about this.
Yes.
Okay.
So not the konjac root, but that's more soy-based.
Okay.
And that's what we're wrapping around our plant-based shrimp. We also have plant-based scallops.
And there it is cooking. If you're watching the stream or watching our screens, notice
Fries
it is
just
what
like
the Brits
bacon.
call a streaky bacon, which a lot of the other plant-based bacons are not. They're a solid texture.
And we're also working on a plant-based salmon. Hopefully,
Really?
yes. Hopefully we can debut that in 2020.
What will you use to get the pink color in salmon?
We're still working on it. I can't talk about it yet, quite
That's
yet.
why I asked. Okay, guys, let's talk about some bacon. I want to get a quick reaction from everyone. Start with Nasser. What'd you think?
Well, I've never had bacon before, so it's pretty good. For bacon that I've never had, it's pretty good. And I think what everyone else mentioned is that the flavor in terms of the hickoryness and the sugar really just like takes over the piece of bacon. So I don't know if I'm going to start eating bacon soon, but if I did, this might lead the start to that.
Okay, Alexandra, what'd you think?
It was really good. I eat bacon, and I like really crispy bacon, and it tastes just like that. And it was
Abrar, I'm
very
holding
yummy.
you for last. I got to go to Lauren first. Lauren, what'd you think?
Yeah, so you know when your parents cook bacon in the morning and it like sizzles and it has that nice taste from being in the skillet, like that's what this tastes like a little bit. Like it just came out the skillet, but it has like this really nice honey kind of glaze to it that it kind of tastes like, even though it's not that. So it tastes good.
Well, normally this is not a compliment to say to a food, but it's real greasy.
Yeah,
which
that's
is hard
really-
to do
yeah.
with a plant-based thing. What's making these streaks of fat? What is that versus the red part? Is it all the same ingredient?
It's different ingredients.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're being pretty cagey,
I
aren't
am.
you? Yeah,
I
okay.
am.
All right.
I
got
am.
that.
I can't
Okay.
talk too much about it, but.
All right. Now I'm going to Abrar last for a very good reason. You did a very interesting piece about the positioning of Impossible Pork for a person who's Muslim.
Yes, I will say that when I wrote that piece, I was talking to a lot of my Muslim friends about how like there is this, plant-based pork option, and they were all like, once somebody figures out bacon, then it's game over. This was really good, and this was like, so I've never had pork bacon, but I've had turkey bacon, and so the consistency is pretty similar.
Right.
But I love the sweetness of this because I have a massive sweet tooth. So this seems like it'll be a huge game changer. But I will say, like, all my Muslim friends are like, ground pork, whatever, bacon, that's what we want. So like that's pretty cool. Awesome. This was really good.
Now you went through, and the piece that she wrote was really interesting. Her reaction to Impossible Pork. It was a very big mental step for you, not just a dietary taste.
Absolutely.
Same thing here?
Yeah. So with the Impossible Pork, it was like I've never eaten pork before for religious reasons, so I had to be like, okay, I'm eating something labeled as pork, and this is really weird. Maybe because I've crossed that milestone, right. This was a little bit easier.
You're an old pork veteran now. Yeah. Check you out. Really cool. I want to thank our panelists, and make sure you remember these names, obviously. We've got Monica Talbert here with Wild Skinny Clean. It's a Van Cleve seafood brand. Deborah Torres from Atlas Monroe is the name of that company with their fried chicken. Award-winning, apparently, fried chicken. That's good to know. And Alon Steinhardt down on the far end there, Eclipse Foods. What's the brand name of the ice cream? Eclipse.
Yeah.
Okay,
Eclipse.
Eclipse.
Is Eclipse.
Very good. And I want to thank my panel. I want to thank Nasser, Alexandra, Abrar, and Lauren. Let's give everybody a big hand. This is really fun. And by the way, make sure if you haven't, if you're getting over to the LVCC, go see Impossible, because that obviously is the big food story here at CES. They're an official part of the show, and they're sampling a lot of Impossible pork, and they've done amazing work with that product. I think you'll find that really interesting as well, of course. So go there as well and make food tech part of your CES experience from here going forward. This is not the last time you'll see food at CES. All right, everybody, let's see. That's the time we've got. We're going to take a short break now. When we come back, we're going to have Jeff Bakalar, who's going to host a panel on the future of sports betting. That is such a Bakalar thing. So stick around. CES coverage live from CNET.
I'm here at CES, and after walking the show floor, my feet are very tired, but I might have an answer, and it's also the answer to the future of urban mobility. Now, imagine you have a giant car and it takes you to and from work every day, a really short trip for one person. Well, imagine if you could combine the convenience of a car with a bike and fuse it together. That's what this is. It's called the Veloce from French company Wello. Now, it's designed to give you pedal power, but with a bit of assistance from a battery. So I'll show you inside. You can sit up front and pedal kind of like you would a regular bike, but it's also got a battery built in that means it'll make it much easier for you to go up a hill. Now, in the back, you can carry your entire family if they're very small, or you can turn this area into a cargo space. Now, it's designed to go at a speed of about 15 to 25 miles per hour, and that's due to European regulations. And with the battery and the pedal assistance, you'll get a range of about 25 to 35 miles. But If you use the solar panels, which is an added extra on top, you might get a range of about 60 miles. And because this is the future, this iPad tells me exactly what I need to know about the vehicle. So imagine you have a fleet of these vehicles around the city. You'll be able to see them in real time and track them through the streets, seeing things like their speed, their battery usage, how much charge is left on the solar panels, and because we live in the eco-conscious age, how many carbon emissions you've saved. But enough of the iPad now. I don't know about you, this seems clunkier than a bike, and obviously we've seen in a number of cities around the world now bikes with that kind of added oomph of a battery power. But I like the idea of being protected from the elements. I like the idea of taking, let's not lie, my very adorable dog in the back. And it seems to me like a pretty good option if you don't want to go out for a car, but maybe you don't want to just be schlepping around on a bike. I don't know if it's going to let me like cycle around CES, but I reckon I could give it a try. All right. It's locked. They've definitely locked it because of people like me. All right, this one here, which is the family model, it's designed for consumers. It's available to pre-order now, starting at €4,900, which is about $5,500 US. But for optional extras, you can get things like the solar panels on the roof or deluxe interiors. They're also doing a B2B model that has more of a cargo feel or a bit of a pickup truck style vibe. I don't know if it's for me. You're going to look certainly very interesting fanging around the city in one of these, but I think it's definitely a great option for the future of transport. If you want to see more cool, amazing stuff like this from the CES show floor, then make sure you subscribe to CNET, where we have all of your future tech needs.
I'm here at CES 2020 with a thermoelectric beverage cooler. Yes, a thermoelectric beverage cooler. This is something made by Matrix Industries, a company that also makes smartwatches and is looking at air conditioning tech. They're making a home device that will cool a can of soda in 2 minutes or a bottle of wine in 5 minutes. This is what it's going to look like when it comes out. This is the working prototype. I'm just going to load this in and put my can of lukewarm soda in there, screw it on, and start it. So here we go, 20.8 degrees Celsius. So as I was saying, this uses a water bath and then it cools the beverage. And the idea is that it's almost like a microwave for cooling, so that eventually you could take something, cool it down, and enjoy it and not have to have a standard refrigerator. Maybe making it more environmentally friendly. Also, you could use this for stuff that's not just wine or sodas. There are cups where you could cool coffee and make your own iced coffees. You can make your own juice cooling things. You can do cocktails. You kind of do anything. And the controls on it also adjust the amount that things cool. So Juno intends to have recipes for cooling. I could see this being used in vending machines. I could see this being used in cars maybe at some point. And at $299, it's not a crazy thing for somebody with, I don't know, a wine cave that they want to set this up and use. Right now it's at 9.2 degrees Celsius since I've been talking, and it's spinning, but the fun thing is that it's not supposed to cause the can to explode, despite the fact that it's spinning, which you think it would do. And we're going to put that to the test with the working prototype. This is going to be available pretty soon, and you can pre-order it now. And this is an actual useful use for thermoelectrics. The Matrix smartwatch lasts forever off of body heat and solar. Juno is the next big project from Matrix Industries. We'll have to see what else they come up with next. And I think we're down to 6.1 degrees, 6.0, 5.9, 31 seconds left. What else do you want to know? My brother-in-law has a lot of wine in his house. I feel like he would use this. I'm curious about some sort of special artisanal cocktails that you could put into this, that you could cool down. 2 minutes is not too long. I feel like I would wait for something to be cooled. And at 5 minutes, hey, put your favorite thing on ice. We're at 5, 4, 3, 2. It's at 3.3 degrees Celsius now. I am going to power it off. I'm going to open it up. This is quite cold. I'm here in Vegas enjoying a nice cold beverage. Thermoelectrics.
Hey, welcome back to CES 2020. I'm Jeff Bakalar, and today we're here to talk about the future of sports betting. So while sports gambling has been legal here in Vegas since 1949, it's been illegal everywhere else in the U.S. But in 2018, the Supreme Court struck down a federal ban that prohibited sports gambling. Now it's up to the states, and today a handful of states have already legalized it, while the others sort of figuring it all out, which makes it perfectly ripe for discussion here to talk about the current state of sports gambling and where it's going. Joining me in the panel right here, Jason Robbins, CEO of DraftKings. Scott Butera is the president of Interactive Gaming at MGM. And Scott Kaufman-Ross, senior vice president and head of fantasy and gaming at the NBA. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me here today. If we could just first kind of go around the table and sort of understand what the current landscape is of, the intersection between technology and sports gambling and what that kind of looks like in the way it currently exists. So if you want to start off.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that's changed in the world of sports gambling over the last 10, 20 years has been mobile and generally digital becoming such a dominant way that people place wagers. Even in the illegal market now, it's no longer really the majority of people calling up their local bookie.
Right.
Most people in the illegal market are using websites and other sorts of digital means of placing wagers. So that's changed everything, and what that means is everything is more trackable now. So things like game integrity issues, responsible gaming, all those sorts of things are much, much more easily tracked and addressed.
Okay. Scott,
Yeah.
how do you feel about it right now?
I think this conference is a great example of how technology and sports is coming together. I mean, we're seeing, a lot of new applications for sports betting. A lot of it's going to be mobile. A lot of it's going to be driven in the future by in-game betting, which is when you're actually watching a contest and betting on a contest as it's taking place. And that's all driven by technology, the ability to make betting lines, set prop bets in real time as a contest is taking place is a big element of that. Also, all of the technology related to sports itself, performance related, measuring data, how athletes are physically performing during a contest. Some of the specialty data that leagues like the NBA and my partner Scott are doing with shot trackers so that you can see sort of like launch angles and the depth and speed of how players are performing are all things that will enhance sports betting and ultimately be used for sports bets themselves. So to me, that's really where it's coming together. And I think we're going to get to a point where sports betting will be a really great customer experience from an entertainment standpoint, where you can actually watch something. You use sort of a touchscreen pad to bet on it as it's taking place and then get results immediately. So
Right.
I think that's pretty exciting.
And Scott, I know in terms of how gambling has affected the NBA directly, what can you say about that?
Sure. Well,
for us, we know that a lot of our fans are using sports betting as a mechanism to engage with the NBA. And we also know that those who do bet on sports or play fantasy sports consume more content than other fans, and they're some of our most engaged fans. So we want to make sure that when they're having this experience, that it's a positive experience and that they're coming back to engage with us more.
Right.
And so our strategy has been to work with all the operators directly and to partner with everyone to give them the assets that they need to create a best-in-class product. So we have 9 partnerships to date, and thankfully both Jason and Scott are our NBA partners, and we license them the right to use NBA marks and logos to create a much more authentic looking product, to use our real-time data feed so that in-play betting can be done in real time. And that point there is what we think is extremely important, which is, as Jason said and Scott said, people are no longer just betting on the final score before the game starts. They're betting during live gameplay. They're betting on prop bets. And so having sub 1 second latency data so that you can have that live, interactive, real-time experience, that's the gaming experience that our fans demand. And we want to make sure all the big operators have the access to that.
Jason, you briefly talked about responsibility. Now, thanks to technology, betting is that much more pervasive and accessible. I live in New Jersey, so I can gamble wherever I am on my phone in New Jersey. But when you talk about responsibility, like I took the responsibility of uninstalling an app because maybe I was getting a little too excited about gambling on hockey. What can you talk about in terms of responsibility and that being put in the operator's hands and how you're dealing with that?
Well, first of all, I think a big step is getting it into a legal, regulated environment, because then there is real accountability around protecting consumers and also around policing and reporting suspicious issues that may affect the integrity of the sports contests themselves. As far as the operators go, I think the operators play an essential role in this, and there's really kind of 2 forms that takes. One is providing tools and resources to players, so we, along with Scott's company and most other operators, provide players with the opportunity to place limits on themselves, to lock their account for a specified period of time if they want to take a breather, and all kinds of variety of ways of essentially making sure that they're playing within a level that they're comfortable with. We also regularly review account info, particularly amongst accounts that are playing for significant dollars, to make sure that we don't see any patterns of behavior that we find troubling, and if we do, we take steps to hopefully mitigate the situation. So it is really an evolving thing, but it's something that we take really seriously. As I think about what can make this industry succeed or not succeed, not doing it the right way around issues of responsible gaming, a lot of which ultimately will come back to hurt not just the customer but the operator. We all have to think long term, and we all have to treat that very seriously.
Sure.
And I think it's such an exciting time for the industry right now that it's really fun and great time, but it's also really important that the operators think through what are the ways this can go wrong and make sure that we're all working together to prevent those things from happening.
Right. There's definitely a lot of responsibility there. Scott, we had talked earlier, and I think MGM had recently taken an esports bet. Can you speak a little bit to that? I know that's a thing a lot of people who are interested in the world of esports are considering.
Well, we're incredibly impressed by the growth of esports, and we see that as a real opportunity as we go forward in sports betting. We did take our first bet in New Jersey on League of Legends finals, which was exciting. The fact that we got it done, it wasn't necessarily a large revenue opportunity, but it did set the tone for doing that. One of the challenges that you have in esports that you don't have in regular way sports is, for example, having an established league with established rules and having sort of a consistent product that you can regulate. In esports, you have publishers that have games. The games change often, so that adds a layer of complexity that we're working our way through. But we're comfortable that if we work with certain publishers, we'll be able to get there in the near term. Also, you mentioned responsibility with esports. You have to be particularly careful because a lot of the esport participants are under gaming ages, so we have to be very careful about that. And as a large global gaming operation, we take responsible gaming, as Jason mentioned, very seriously. Have established programs like GameSense where people can go in and learn about gaming and how to do it correctly, and it should always be entertainment. But I think with technology, it does allow us to monitor participants in ways that we never have before, both in terms of who they are and how they behave. So we're comfortable that with technology and with the ability to work with publishers on getting established rules and regulations, esports will be a big part of future sports betting.
Is there a challenge that you're working with maybe developers to sort of iron out in terms of, before esports became a big thing, these leagues had to work with developers to basically convince developers to program that into the way they create games.
Yeah.
Is that a thing that's being talked about?
I think there's part of that, and just sort of, again, creating consistency and, a product that people can, you go through a regulatory process, it takes time, so you don't want it to constantly be in flux.
Right.
So you want to have a regulatory body like the existing, major leagues all have, and know that everything's being monitored. And again, just having this sort of consistency that somebody can regulate, opine on, and then execute on.
Cool. Scott, when you talk about how the NBA has implemented gaming and gambling into real-time sort of that fan experience in the arena, I've heard people sort of criticize that as to, is that going to change kind of the feeling of being at an arena where, you're rooting for a team to win, but maybe you're also rooting for the over at the same time. So have you noticed a change in the way that affects the dynamic of like that fan experience?
Well, to your point, while we do know that there's a lot of fans that want to engage with sports betting as a mechanism to engage with our sport, there's also a lot that don't, and we want to keep a family-friendly atmosphere as well. So there's certainly a balance to strike there. Right. And the way that we think about sports betting and integrating into our telecast and integrating into our digital products is to try to make it a little bit more of a pull versus a push. If you want to engage with sports betting, we want to make that available to you. We want you to have that great experience. But if you're not as interested in sports betting, we don't necessarily want it to be thrust upon you. So we're trying to find those mechanisms for fans to opt in to say, this is something I'm interested in. We have a free-to-play game ecosystem called NBA Pick'em. It's all free-to-play, and you can win prizes. MGM is the sponsor of a number of these games, and that's one mechanism where fans are sort of opting in to predictive gaming. They're saying this is one of the ways that they like to engage with the NBA. Right. And then we have a database of fans that we know that's interested in that. We've also seen some of our teams experiment with alternate broadcasts. So the Wizards and the Sixers, along with their partner NBC Sports, they've been doing alternate gaming telecasts, where if you're interested in the gaming broadcast, you go to the secondary channel and you can watch that, but the primary feed still has the traditional broadcast feed for those who don't want that. So we continue to look for those opportunities where fans can opt in to engage with sports betting, but not sort of throw it in the face of everyone who may not be interested.
Gotcha. Earlier, we mentioned how this sort of, technology is affording people the ability to have that accessibility in terms of, gambling from their phone. What's that next step, though? What's the next sort of jump that will really move the needle and create an experience that is kind of just not out there anymore? I'll leave this open to anyone who'd want to take that. Is there one certain thing? I know 5G is on the horizon, and that, introduces a whole, new kind of latency and speed improvement. Is there one piece of tech that's really going to take it to the next step?
I mean, I certainly think that you touched on an important one. 5G and solving for latency is going to be huge. Yeah. Because I think one of the future opportunities for sports betting, and Scott touched on this a bit, is the integration of content and sports betting. And if you're going to do that in a digital interface, you can't have streaming delays of 30, 60, 90 seconds and have a real-time betting experience. So, solving, and whether it's 5G or faster streams, finding a way to solve for that latency will create that more interactive, integrated experience, and I think that's a huge opportunity moving forward.
I agree. I think what 5G allows you to do is to do things that you have to do sort of in various pieces right now all at once. So if I'm watching a game, I want the ability to watch something, bet on it, maybe get data that supports my bet, and do that sort of real time and almost impulsively. So I'm watching, I think so-and-so is going to make this field goal, boom, 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 I do my touchscreen, I make my bet, and then I have maybe a results page, alongside it. So I think that's really the next stage, is that sort of, ease of application, almost that you see with other, apps that are out there now, that don't have to go through these massive regulatory processes or have latency issues. Sure. Once that's solved, you'll be able to consume sports and then bet on sports, real time with data to support it.
Right. Jason, do you think we'll ever see a day where, DraftKings is on some sort of consumer electronic device, or how do you see that future shaking out?
In what sense do you mean on a consumer?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I could talk to a voice assistant and gamble, or I don't know, do something on my smart fridge.
I mean, 5G is I think part of what that will enable is IoT and device connectivity, and I think most people, right now are at the early stages of experiencing that. But in 5 years, I don't want to predict how long, in some period of time, I think it'll be common where you walk into your house and you say, Alexa, put $50 on the game tonight. And I think then what will also happen is your smartphone, your TV, everything else will know you bet on that game and will recommend, hey, you want to watch it now when it's on. And that kind of connectivity will make things easier. It's sort of what Scott was saying, right, where the easier you make the experience for people, the more seamless, the more that they know your preferences, their devices know your preferences, and the more connectivity that exists there, the better the consumer experience. And people will come to expect that in everything the same way. If they can use their voice-activated speaker to make any sort of purchase or anything else, why would they not expect to be able to do this in the same fashion? And then ultimately, I think if you can make it so that those types of things are then linked to the actual content that Scott Kaufman-Ross's league produces, so that we know what types of games, plays, interesting things in terms of content that supplement the game are going to be of interest to people. That will ultimately make their viewing experience better and will increase consumption of that content by exposing them to it more.
Okay. All right. Well, Jason, Scott, thank you so very much. That's going to do it for now. Please don't go anywhere. When we come back, Patrick Holland with tech designed to help people with physical challenges. Super interesting. Please stay with us.
We're here with 00 Robotics. This is their brand new V-Copter Falcon bicopter drone. And what's special about it is that it can fly on one charge for almost an hour. Drones are everywhere at CES 2020, but none of them can stay in the air for as long as you want them to. Even the high-end consumer models can stay airborne for only about 20 to 30 minutes, tops. But 00 Robotics is changing all of that with its V-Copter Falcon. This bicopter weighs 249 grams, so no license needed, and has dramatically reset the bar for what you can expect, at least in longevity, from a $1,000 drone. It can deliver about 50 minutes, that's 50, nearly an hour, of flight time thanks to its unique two-propeller design. Now, it uses the same type of battery you'll find in other consumer quad-propeller drones. But instead of 4 rotors, the Falcon has just the 2, which tilt. That gives it greater aerodynamics, and extended time in the air, all of which translates into longer travel distances. 00 says the Falcon can fly more than 4 miles on a single charge. It also means you can get way more shots during a single flight. The Falcon's gimbal-mounted lens records 4K video at 30 frames per second and takes 12 megapixel photos. We also got a sneak preview of 00 Robotics' next design, codenamed Project D. It's an even more lightweight version of the Falcon that will fly just as long but cost considerably less. CEO Wang Meng-Ki wouldn't disclose the price, but expects it to hit the market in Q2. The V-Copter Falcon, however, is on sale now for $999 and will ship next month. We are in the South Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center here at CES 2020, and there are drones all over the place. This one, though, the V-Copter Falcon, has the distinction of being able to fly for about 50 minutes. That's pretty special. Stay tuned to CNET for all the news from CES 2020. Desktops and laptops have changed shapes and sizes over the years. One thing that's remained the same has been the keyboard. Maybe AI will change that. Here, thanks to Samsung's C-Labs, we have an invisible AI keyboard called the Selfie Type. Selfie Type is a research project from Samsung's C-Lab. C-Lab is essentially an internal incubator for Samsung. The company gives its employees 1 year to work on projects. Sometimes these materialize into products, other times they don't. Selfie Type has been in the works for almost a year. Here's how it works. It takes a selfie camera of a newer phone, say the Samsung Galaxy Note 10, and uses AI technology to map your joints and translate finger movements into keystrokes. Crucially, and unlike similar invisible keyboard attempts of the past, it responds to the way your joints move and not where your fingers physically push down. I got the chance to have a hands-on demo here at CES, and while it's certainly in early stages, it actually works reasonably well. Right now, its designers say they need more data on different types of typing styles, which was evident in my trial. For instance, I use my left pinky less than the average typer, and my hands are pretty big, which also affected results. But the foundation of a working system certainly seemed to be there. For now, this is just a research project, so it's probably not going to be on the Samsung Galaxy S11, but maybe you can cross your fingers for the S12.
So I'm at the LG booth at CES. I'm taking a look at a washer that can tell what clothes you're washing. We're also going to look at an Instant View fridge that makes cool spherical ice and an InstaView oven. Starting with the washer. If you're like me and you're not super precise when you're washing clothes, you just tend to throw stuff in there, this washer can actually help out, which is amazing. Throw whatever you want in the washer. It will detect both the weight and the fabric of your clothes, and it will optimize the cycle for you. That's really neat, and it could come in really handy for someone like me who isn't super careful when I'm washing the clothes, and it might make my clothes that much cleaner. So the AI will both detect and optimize the cycle, and I can put a bunch of detergent in here and it will measure out and distribute just the right amount for your specific cycle. Then when the washer's done, it communicates all that info to the dryer, so the dryer knows what's coming and can optimize the cycle there too, and boom, all of a sudden I'm a laundry expert and my clothes will come out spotless. That's the idea, at least. This is also a twin wash, so it has this bottom drawer that you can pull out and wash an extra load, getting laundry done twice as fast, which that's something that sounds really appealing. LG hasn't actually announced the price on any of this yet. It's brand new to CES this year, and it could be really cool if you don't like sticking around and sorting out all your clothes beforehand, but just want to throw everything in and still have it come out spotless anyway. We're gonna look at kitchen stuff now, specifically the LG InstaView fridge. If that sounds familiar, it's because LG has announced the InstaView fridge like a number of different times. But the cool twist this time is it makes spherical ice. So if you like craft cocktails, these spherical ice cubes are balls that are clear that go into your cocktail. They melt slower. I have a couple of cocktail snobs back at the office who are super excited about this thing. And if you like your cocktails a very specific way, this fridge is going to be up your alley. And then again, it has this InstaView thing where the door lights up, you see what's inside. It's cool. We've just seen it before. Spherical ice. And they're bringing the InstaView feature to the oven as well, which didn't work that time, but in theory, if I knock on the door, boom, it lights up, and we have an InstaView oven as well, which allows you to check on what's inside the oven while it's cooking, so you don't have to open the door or let out all the heat. So LG is spreading out the InstaView stuff for its smart appliances. It's a cool trick. We've just seen it before, but we haven't seen the oven before, and the spherical ice was announced a couple of months ago. Still cool, still exciting, and a really nice feature if you like cocktails at home. So between the washer that knows what clothes you're washing and the fridge with spherical ice and the oven with InstaView, LG's got a lot of cool new features on display here at CES, and a lot of these feel actually smart and actually useful to make the smart kitchen practically smart, which is really important. So we're looking forward to testing them all out, and we don't know the prices on any of them. I'm assuming it'll be a little bit more than your typical fridge, and I'm hoping that these features will make them worth the extra buck. If you like the video, please like and subscribe, and thank you very much for watching.
Hey, we're here talking about the Samsung Sero TV, which is a portrait mode TV, but it does something a little special. It turns. So it also is a standard landscape mode TV. This is aimed at Gen Z and millennials who are running their content off of their mobile device. So let's take a closer look. The Samsung Sero TV is a 43-inch QLED 4K TV, and it's aimed at people who use their phones to power most of the video content that they watch. But instead of just having to watch it on their phone or a tablet, they have a 43-inch TV to watch it on. And since 40% of all videos are now in portrait mode, especially because of things like Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, that's why this TV makes a lot of sense for users who want to look at their content on a much bigger and better screen. So you're going to see some interesting things from this TV for that millennial and Gen Z crowd. Another interesting thing about the TV is it takes some lessons from the Samsung Frame TV and the Serif TV. It has an ambient mode where you can look at other things on the TV when you're not using it. On the screen becomes a piece of art, essentially. You can have photos on there, you can have a calendar. There's even some little videos with different kinds of scenes, a window scene with some books, a fireplace scene, all kinds of options that you have with this. There's even a little thing you can put in the corner that shows the time, that shows the temperature outside, the weather, those kinds of things. It not only supports Galaxy devices, which you can just tap to the side of the TV, it also supports Apple AirPlay 2 devices, so you can use iPhones to work with this as well. This product is already available in Korea, and it's coming to the US in the second half of 2020. All right, for continuous coverage of CES 2020, subscribe to the CNET YouTube channel. Thanks for watching.
Now you don't see it, and now you do. Chinese phone maker OnePlus usually keeps a quiet presence at CES, but at this year's tech trade show, it announced its first ever concept phone, the OnePlus Concept One. The phone features a special glass that uses an electric current to tint the lens of the rear cameras. When the cameras are not in use, the glass is opaque and black. When it's time to take a photo, the glass turns transparent and the cameras are visible. In addition to aesthetics, the feature will also create a neutral density filter for the camera, which can be controlled to tweak exposure. The idea is nifty enough, especially as a camera filter, and it works very quickly. It takes less than a second. But up close, it's a little bit underwhelming, especially since personally, I never had an issue with seeing my camera lenses. I know Apple and Google did get some flack last year when it showed off their huge camera bumps, but that was mostly about the thickness and the size of the camera bumps rather than the visibility of the lens themselves. Second, OnePlus emphasized how this feature embodies beauty in the unseen. And if this phone was all black, it would make it sleeker. But the company showed off the device with a gaudy McLaren design. All this leather and orange and stitching and extra lines aren't exactly minimalistic. It actually kind of reminds me of those ridiculous Vertu phones that cost $10K. And since this phone will no doubt be more expensive given all the R&D and materials that went into it, it's a wonder who this phone is exactly for, other than rich, diehard McLaren fans. OnePlus worked on this for 18 months and got this idea while partnering with the supercar company when they released limited edition phones. You can see this kind of opaque transforming glass in the sunroofs and windows of luxury cars, but I've also seen this technology in office windows and fancy club bathroom mirrors. OnePlus explored the idea of hiding cameras last year with its OnePlus 7 Pro. That phone had a pop-up front-facing camera, so its display wasn't interrupted with a notch or a tab. OnePlus used last year's 7T Pro phone to demonstrate the concept, and the company didn't announce any availability details for the new phone itself. The new design isn't as ambitious or far-reaching as concept phones go, but it does mark OnePlus's first CES announcement, and it gives users a small glimpse of where it's going in the future. For more CES 2020 coverage, check out CNET.com, and remember to like and subscribe to our channel.
Welcome back to CES 2020. I'm Patrick Holland, and I'm here with Scott Kim from NeoEffect, and we're going to talk about what they're doing with their products to help stroke victims in rehabilitation. Welcome back, Scott.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I feel you've been here maybe as many times as I have, right? But that's fine. So let's do some catching up. So we've seen you over the years with different products, and they're really designed to help people who've gone through a stroke through rehabilitation. So let's just talk about some of those products you already have.
Some of what?
The products you already have, like the glove and SmartBoard.
We started with the Smart Glove, which is our flagship device and software that actually works on the rehabilitation for stroke survivors, like hand motion. And then we branch out to the like the fine motor skill with the Smart Pegboard. And then we even went up to the brain, like for the Alzheimer and dementia population, it's Smart Cognition. And we have the Smart Board, which is meant to be for the arm and shoulder. So
and it's something I think we could talk about half an hour for each of these products, but something not to leave out is the fact that you kind of have a gamification of rehab going on. So the Smart Board has kind of like a handle that you grab, and you are doing an action like pouring a glass of wine repeatedly, and the NeoEffect Smart Board. But also, you have another interesting product we saw last year that actually dealt with people who might have slight paralysis or some paralysis in their hand and help them regain mobility. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. So over the course of years, we realized that for some people, rehabilitation is luxury. So there was a lot of voice of customers asking for something that actually can functionally help them. So we came out with the NeoMano, and prototype was shown at CNET Live 2 years ago, 2 CESs ago, and thanks to all your support and everything, it gained the awareness, and then we started talking about it, and we finally made the the actual delivery in December, right before the Christmas, for people who've been waiting for almost a year. So it actually flexes your finger so that you can actually grab object or open the door or grab the toothbrush and things like that.
And it's shaped a bit like an archer's glove, right? 3 fingers, and there's actually little wires that run in to pull the fingers back or that. And you control that with this unit as well, right?
Yeah. So here's the Bluetooth remote control, and you can actually use it for grip or release. And then once you wear it, wear it by 3 fingers, and then it just remotely works out, pretty well.
Very cool. Now, I can't help but you notice the orange shirt you're wearing. I don't know if you could talk to me about this orange shirt.
Yeah, so we are actually running a stroke awareness campaign called the Power of 60 Seconds.
The Power of 60 Seconds, okay.
So apparently, stroke always has been the one of the major, leading cause of death in our country.
Yeah, I believe the statistic is there's a stroke every 40 seconds. So by the time we finish this segment, unfortunately, probably have been at least a dozen people who've had a stroke.
Absolutely. So I think there's a lot of things you could do if you see anyone, like getting a stroke within the 60 seconds. And also you can learn a lot about how to rehabilitate themselves. So we are running the campaign of the power of 60 seconds on our Facebook. So every share that, like any viewer makes, we actually donate, a certain amount of money, like towards the stroke research. Because we would love to connect with the community. Our slogan is inspire hope, and we would like to inspire hope by donating actual financial means towards the towards the people who are in need.
That sounds wonderful, and hopefully that does help break some of those barriers down and give people who are helping people through a stroke or recover from one a bit more funds to do that.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about the 2 new products you have. So the first new product we're going to talk about is actually an app that you have called NeoEffect Connect. So explain what NeoEffect Connect is and what I would use it for.
Yeah, so NeoEffect Connect is an app that literally connects the stroke survivors with their clinicians. So over the course of time, we've been getting a lot of feedback that there are things because our software is 100% run by artificial intelligence for the home users. But definitely we realize that there are things that AI can really solve, and which is the human touch, motivation, encouragement. And this is always directly related to the engagement and, just motivation towards the stroke rehabilitation. So we came up with the tele-rehab portal that our users or even just non-users can meet with the therapists, and they learn more about how to rehabilitate themselves. And then we're actually starting with our own product because there's a lot of things they can learn about how to do things, and then more importantly why they do this, because a lot of times we realize that training, education, these are the main contributors to not working on stroke rehabilitation, because a lot of people just end up watching TV on their couches after stroke, and that was completely came out to our surprise. So by providing the community with the new means of being able to meet with the clinicians, but at the same time being able to get a lot of materials to read so that they can know why they're doing this and how they're doing this, what they can expect, I think it's going to definitely make some impact.
I mean, I think my Google Pixel phone, I can tap on the button and get a person to help me through setting a phone up. I would think if I'm recovering from a stroke and I want to go through rehab and have one of your devices, I would want that help too. And also that kind of accountability. So the video we see on this tablet here is actually a pre-recorded video of one of those chats happening, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And also besides, you can actually check your own progress. So I think one of the most important thing is you get motivated, you get more excited, you get more engaged when you see where you are. But at the same time, if you actually check what you've been doing and then how much progress you've been making through the app, then that's very rewarding.
Right.
That's all we need. So we actually are going to put that piece into the app.
Okay, so one of the other new devices you have is actually a device, and why don't we have Denise come out here, and it's called Smart Balance. Now, I think the way it was described to me is, imagine if you had Dance Dance Revolution to help with leg rehabilitation. Can you walk us through what Smart Balance is and what are some of the things it can do?
Sure, yeah. Again, Smart Glove and Board and all other products of ours, and we use the game contents, and then you're actually playing games, but at the same time you're going through the rehabilitation process. Because when it comes to stroke, it's all about neuroplasticity. Your brain gets to rewire itself, and then you learn more. So thankfully, we've been getting a lot of customer feedback, asking for something to work on their, posture and the gait. So this year, we launched the Smart Balance, for the very first time, with the beginning of the CES. So it's you're playing games Dance Dance Revolution, but you're actually working on your balancing and wrist stabilization.
And this is not necessarily I'm going to go out and buy this and bring this home with me, but it's going to be something that a clinic might buy to use with their patients or helping with people going through recovery.
Absolutely, yeah. This is going to be first used, in the clinic, and then we like got a lot of opinions from the clinicians, but the way we do usually is we get into the clinic first, and then we learn a lot, and then we learn a lot about how they use and what we can improve and everything. And I mean, you have a lot of assumptions, but you need to validate the assumptions. So unlike the any other gaming software, there's a lot of barriers that you can only get it through clinicians. You can only get it through patients. So once we get the check marks in those boxes, then we finally take it to home, and so that we can maximize the satisfaction.
That's amazing. And so, another feature, I see she has a sort of a chest strap around her with a sensor on it. What's that all about?
Yeah, so that's actually one of our killer feature. But what that does is that not only the machine, our device actually understands and then checks the progress on your gait. Because if your posture is really imbalanced like this, then it's a lot less useful. So we need to make sure that patients are actually using it properly. So we came up with this motion sensor, which actually evaluates the posture. So if you're kind of leaning forward too much or wobbly, but it tells you that clinicians can know that we need to kind of work on your posture too.
Well, very good, Scott. I'm so glad you came back to share your new devices with us and catch up with us. And I hope that people can check out the 60-second campaign as well.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you coming and talking with us today, all right?
Thank you so much.
All right, so that's basically all the time we have, but let's not go anywhere because Lexi is going to be live from the show floor with an underwater scooter. Yeah, that's right. Underwater scooter. That was horrible. Don't laugh at that. That joke's. You guys are laughing. He's not laughing.
Instead of underwater drones.
Dude,
now,
thanks.
I'm here at CES 2020 at SubBlue. Now, they're all about underwater drones. And it's not very often that you see a giant underwater tank just like this one, right smack bang in the middle of the show floor. So I thought, why don't we have some fun at the end of the day here at CES and take a look at some of these underwater scooters from SubBlue. Now, this is our diver, Andrew, and he's going to be doing some tricks to show you how maneuverable it is with this particular underwater scooter. This one is called the Mix Pro, and the tank is not big enough for him to get up to top speed, but let me tell you, it can go pretty fast. When it's at full throttle, you're basically going to be going as fast as a 50-meter Olympic champion swimmer doing freestyle, which is pretty neat. And he's doing a couple more tricks here. It's one of the big crowd drawers here at the show floor at CES. It looks like a lot of fun. I kind of wish I could get in, except I have a microphone, so it's going to get wet. And I would definitely not be able to make it look as elegant or as cool as Andrew is doing right now. So this is actually a real product. So a lot of things at CES are, concept products and not quite ready to come to market, but this one is actually an underwater scooter that you can buy. It costs $999 in the US. You can attach lights to it, and most importantly, you can attach a camera to it so you can film all of your underwater adventures, whether that's a GoPro or whether that's even just your phone. Okay, so Andrew's going to swap out now. This is the second drone. Okay, so dropping that one down. So as you could see, when he picked up the second underwater scooter, now this one has a buoyancy tank on it, and so basically means it floats when you're not using it, which is great if you're a beginner. And so you don't have to worry about losing your drone if you let go of it. That's pretty cool. That is pretty neat. I wonder if you can do that again. You won't be able to hear me from out here, but that was sweet. And if you're in a more advanced diver, you can actually take off that buoyancy tank, and what it does is it basically means it doesn't float anymore, so you can go deeper. You can go as deep as 130 feet, which is about 40 meters. Oh, I love that trick. That was so cool. So cool. So you can go pretty deep with this and get a bunch of different footage, or just have some fun scooting around underwater like you can, like Andrew here in the tank. Okay, so those are the two drones. I'm going to take you through over to actually feel what it's like. So while I can't get in the tank myself, I can actually have sort of an experience of what it's like. So let's come over here. I'm going to go into the tank. I'm going to roll my sleeves up and see what it feels like to submerge it. Now this thing's pretty strong, I've been told. There are a couple different modes, and it might get a little bit wet. All right, so I'm gonna come up here, roll my sleeves up as much as I can. Now this is the Mix Pro that's in here. Okay, I'm gonna step up onto the platform. I think it's in turbo mode. I see it says turbo, which is as strong as it's gonna get. How much force am I gonna feel when I'm putting this on turbo mode?
So it's gonna actually take you about 2 meters per second.
2 meters per
with over
second.
4 miles an hour underwater.
4 miles an hour underwater. Okay, I don't know what's gonna happen here. So I should probably just hold it. So I don't wanna have it vertical upward like that. That's gonna be bad.
You're gonna get soaked. Keep
Okay.
the back pointed down a little bit.
Okay, the back pointed down a little bit. Okay, are we ready? Oh gosh, this is scary. I've never done this before, so let's see what's gonna happen. I have the 2 triggers here. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, whoa. Wow, that's incredible. The intensity of that. I'm gonna do it one more time because why not? I didn't get wet yet, which is a good thing. Okay, this water's really cold too. All right, 3, 2, 1. Takes a little second to warm up. And then, oh, whoa. Yeah, okay, I'm actually quite scared about that, but wow, that is so incredibly powerful. Okay, and then when I let go, that buoyancy tank, it just keeps it floating like that. So I can push it down, and it's gonna come straight back up so I don't lose it. Wow. Feel the force with the SubBlue Mix Pro here at CES 2020. Stay tuned for lots more from CES right after this.
looking for ways to enhance that, enter a company like ShiftCam. So ShiftCam is a case that also comes with camera lenses. So this is a really neat little add-on to your phone that lets you have different lenses for different situations. So yes, the iPhone 11 Pro has 3 lenses on it already, and you're probably asking, what could you possibly do with something like this that you can't already do on your phone? Well, let's take a look. So the first thing they have here is they have these telephoto lens. They've got a fisheye lens that's 180 degrees, the 4 times telephoto lens for that zoom if you want to get in there. And then you can always shift over to something a little bit tighter. So macro, if you want 10 times or even 20 times macro, you can just click that in right there and take your shot. And then of course, we're here at CES, which means we shoot a lot of screens. And if you're not familiar with camera technology, one of the best things you can have in your kit is a polarizing lens or a filter. And that, my friends, is what this is right here. And with just a small adjustment on this ring, you're able to shoot a screen without having it flicker or have it go dark on you, which is really helpful, especially for us here in Las Vegas. So ShiftCam is actually already available. You can get this case right here for about 80 bucks. And they're also going to be working on this guy right here, which is, in fact, not just a grip, it's a battery grip. It's gonna have a battery on the inside of this, so when you slide your phone in, it'll start charging. And the finished prototype will have a shutter button right here, so you can use it exactly like a camera. If you're not interested in having telephoto or more specialized lenses like those macro lenses, well, ShiftCam also has you covered with all of these other lenses that they have available, just like this one that goes right into this slot, just like you would put this little guy right here. So it's really easy to add all kinds of specialized lenses, and they've got about 14 of them available, and they range anywhere in price from about 80 to 120 bucks. Not too bad if you consider the price of actual lenses for your mirrorless or DSLR camera. Pretty cool. We'll be bringing you all kinds of great technology from the show floor here at CES 2020. Stay tuned on CNET.com.
These days, we've got so many different high-tech solutions to help cars see better and further. We've got ultrasonic, we've got radar, we've got thermal. Heck, these days, we've even got LiDAR. And yet, despite all of that, we've still got these things to help us block out the sun. After 95 years, we're still using a board. The folks at Bosch, well, they think they've got a better solution. So let's head inside and check it out. The idea behind the virtual visor is that it only blocks the sun, not the other 90% of your view. It starts with a transparent LCD visor linked to a driver-facing camera that tracks shadows. Now, since we're not actually in a working vehicle, we're in a lab, and since we're in Michigan where there actually isn't a whole lot of sun during this time of year, we're going to use a flashlight to simulate the sun. It's pretty ingenious. Check this out. The camera uses AI to not only find the driver in its field of view, the system can tell where the driver's eyes, nose, and mouth are so that it can track the sun's path across their face and then selectively darken just the part of the visor that's got glare. Apparently, the engineer who conceived of this was thinking about buying a new TV set while he was driving, and after he encountered some glare, he got to thinking about how LCDs work by blocking light. He then wondered if that same tech could be used to tackle glare. That's right. When you and I think about buying a new TV, we daydream about how good Netflix is going to look on it. Engineers, they're looking through the TV into the future. That's why they do what they do, and I spend my paychecks to buy what they do. Bosch says that this technology is a few years out from being in dealerships, so you won't have to do this a whole lot longer, and you can throw this in the trash.
Welcome back to CES 2020. I'm Ashley Esqueda, and next to me is Caitlin Petrokovitz. Hi. Hi, Caitlin.
How are you?
We are so excited to officially see Sextech on the show floor this year.
Yes.
We have
Big
seen
year.
so many new devices at the stands this week, which is very exciting, and we are thrilled to talk about the future of this very important category. And with us to talk about it are Laura Haddock with Laura DiCarlo. Hi. Hello.
It's actually Laura Haddock DiCarlo.
Oh. Okay.
Apologies.
Hi.
I also have a hyphenated last name, so I feel you on that. And Janet Lieberman-Liu with Dame Products. Hi.
Hi. Also hyphenated.
Also hyphenated. I'm just saying, it's like, there's a lot of good stuff happening up here. I feel like you guys are kindred spirits. Okay, so last year was a little bit of controversy about sex tech. We had a panel last year. We discussed a lot of the things that were going on in the industry, just, you know, not only just here at CES, but also just in the larger scope of what was going on with sex tech. And it's really exciting to me that this year there are a lot of different products out there, and Laura DiCarlo is on the show floor this year.
We are actually. We actually also won 2 new innovation awards after they gave us the one that we won, and they took it away, and then they gave it back again.
So this is your second year winning.
Yeah, I mean, technically,
Which
my
is
first
awesome.
year being here.
Two-time champion.
Right. How has the reception been on the show floor?
It's actually been really amazing. It's really nice to see Sex Tech here on the show floor, and just the fact that we've been afforded the ability to have that really healthy, open dialogue with the CTA and bring Sex Tech back to the show in a very respectful manner, as long as something's innovative and it really doesn't objectify human bodies and is respectful to women, we think it belongs here at the show. So we kind of feel like we've been agents of change in this space, and we're really excited to be here.
Absolutely.
Have you had a chance to walk the show floor and see some of the other booths, the other companies that are here?
We've been yes, I'd like for a minute one time, and really we've been going nuts. There have been so many interviews, and just really getting to talk to a lot of the attendees and people that are really inspired by what we're doing, because it's so much bigger than just sex tech. It's about sexual health and wellness, and making sure that people understand that it is also health and wellness. They're the same thing. Yeah,
to that end, too.
that's very true.
Sorry.
No.
To that end, you also introduced 2 new products this week.
Yes,
which is very exciting.
Yeah, both got innovation awards. Both called Onda and Bachi. And they utilize a lot of the same technology that we created with OSE, but what we did was we went out and we asked, and we surveyed over 1,500 people, and we asked people, you know, what does pleasure look like for them? What are the things they like? What are the things they want to see? And what does that pleasure profile look like? And then we took that data and we found that, hey, we actually have a lot of the tech that we can make products with this already. So we're actually going to be able to bring those 2 new products to market just months after OSE comes to market.
Wow.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit before about the use of data and how we protect something that is this intimate when we're dealing with such a sensitive topic. What else did you do with that data? Is that things that you solicited, like, hey, can we get volunteers for this?
So this data we actually gathered from over 1,500 people. We surveyed them and asked them about more than just their sexual profiles, but we asked them about the communication with their partners and how that attributes to health and wellness. We discovered that it actually attributes to better sleep, reduced stress and better mood. But that data for us, yes, we can talk about that, but that is female sexual health and wellness. We view it as completely, we view it as sacred. And you may know that we have not, OSE and none of our products yet are app connected. They're not Bluetooth connected. But when we do get there, and the reason they're not is because we don't have expertise in that space yet. We're experts in robotics. And when we get to that point, which we're going to be doing, actually we're kicking this off this month, we're going to start looking into and creating research and development programs for Bluetooth and app connectivity. We wanted to make sure that we had the right expertise and we do it the right way the first time.
Yeah, and that's really important.
And Janet, you guys at Dame are here at the show, not with your own official booth, but you guys are partnering. I want to hear a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, we're partnering with Forum Labs, and we're in their booth. We do a lot of ergonomic testing for our products before we come out with them. Sort of similarly, we also have a community of about 10,000 people who volunteered to answer surveys or be beta testers when we need them.
So we use 3D printing to be able to prototype things that will be very similar to what we're going to make in production. So we can have people test it, find the little tweaks that make it so you're making a product where it's not the second or third person in the room.
So you actually brought the prototype of one of those here.
Oh, this is not a prototype.
This is
That's a real product.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
But when you're doing the 3D printing,
we would 3D print a mold for this.
Okay.
That would be exactly the same shape we're going to make in production. That we use the same material that we use in production, the same medical grade silicone, so that we can have people test basically exactly the same product that they would buy. So this product is designed to fit into the labia. It tucks into the folds of the labia so it can be worn during penetration without getting in the way. And you might be able to guess that it's a pretty big engineering feat to be able to design something that fits the majority of labia. And to be able to say with confidence that I know that it fits the majority of labia. I've done enough testing to know that.
I think I thought it was a prototype because there's no buttons on that. There's no place that I'm pressing. There's no open areas. It's all connected. It's one unit right there.
Yeah, well, so it has one button that's on the top, but then it has no seams because as a product, it shouldn't have a seam.
Right.
And that's an engineering feat in and of itself, how to encapsulate electronics without having any seam or opening or hole.
And you had mentioned backstage, we were talking about what you're holding in your hand right now, and you were discussing how you're able to use 3D printing as a rapid prototype process to sort of change the way that the technology that's housed within is presented to a consumer?
Exactly. So we know what components we need to use. We know, about this capacity battery we need or the size of all of that. And we can do different layouts before we have anything designed to find out how we take the same volume and make people feel like it's smaller. What way of arranging it makes people feel like they're less encumbered. And you can get a reaction to something well before you finish designing and really know where you want to go with ergonomics so that you are making something that integrates into the experience. So you are making something that feels seamless to the user and simple to the user, even though you put a lot of work into getting there.
And how long do you guys usually spend prototyping a device before you feel it's ready to go to market? The question for both of you. Go ahead, Janet.
Well, that's before you feel like it's ready to get to the market or before it gets released.
Complicated question.
I would say that we range anywhere from 6 months to like a year and a couple months between starting to work on a product and it being released.
Okay. So as you know, we're still a brand new company. I founded the company just over 2 years ago, and somebody brought me one of our beta models, and it took us. This is OSE.
That's OSE.
Yeah. So this product actually started for me 5 years ago. And it started with a lot of data collection, and it was actually very much a grassroots movement where I would actually have to go out because the data that I needed didn't exist in order to design this product. I wanted something that could fit multiple bodies, and that had to be flexible, it had to be customizable, and in order to do that, I needed numbers. I needed to know exactly where people's pleasure points were, and when I started asking people, I found out 3 things. One, people were really shy about it, but then they really wanted to talk about it. 2, they didn't really know nearly enough about their own anatomy. I had to teach a lot of people how to find their Grafenberg spot, even some that didn't quite know exactly how to locate their clitoris. And 3, when they understood what I was trying to achieve, they wanted it really bad. They wanted to buy it right then, and I was like, I don't even have a company. So what we started to do is I ended up with over 200 points of data, and then I started designing because I saw a trend in that data. And what I wanted was something that, again, could do 3 things. I wanted something that could utilize biomimicry or the mimicry of human motion in order to get that real partner feel so people could really understand what they liked, the sensation that they liked when they're with a partner, and be able to pinpoint those spots. Additionally, I wanted something that could be truly customizable because I was buying products that said that they would fit me, and they didn't. And 3rd, I wanted something that could be hands-free because why not? So we ended up with this design and ended up with something that really is customizable. I think I just turned it off on accident. Nope, didn't. It is terribly fascinating to me, just to piggyback on what you just said, that the things that you want in a sex toy are very similar to what you would want in a pair of AirPods, right?
Yes.
But it's like
Yes.
it's all tech.
It translates.
Like, this
It
is
translates.
It is very
They're
specifically like
super personal.
Yeah,
really important
super
that you're getting
personal.
exactly
They're
what you desire.
I need exactly what I want. I know what I want.
Yeah.
And I sometimes that product doesn't exist yet. And
Yeah.
then an entrepreneur like Dame or Laura DeCarlo will come out and do something that's like, wow, this is exactly what I've been looking for.
A really big difference between the AirPods and these, though, is that I think there is actually data on ear anatomy.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whereas we also hit the same issue where there is almost no data about vulval variation.
Yeah.
And even
So you
less
need to
about
build your
vaginas.
own- So you're having to do that work too before
Yeah.
you're even able to start with the prototyping
Like I said,
phase.
it started from the
Yeah.
ground up.
And you also have the problem that an ear is always the same shape, but depending on arousal, time of the month, and other life events,
changes.
Yeah.
all that changes geometry. So you have to fit from the start to the finish of the experience.
It actually, for us, the big kicker was pelvic angle. Understanding that everybody's shape. When we actually took this and blind tested it, we discovered that everybody's pelvic angle was extremely different. Just not to be like TMI, but I'm actually shaped kind of like like that. We found that some people were shaped like that. They were off kilter. Some people were shaped like that. Some people, their G-spot was way inside. Some people, it was way outside. Some people, they put it in like that and it
very
fit them.
similar to male anatomy. It's everything is
Yeah,
everybody
everything was
is
totally
different.
But we wanted to make something where you could actually find that G-spot and use biomimicry and something that felt like a human partner. So we wanted that come hither motion over the top of the G-spot, and then we made it a little bit more customizable so it could go faster, or you could pinpoint it and you could find smaller spots. And we found that everybody that tested this product had an extremely different experience across the board. Everybody, I had people coming up to me and they were like, 3 minutes. But every single person that told me about what happened with the product was completely different. They enjoyed it a different way. They tried different things, different ways fit them. And it took us, to finally get to your question, it took us 2 years to get this product. And it took an entire team of engineers that were born out of Oregon State University that happens to be the top 4 robotics graduate program in the country. And it took that team almost a year to prototype and end up with 5 different patents that we then took to CES with a prototype in hand, and that's what won an innovation award. Then you take that prototype and then you have to re-engineer it for manufacturability, and then you have to test it again, and then make sure that you're actually going to market with a product that is truly high quality and does exactly what you say it does. But then when we took it to market, we actually hit our yearly sales goal in 5 hours.
It's incredible. Wow.
And then we tripled that goal before the end of the year.
I think it's very interesting that a lot of sex tech companies now that we have talked to have been founded by, run by,
What we're seeing on the floor,
just women.
who's talking to us at those booths is all
By the way,
women.
nice necklace.
Oh, yes. So this necklace is actually from a booth here in Tech West. It's a company called Crave, and this is their Vesper necklace. It is actually a necklace that is also a vibrator. So
I
it
actually
does.
have one as well. The founder's name is T. Chang, and she's
That is an
she's
extremely
pretty
classy
amazing.
Right.
vibrator.
It's
I mean-
very nondescript, right? So it's
Yeah.
very nice that you can wear this,
It's
but you can
classy.
also just, not know what it is. It looks like great jewelry for anybody who knows,
Yeah.
Which is awesome. It's awesome that we're out and here. It's awesome that we see that sex tech. We're seeing the female-led companies out and about.
And that it's literally coming in all shapes and sizes.
Exactly.
Like, to look
Right.
at all of the different
Exactly.
products,
Right.
like it's really amazing to see
We have
the
these
variety.
tiny handheld units. We have things that have finally made it to market
Yeah.
that we're going to be actually able to hold soon and use.
I get a lot of pushback where people think that, look at what we're making, and they say, well, there's no app, it's not connected, where's the technology? But
It's in there.
It's in
Exactly.
here. It's
Exactly.
in new types of wearables coming up with different products that haven't existed before. When we started 5 years ago, what was said to us was that, there's just not a lot of room for innovation in the space. And I think what you've seen in the last 5 years is there's a ton of room. There's just not a lot of visibility or funding.
Yeah. Well, and additionally, the way that Janet is, the way that we're innovating these products, how we're building them, is innovative in itself. We do a lot of the same kind of work. We actually use rapid additive prototyping capabilities in-house in our labs, and we do the same thing. We actually prototype and print the entire body of our products, test them out, rig them up, test them out again, pour our own molds, and then go back, recad them, fix the little things, and I think we've been through 1,000 iterations on this product alone. Yeah. And it's absolutely mind-blowing. Wow. And then you still have to go do it all over again when you go to manufacturing.
So with the ability to rapid prototype, and does that bring costs down for the consumer? Or does that actually, having everything in-house, does that actually make things a little bit pricier for them? How does that, do you feel like there's a past either cost savings or increase to consumers?
Overall, I think it's generally a cost savings, and what I think it's more though is it's better value for your dollar. So designing in-house, you do usually have to have slightly more overhead,
Being
but
able to iterate over and over again.
Yeah. But you're making a
I'm getting the
product
best
that people
product.
actually want to buy.
Sure.
The buying habit for honestly a lot of vibrator consumers is to buy multiple products. And a lot of them just end up getting thrown out. They don't
For
work.
the last 10 years, I was like, this one doesn't work. This one doesn't work. This one doesn't
Right.
work.
I mean,
This
it's
one
really
lasts for 5
hard. It's hard to know what you like. It's hard to know what works, right?
Exactly. So if you are actually able to make a product where most people who buy it are going to really like it, that's innovative in and of itself for the space, which is a sad thing to say, but doesn't make it untrue and doesn't make it something that needs to be pushed forward.
Yeah.
So your devices are on sale. How much are these?
This
and
one's
what are their names?
85 and it's Finn, and this is 135 and it's EVA 2.
And then the Osei?
Osei is actually, it's $290, which is actually for a very high quality, very high tech product, is right about in the running for how much tech that's gone into this. It takes a long time, and actually the amount of parts inside of Osei, there are more parts in Osei than there are bones in the human body. There's over 250 parts in this product alone. And just to add a little bit to that rapid prototyping ability, what that does also is it actually cuts down your ability to get to market. So instead of having to take, hey, I think this might work, and then sending it to a manufacturer to prototype and then coming back and taking 2 weeks, or often 10 years ago it took 6 weeks, and it takes you 5 years to get a product to market that still doesn't exactly fill all needs. It took us about a year.
And that's also part of what lets you see more innovation in this space that is female need driven, that does not have a lot of funding in it.
Yeah.
The ability to have people with less funding get to products that suit their needs faster with more testing comes from rapid prototyping, and it is what's driving the innovation in this space.
So let's say somebody out there watching wants to buy one of your delightful products. Where do they go? Who do they talk to on social media? Where do we find you? I want to make sure everybody knows how to get a hold of these devices if they are so inclined.
We're at Dame Products on pretty much all the platforms, and www.dameproducts.com.
LauraDiCarlo.com. We're LoraDicarlo.com. And actually our social media is LauraDiCarlo_HQ, or you can also get at it through my personal social media, which is just Laura DiCarlo or Laura Haddock DiCarlo.
Great. Thank you so much, ladies,
Thank
for
you.
talking to us about Sex Tech. We're so excited to see you here at the show, and good luck with everything, and we hope to see you again next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, that is all the time we have to talk about Sex Tech, but we are going to take a short break, and then I will be back with Jesse Orrell to talk about futuristic stuff.
at CES, and after walking the show floor, my feet are very tired. But I might have an answer, and it's also the answer to the future of urban mobility. Now, imagine you have a giant car and it takes you to and from work every day, a really short trip for one person. Well, imagine if you could combine the convenience of a car with a bike and fuse it together. That's what this is. It's called the Veloce from French company Wello. Now, it's designed to give you pedal power, but with a bit of assistance from a battery. So I'll show you inside. You can sit up front and pedal kind of like you would a regular bike. But it's also got a battery built in that means it'll make it much easier for you to go up a hill. Now, in the back, you can carry your entire family if they're very small, or you can turn this area into a cargo space. Now, it's designed to go at a speed of about 15 to 25 miles per hour, and that's due to European regulations. And with the battery and the pedal assistance, you'll get a range of about 25 to 35 miles. But if you use the solar panels, which is an added extra on top, you might get a range of about 60 miles. And because this is the future, this iPad tells me exactly what I need to know about the vehicle. So imagine you have a fleet of these vehicles around the city. You'll be able to see them in real time and track them through the streets, seeing things like their speed, their battery usage, how much charge is left on the solar panels, and because we live in the eco-conscious age, how many carbon emissions you've saved. But enough of the iPad now. I don't know about you, this seems clunkier than a bike, and obviously we've seen in a number of cities around the world now bikes with that kind of added oomph of a battery power. But I like the idea of being protected from the elements. I like the idea of taking, let's not lie, my very adorable dog in the back. And it seems to me like a pretty good option if you don't want to go out for a car, but maybe you don't want to just be schlepping around on a bike. I don't know if it's going to let me like cycle around CES, but I reckon I could give it a try. All right. It's locked. They've definitely locked it because of people like me. All right, this one here, which is the family model, it's designed for consumers. It's available to pre-order now, starting at €4,900, which is about $5,500 US. But for optional extras, you can get things like the solar panels on the roof or deluxe interiors. They're also doing a B2B model that has more of a cargo feel or a bit of a pickup truck style vibe. I don't know if it's for me. You're going to look certainly very interesting fanging around the city in one of these, but I think it's definitely a great option for the future of transport. If you want to see more cool, amazing stuff like this from the CES show floor, then make sure you subscribe to CNET, where we have all of your future tech needs.
Hey, we're here talking about the Samsung Sero TV, which is a portrait mode TV, but it does something a little special. It turns. So it also is a standard landscape mode TV. This is aimed at Gen Z and millennials who are running their content off of their mobile device. So let's take a closer look. The Samsung Sero TV is a 43-inch QLED 4K TV, and it's aimed at people who use their phones to power most of the video content that they watch. But instead of just having to watch it on their phone or a tablet, they have a 43-inch TV to watch it on. And since 40% of all videos are now in portrait mode, especially because of things like Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, that's why this TV makes a lot of sense for users who want to look at their content on a much bigger and better screen. So you're going to see some interesting things from this TV for that millennial and Gen Z crowd. Another interesting thing about the TV is it takes some lessons from the Samsung Frame TV and the Serif TV. It has an ambient mode where you can look at other things on the TV when you're not using it. On the screen becomes a piece of art, essentially. You can have photos on there, you can have a calendar. There's even some little videos with different kinds of scenes, a window scene with some books, a fireplace scene, all kinds of options that you have with this. There's even a little thing you can put in the corner that shows the time, that shows the temperature outside, the weather, those kinds of things. It not only supports Galaxy devices, which you can just tap to the side of the TV, it also supports Apple AirPlay 2 devices, so you can use iPhones to work with this as well. This product is already available in Korea, and it's coming to the US in the second half of 2020s. All right, for continuous coverage of CES 2020, subscribe to the CNET YouTube channel. Thanks for watching.
These days, we've got so many different high-tech solutions to help cars see better and further. We've got ultrasonic, we've got radar, we've got thermal. Heck, these days, we've even got LiDAR. And yet, despite all of that, we've still got these things to help us block out the sun. After 95 years, we're still using a board. The folks at Bosch, well, they think they've got a better solution. So let's head inside and check it out. The idea behind the virtual visor is that it only blocks the sun, not the other 90% of your view. It starts with a transparent LCD visor linked to a driver-facing camera that tracks shadows. Now, since we're not actually in a working vehicle, we're in a lab, and since we're in Michigan where there actually isn't a whole lot of sun during this time of year, we're going to use a flashlight to simulate the sun. It's pretty ingenious. Check this out. The camera uses AI to not only find the driver in its field of view, the system can tell where the driver's eyes, nose, and mouth are so that it can track the sun's path across their face and then selectively darken just the part of the visor that's got glare. Apparently, the engineer who conceived of this was thinking about buying a new TV set while he was driving, and after he encountered some glare, he got to thinking about how LCDs work by blocking light. He then wondered if that same tech could be used to tackle glare. That's right. When you and I think about buying a new TV, we daydream about how good Netflix is going to look on it. Engineers, they're looking through the TV into the future. That's why they do what they do, and I spend my paychecks to buy what they do. Bosch says that this technology is a few years out from being in dealerships, so you won't have to do this a whole lot longer, and you can throw this in the trash.
Esqueda, and this is CES 2020. With me is Jesse Orrell, host of WTF, or What the Future, where he explores all the cool futuristic stuff that's out on the interwebs. Jesse, let's jump in.
Thanks, Ashley. I've been keeping my eyes and ears open for the most WTF stories of CES, the ones that make you feel like science fiction is finally real. So let's get right into it with one of the most striking things that you're likely to see on the CES show floor, the Hyundai SA1. Now, this is an air taxi that Hyundai is developing with Uber. They are Uber's urban air mobility partner. This vehicle seats 5.
That thing is huge.
It is huge. It's got a cruising altitude of about 1,000 to 2,000 feet and a top speed of about 200 miles per hour. It's got a 60-mile range, which is pretty standard for electric aircraft at this point. And Hyundai is aiming to recharge these beasts in just 5 to 7 minutes. I would love to know how they're going to get that done.
Yeah. I mean, I can't even supercharge a Tesla in 5 to 7 minutes. It takes half an hour.
Yeah. But if one giant flying machine isn't enough for you, there's also the Bell Nexus 4EX, which seats 4 to 5 passengers. And this thing is also just massive.
So we saw this last year at CES, the Bell Nexus.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
This is an updated version that has an all-electric option, which is brand new. It can go 60 miles with the all-electric version, and then a hybrid electric version can go about twice that, or I think 160 miles.
A little over double. Okay.
Yes.
So here's my question. I want to talk about these things where we talk about what's next, because I don't know if any of you have heard a drone. They're loud, and they are about this big. So what is this going to sound like in the sky if they're running these, let's say in Los Angeles? We're both from LA.
Yep.
And they're running this from Union Station to LAX. How are they going to mitigate the noise? Also, people in LA are notoriously bad at driving, much less flying, Jesse. What do you think? You're the expert here.
Well, I think
what do you think's going to happen?
I think a lot of these are going to be autonomous because you don't want to deal with everybody having to get a pilot's license. And as far as the noise is concerned, that's definitely a concern, and it's hard to know until you hear these things in the sky. So I think that there's going to be they're a regulatory nightmare because of noise and safety issues.
Sure, we can't even get self-driving cars on the road in California because of legal issues and testing, and we have to have all these other regulatory hurdles that have to be cleared, and the public has to trust it, which is another thing. I mean, sometimes planes crash, sometimes cars crash, sometimes vehicles just crash. And so I was very intrigued by the idea that the SA1, Hyundai's SA1, has a parachute system.
Yes, it's got redundancy so that if one system goes out, the other system can carry the full load of the vehicle.
That's why it has so many propellers, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding. And the parachute system is like a worst case scenario that it can bring it down gently. NASA is also helping regulate these flying aircrafts. They're building an aircraft of their own, the X-57 Maxwell, so that they can understand this electric aircraft technology. And they are also putting on an urban air mobility grand challenge, where as these vehicles become ready, they can use NASA as like a testing space to get these vehicles ready for the public.
Okay, so my question here is, would you ride in one of these?
Would
you ride one like from your local transportation station to our office?
So I am a nervous flyer on a regular aircraft, and I'm what you call a late adopter. There's a lot of early adopters here at CES. I'm a late adopter. I'll be one of the last
You're
ones.
gonna watch it at a distance and maybe give it a try after 100,000 of the flights have been completed without any issue.
Yes, that's my plan at least. Another WTF technology that caught my eye was Intel's volumetric video presentation.
This was weird.
It was. It wasn't the flashiest presentation at CES, but from a filmmaking perspective, this could really change how we view all sorts of video
I think
content.
we might fight about this. Okay, explain what this is to everybody, and then we're going to talk about the potential and also the possible kind of negative aspects of this.
Yes. So Intel filmed this football game from multiple different angles and then used computer processing to assemble a 3D volumetric video of the game. So what you're seeing is actually a camera that doesn't exist. So as the viewer, you could put a camera anywhere you want because they have a volumetric image, a 3D volumetric image of the game. So imagine
it's a little bit like the shots in the Matrix where they did cameras all the way around a person and then they were able to sort of like, you could see, I mean, the filmmakers chose what you could see, but it's like, because they were on a track, but it gave you a 360-degree view, and then from that, Intel is able to sort of create and build this, any point of view from any position, build this scene.
Yes. And you notice that, it's not a perfect image, especially when it gets closer to the players. It gets a little bit of crunchy distortion. Intel said to get more higher quality images that they are seeking, they would need about 6 times the processing power that they currently have. So this takes a lot of processing power, but the potential is amazing. In addition to creating a camera that doesn't exist, you could also eventually watch a football game on something called a volumetric display, which we've covered a few times on What the Future. Voxon Photonics, a company in Australia, has invented a couple volumetric displays where you can view a 3D image from any angle without glasses, and you'll get a new angle on the thing that you're seeing. And then there's another one, the Interact Lab, that you can actually hear and feel these 3D images.
Is that this?
This is Voxon's volumetric display. It's a screen that vibrates up and down, and there's a light projector that's projecting 2D images, and the screen, your eyes blend it together into a 3D image.
Wild.
So you can see different angles depending on where you're standing.
And so one of the things that they had mentioned at Intel was, with the football game example, they were saying that most of the time you're watching from the offense's point of view. And they were saying that you might be able to, for example, I'm sure at some point, NFL Sunday Ticket's going to offer like a defense view where you could get volumetric video from the defense's point of view without having to put a camera above the defense, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Now, okay, so sports-wise, that's very exciting. However, how is this going to be applied? You love bad movies.
I do.
And how is this going to be applied to filmmaking? Because the thing is yes, there might be a certain freedom in letting a viewer decide what point of view they'd like to see a scene from, but also do you feel like that might undermine a creator's vision?
I think it's just a different creative choice. Like, I don't think it's going to ever replace...
So maybe like a Bandersnatch, a Netflix Bandersnatch.
Yeah, something like that where,
alternative sort of format.
You have a volumetric image of a house and you can, move through the walls to see different scenes, like some sort of like immersive theater.
Like Hereditary. We should do that. Volumetric video for Hereditary. Scariest thing ever.
Yes.
I would not enjoy that.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were saying they need 6 times the processing power for this to work. So
it's a ways away from being something that you're likely to see, but that's what the future's all about. Trying to anticipate trends into the future.
And do you think that AI might help sort of like iron out what's going on with volumetric video? Is this something that like over time they'd be able to gather so much data that artificial intelligence might be able to help that processing, figure out how to kind of smooth everything out, make it look really high quality?
I absolutely think so. If they had some pre-built grass textures, which they probably do from all the Madden games, the AI could use that to patch in those crunchy areas.
Or even just importing, player models.
Exactly, yeah. If they had models of the players, then you wouldn't get all that crunchiness when you get the
3D
close-up.
models of the players. And
yeah.
Oh, wow, that's wild.
It'd be really interesting stuff.
Okay, so we have talked about flying drones, passenger drones, in our beautiful city of LA. We're just at LA in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So we got our passenger drones. We got Interact Lab doing all this cool video happening. We can watch our football games from any angle. And okay, so now we live in a this is Interact Lab. This is one of the things you're saying.
So this is Interact Lab, and this is a sound-based volumetric display where it's actually a bead that sound waves are moving all around, and so it can actually, the bead can vibrate to certain frequencies and create sounds that you can hear and you can feel in some way. So
it almost looks like fabric.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. So with all these volumetric display options coming out and volumetric video being developed, I think it's only a matter of time before we see some really interesting new 3D volumetric video content.
That's really cool. All right, so we've got our flying passenger drones. We've got our crazy POV video from anywhere. What's the most futuristic, future thing that you saw or that we're talking about at the show?
Well, it was the first thing that caught my eye at CES, which is Toyota's Woven City presentation. Toyota is building a future city where it's going to be a testing ground for new technologies like self-driving cars, AI. There's an underground delivery system, and it's a nod to Toyota's roots as a fabric company, and it's not designed for people to use cars to get around. There's 3 different roads.
Self-driving pods and things like that.
Pedestrians. It's just a new way of building the future, and I'm super excited to see how it shapes up.
Now I'm going to fight you on new way of building the future because I believe Mr. Walt Disney came up with this idea in the 60s when he called it the experimental prototype community city of tomorrow, which is also known as Epcot.
Right on.
But that's pretty cool. So this is going to be a real thing.
Yeah. It's being built near Mount Fuji. It's expected to have about 2,000 residents to start. They're going to break ground next year.
Can we move there?
I don't know if we can. But Toyota didn't announce how much it's going to cost.
Maybe they'll let us live there for free if we give away our data.
Yeah, definitely going to be gathering a lot of data from this place to fine-tune all the new technology that's being.
I mean, this is wild. I mean, this is truly the future. This is going to end. It's going to be a real tangible thing. It's not just, which we've seen at CES before. We've seen these, oh, look at this beautiful connected 5G city, and here's the idea of how cool it could be if we implement it in LA. And it's like, no. Toyota's like, we're actually going to build a real city, and people are going to live in it, and they're not going to have to drive anywhere because we're going to have self-driving pods, and they're going to maybe live inside little self-driving trolleys that'll get them around. It's incredible.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how it shapes up. I really hope I get to visit it someday.
We're going to visit.
Yeah.
We're going to visit.
Let's do it.
You know what? Maybe they'll let us live there for a year. I think that'd
be fire.
I'm just saying, Toyota, if you need a couple of LA people to come live in your city, we will do it. All right, Jesse, that has been amazing, awesome. I love it. If you guys want to see more WTF, please visit our YouTube channel and be sure to subscribe because it is such a fun show and Jesse does such a great job with it. Up next, it's Best of CES Day 2, so stick around.
Hey, I was just taking a little Z's in a first-class seat here in the LG Display booth at CES 2020. LG Display makes all the OLED displays for everybody in the world, and they do some really cool concept OLEDs. This is a first-class cabin like nothing I've ever seen. Up on the wall here, you've got OLED displays curved to simulate the curvature of the inside of an airplane that kind of give you this feeling like you're looking out the window, except the window is gigantic. Here, look, here's even a simulated plane wing with some clouds. Really cool. In the front, I have a 65-inch OLED TV that, when I want, I could even make it a curved TV. It's got a motorized motor behind here. I can just go, oh my gosh, wow, I'd like to watch some curved TV now, see what it looks like, get that perspective. And then it can curve back to flat if I want to go there. Another really cool feature about this, you can see this little display here. This is my control for my seat. So who needs buttons when you have an OLED touch panel and you can actually put it into bed form, you can lounge, you can adjust the seat up and down. put the TV mode. Here you have control of your flat and your curved. But the coolest thing in this cockpit, in my opinion, is this partition. So normally you have, in a first class seat, you got to roll up your partition here, but look at this. This is a transparency that can go slowly opaque, and all of a sudden I'm completely ensconced in my little pod here, completely invisible until I want to enjoy my little privacy here at 30,000 feet. And then, of course, if I want to, talk to my neighbor or somehow come out of my world, I can press the button again, turn that display back into full transparency. So that was a look at the airplane seat. We're going to go over now to something that you can use in the home. Now, LG has had, for the last couple of years, these TVs that roll up and they disappear. Now they have one that comes down from the ceiling. LG Display is showing this concept piece right over here. Come on, let's check it out. This is basically a window they have set up over here. Nice, of course they use OLED displays to simulate that you're outside. You've got a big, nice view here. So we're going to go over to our control panel and we're just going to roll down our TV. I mean, this is pretty cool. You can imagine, if they make it a little more discreet with these top bars here, you could maybe have this TV, again, pretty much disappear from view until you want to watch it. And of course, when you do watch it, hopefully, you have it simulated here so you can almost seem like you're looking through a window. But now it's time to watch a show or a movie. All of a sudden, you got your TV here. And let's say we don't want to watch TV anymore. We want to enjoy the trees again, wonderful view outside. Maybe it suddenly becomes daytime again. Oh my gosh, look at that. Bye-bye moon. Look at that. It's beautiful. So again, this is a concept not available for sale. Worth noting that the one that comes up from the floor is available for sale this year from LG Electronics. Those guys are charging $60,000 for that TV. No idea how much this is going to be, but it's not going to be cheap. Real quick, I want to show you a couple cool little things here. This is their concept pieces again for almost like smart speakers, a little curved OLED display here. But the thing that I was really impressed by, this is sort of a hologram looking thing. They can actually do this with the light field OLED, they call it. This is a two-dimensional OLED display, but they put some lenticular effects on it, so it creates a stereoscopic view, a little bit like 3D glasses. And you can kind of look at it. I don't know if it shows up on the camera, but as I'm looking, I can actually see it flip back and forth. You know what it reminds me of? Of those 3D TVs that are glasses free. And so again, it's not a perfect illusion, but it's pretty cool, especially in this little fishbowl, this beautiful little environment that they have here. Okay, so this was all the stuff for the home and the airplane. But of course, these guys also want to put screens in your car. So follow me, we'll check this out. All right, guys, here we have LG's car cockpit. This thing is festooned with screens. Let me take it for a spin. Plenty of leg room here. Appreciate that. So we'll start here with this transparent windshield. So we talked about the transparent display over there with the airplane cockpit. This is a windshield concept, so you can see it's got all of the display stuff right there on the windshield, but of course you can see right through it, so you can actually drive. Pretty cool. Down below that, this is all a plastic OLED. They call it POLED display. Actually, all the displays here are POLED except the transparent one. This is a really large OLED screen. You can look how beautiful it looks with the blacks and all the graphics that come up here. You have your music. Of course, you've got a really nice display over here for you can put up your navigation, your contacts, anything you want to put on here will appear. There's even a climate control thing there. And here we have the side view mirrors. We're going to come over to the one that's near on the driver's side here. Check this out. So you can actually adjust the mirror by changing the display here, and you can move it around. This is exactly like you got your rear view, side view mirrors on your car. Oh, this guy's coming up hard on my left. And then take it over here and adjust it. There's your other side, one side, you can bring it all around. So that's one more display. And this one is my favorite. Right here above the speedometer and everything, you have what they call a dual layer display. So this is a transparent display with the POLED behind it. The effect is almost 3D. You can kind of see it here. They got some really cool graphics going on. And it's just another way to make this whole driver experience seem super high tech. And then of course we have the main display here with all the adjustments that you need for your seat. We have navigation here. You can play with your climate control. All this stuff, you can even adjust the driving mode. Again, all your controls are here. We'll go back here adjust the seat a little bit, I can actually feel this on the back of the seat here as it changes. Even tire pressure monitor, look at that. So everything's good, we're ready to roll. All right, let me show you one other thing back here. So I'll climb out of the seat around here. So that's all for the drivers. The passengers get their own really cool things. So this, we saw those roll-up displays. Here's a rollable OLED for the passenger entertainment system. So instead of just having a fixed display there, black all the time, you know, when it's not in use, this thing rolls right up, look at that. And then look, you have a miniature display here. Guys in the back can play around with it and get, you know, again, interaction with it. And of course, when you want to watch a movie, you want to have it, you know, display on the screen, it'll roll right back down again. Look at that. And of course, LG on their demo here, LG Display, they have a really nice, there's the music, there's the movies. You can actually go through and have it set up for other things. Look, we have some news headlines here. So again, you have this full interactivity and be able to play around with whatever you want. This feels, look at that, it's a really nice little OLED display. LG Display is the company that makes all of the OLED displays for LG Electronics as well as Sony and a bunch of other companies. They are showing these concepts here. These are not real products yet, most of them. These are concepts. They're kind of demoing these so we can kind of get an idea of what the future looks like with OLED displays. This is a really cool concept. I hope it comes to my car pretty soon. Of course, that stuff in the home and even the airplane, more really neat futuristic stuff here at CES 2020 from LG Display. If you like this video at CNET, please subscribe.
We're here at the ASICS booth in CES 2020, and we're looking at a new smart shoe from ASICS. They've had a shoe that works to help you understand and run better, but now they're integrating some new sensor technology. My colleague Megan Woolerton is there trying it out, and we're going to talk to the CEO about how this technology works and what we can learn from it and how you can use it to be more efficient when you run. So, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Yuya Kikugawa, CEO and founder of Noni Fox Studio Inc.
Excellent. So tell us a little bit about this new smart shoe that you guys are introducing here at CES.
Okay, thank you. Her shoes looks like normal running shoes, but it has a space in the midsole. So there is a sensor module called Orphicore.
Okay.
Orphicore is our sensor module. It has accelerator, gyro, and latest microcomputer, and it can calculate users each step. For example, speed, stride, cadence, ground contact time, landing zone, and more.
Very good. So how can this help somebody improve their running?
Okay. This time our concept is energy saving. So by visualization and feedback, your landing, the runner can improve by the advices.
Very good.
For example, this is a result.
I'll hold that. I'll hold this one for you.
Okay. This evaluation is based on ASICS biomechanical science. Like this, this is your running type, and there is advices to improve your running, and this is statistics of your run. For example, this is your running zone. It is very hard to know by themselves because improving your running form is very difficult.
Yeah. So now this shoe itself has a certain curve to it. You guys have been working on this for a while, and this helps you run correctly, right?
Yeah. Yes. It is guide sole, so it helps you to improve your running.
Very good. And when will this product be available?
We intend to launch in 2020, but the fixed schedule is not disclosed.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. So this is ASICS booth here at CES 2020. Technology that's going to help you run better, more efficient, use your energy the best way possible. So we're going to go to a break now, but stay with CNET for all the rest of the best stuff from CES 2020.
place. Prompter's not. Okay, we'll go in anyway. Okay, here we are. It's day 2 of CES. I believe this is the best of CES on day 2. I'm here with
it's
Dan.
The best, all right.
I mean, is this the best? Because here we are. Okay, I'm here with Dan Ackerman, everybody. It's Brian Cooley. We're live at CES 2020. This is our second recap of day 2. Our best of the products by a lot of metrics. Not necessarily a ranked, graded thing, but on an impression level.
What we thought was cool.
Cool, interesting, and yet not trivial.
Worth talking about.
Worth talking about, exactly. Quick thing before we move forward, show of hands in the audience. I wish we could see a poll on the stream as well. How many of you remember SCSI ports?
Yeah. See?
We were just talking about, hold up your laptop.
Yeah. The
Okay.
USB-C
and here's what I carry.
versus the
all
ancient,
the ports, right? I hate dongles, and he apparently loves them. But he was saying, the only thing you're missing on that thing, Cooley, is a SCSI port. And I thought, wait, do I have one? No, all right, I am missing
It's not that old.
Right. Anyway, here we are. Best of CES so far, day 2. We got a lot of things to get to, and let's get to them in no particular order. First of all, start with one of the silliest, in a sense, the Samsung Balli robot, B-A-L-L-I, gets it. I won't go there. Gets in the companion robot game. Here it is.
It's another one of these
Real small.
robots who wants to be your buddy.
Real small.
Wants to follow you around the house, has a little camera built in.
Yeah.
People get excited about these companion robots for a hot minute, and a lot of them don't really have staying power. You remember everybody was really into, this looks a lot like a Sphero. Everybody was super into Sphero a couple years ago.
Right.
Everyone had the BB-8 robot, but nobody's driving their Sphero BB-8 around anymore. And then there was Vector from Anki, which had the little cool personality and the face and stuff, and Anki, I think, just went out of business.
The green eyes, right?
And that was actually really interesting. Had a lot of good AI hooks, but did not, didn't do well enough to keep the company around. Although a lot of parents in Brooklyn had to buy their kids Vectors from Anki because they saw it at my house.
Because you had one at your house,
and
okay.
the kids were like, I want Vector for Christmas.
So 90% of their sales came from the kids in your neighborhood.
Enough.
And that was not enough.
Not enough.
Not that many kids in your neighborhood.
But Balli, they're pitching here as like either a workout companion or something to keep your pets occupied during the day.
But let's break it down. Its functionality is simple. I follow you around.
And I shoot video.
Okay.
I saw a promotional clip where it was like following the dog around.
Is it
all the bad things the dog was? It was narking out the dog.
Do you recall if it's a remote view camera?
It's got to be.
Video live?
It's got to be able to.
Okay, because if it does that, then it knocks out one of the better promise things of Kuri, K-U-R-I, 2 years ago, Mayfield Robotics. It was the darling robot of that year. Poof, they're out of business as well, and they had Robert Bosch money behind them, and it didn't save them. Now, this is Samsung. They're not going to have a problem funding it. All right, so it's pretty simple.
Who's not going to step on that on the first day?
It's pretty little, right?
It's literally underfoot.
It better be tough. And I tell you, wandering around following the dog like that's going to make the dog nuts. So on a behavior and training animal front, I'm not sure it's the best policy if you've got a neurotic dog to have a ball following it. That turns the whole dog thing on its head. It's supposed to go the other way around. I chase you.
Dogs.
You don't chase me. Okay, so that's Balli. Now, Segway, that Segway, has, you all know what it's like, stand up, stalk, handlebars, it balances for you. But what if you wanted to just relax a little more?
What if actually standing up on your movement device is just too much trouble?
It's too much work.
You want to sit down and relax.
So you get into a seated Segway.
This is the S-Pod.
There's Lexi in there.
Oh, look at that.
Did they really make her wear a crash helmet?
I believe they forced
Is that what
her
America?
to.
Is that what the American Trial Lawyers Association has done to us?
I'm sure she had to sign a waiver as well.
Let me get this right. She's in a crash helmet, in a padded device, in a controlled track with guardrails.
Going about 3 miles an hour. Although I read
3 miles an hour, yeah.
This thing can actually go up to like 20-something miles an hour.
It can, okay.
So you could actually really zip down. I'm pretty sure it's not street legal, at least in New York, because I remember you couldn't even drive a regular Segway on the
That's
sidewalk
a New York thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of cities pushed back hard when those came out 10 whatever years ago. You know, I think the way this prints, this is the Google Glass of things with wheels, is if you're out there on a Segway, it's bad enough. If you're out on this thing relaxing and taking up a bigger footprint, you're the dick of the year. I mean, you're out there on the sidewalk saying, yeah, excuse me,
coming through.
That's not good.
It's really, we used to have to do this by getting the chair, having 4 or 5 people hold the
old
sticks,
sedan chair of the 19th century.
And they pick you up and carry you around.
Real good look today.
Yeah,
right.
you know, now you can do it without all the extra help. because the stick carrying guys were unionizing, and
Is that was the motivation? Is that what they said?
So
That's
we
the
said,
origin
we gotta
story
make an
for the
automatic,
Segway.
Yeah, we
sedans here?
have to make an automatic version of that.
Samsung selfie type invisible mobile keyboard. Unless you see it, you have no idea what that even means.
Well, you look in the little catalogs in the airplane seat back pocket. They
Yeah.
always have the thing where like it'll laser
the invisible
project a
keyboards.
keyboard in front of you.
Yeah.
And you just type with your fingers on the table, and they never work. But this is a new version of that concept where your phone camera looks at your fingers, tracks your finger movement, and tries to figure out what you're typing. I think you have to train it. It has to train you.
Which is good, because that's the only way you get this to work.
Piece at this point.
The only way you get this to work is with training. This cannot be out of the box calibrated. You remember about 10 years ago we had the early laser tracking keyboards that projected a keyboard on the table. Horrifying. They
worked.
had no learning. And the thing is, they were using laser interruption as opposed to image recognition.
Yes.
This is a big improvement in concept. I've not used it, but it's a big
I'm
improvement.
a little concerned that you really have to know, sort of almost like don't look at it touch typing in order to do it, because I'm a 3-finger claw typist.
But in theory, it learns that you are that. Although I don't know how it would take a few fingers and figure out all the QWERTY keys in a few fingers, but I'm sure it could. Very interesting.
I mean, it took us years and years to get people comfortable with the idea of typing on a screen like on an iPad or on a phone, but eventually we all did that.
Who's ever going to do that?
Maybe we'll be here soon.
Well, speak of that, Lenovo ThinkPad X1 folding laptop. The folding revolution, I think, here at CES this year really moved beyond phones. We got into some more folding phones, and we get now folding laptops that are really starting to literally bend the boundaries of what a laptop is.
You know, the phones had some trouble in their first iterations.
Sure. Yeah. If you want to see the machine that we use to try and break one, it's right around the horn over there.
That's right.
Yeah.
The laptops make more sense to me because it's a bigger screen to begin with, and you have more real estate to put in all the protection that you need and the hinges and making sure nothing can get in through the sides.
Yeah.
And you can have something that's, a phone, as you're pointing out, is a small screen that maybe folded becomes a smaller screen. On the X1 Fold or the Dell or the Dell prototype that's very similar, it's a 13-inch screen.
Okay, there it is there. If you're watching on the stream or here in the audience, that's fully open.
Right here.
That's
and you
basically
can fold it in half and it becomes almost like a mini laptop.
Okay.
You get a little on-screen keyboard, or you can put a little physical
let's see that in a second. There we go.
There's
the virtual
on-screen keyboard. But then they also have a little physical keyboard that's magnetic that clips on there. And you can open it up and put the keyboard in front of it, and it's like a mini all-in-one desktop. And to me, that's a very flexible device.
We'll see that here in just a moment. Once we finish that, I think that video keeps rolling. You're going to see the physical keyboard in a minute that shows you how it can be. That's still virtual keyboard. As this clip goes on, you'll see that.
It's like a little add-on. And of course, this thing is going to be like $24.99.
All right, premium price.
And guess what? The keyboard's extra.
No, is it really?
Yeah, they always do that, don't they?
That's annoying. But I'm with you. I think I think folding devices of a larger size, whether we call it a laptop or whatever this category will be, makes more sense, I think, I'm starting to come around to, than small folding devices. Small to smaller is not interesting. Mid to big is a real piece of real estate.
Imagine you have a 13-inch screen and you have a bag that's very small, and you don't want to put a 13. You literally fold it in half, and you can put it in a much smaller space. Then you unfold it, and you're back to your 13-inch size.
It's way more transformational because a folding phone is always going to be in your pocket, or it's going to be in your pocket, whereas a laptop might be in your pocket in one case, and then it comes out, and it's something that you could not possibly put in a pocket when it's opened up. So it's actually exceeded a boundary that you used to have to observe. That's very interesting.
And if you want to go even bigger, Intel has a prototype here that's the same thing, but with a 17-inch screen.
Same idea.
Same idea. Literally the same thing with the keyboard and everything, but bigger.
Okay, and the other thing you pointed out is, as you saw there, the keyboard is taking up a modest amount, when it's virtual, of real estate, meaning that you no longer have the 50-50 rule. We've always got to do 50 screen, 50 chassis, and keyboard. That's just how these things are done. With a few, except we have I forget who makes the laptop that has some helper screen.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's always done like this. But now we break the hegemony of 50-50. Now we can do 70-30 screen and keyboard.
It's taken us 30, 40 years to break out of that clamshell, like hinge in the middle, and maybe we're finally there.
Took us a minute. Okay, let's take a look now in some health technology. Withings Scan Watch is what it's called. Does blood pressure. That's not table stakes yet, but I bet by next year It'll be table stakes for most wearables, atrial fibrillation, and O2, or oxygen perfusion levels. So this watch is really getting into some interesting, pretty deep monitoring. Now there's the app that goes with it. Scott Stein was talking about this with me on Sunday. We were looking forward to this. And what they can do here as part of their muxing together of this data is chase down sleep apnea.
Yeah. And at least give you the sense that you should go and get a more involved sleep test, rather than just guessing. You know, it's an early warning detector in a way.
Yeah.
You're not getting enough oxygen, during the night, so maybe you should go see your doctor and do an actual sleep study.
This is part of the interesting sort of things we're doing with health tech is we're extrapolating one condition from a signal you didn't think was related. Oxygen perfusion to apnea. We know they're connected, but they seem distant to us as we look at ourselves. But sensors say, oh, no, I look at this and I know it's connected to this. I know that AFib's connected to stroke. I know that low perfusion is connected to apnea. We can't see that with our eyes, but the sensors are so good at making those connections.
And now the watches collect all these different kinds of data and can compare them and put them together.
Yeah.
You don't even know what they'll be able to diagnose for us going forward.
Yeah. Withings has an interesting design language. As far as I know, just about all their products are a traditional watch design.
It's very watchy, yeah.
That's interesting. I wonder why they've made that decision versus...
In this particular case, it helps you have, I think, something like 30-day battery life.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to something that's all screen where you have to plug it in every night.
Okay, so small screen draw, because it's a small inset screen with a traditional...
Right. If you have a traditional watch, with the hands, then your battery can last,
Okay, good
almost forever.
Thinking. Interesting. Okay, now we get really interesting. I had not seen this one until Dan showed it to me backstage. The Prinker, not a typo, temporary tattoo printer. And I thought, okay, it prints temporary tattoos on a transfer paper and you put it on your arm. No, it prints them on you. So it's essentially a P-Touch label maker, but you're the tape cassette. And it puts it right on you. Let's take a look at this. Here we go. You load your design,
That's
I guess,
right.
or select it.
Put the thing over your arm, and it goes.
Wow, it's quick.
That is fast.
It's real quick.
And I guess they just last a day or two.
A day or two. That's what I was going to ask you. Okay. Huh.
And you can buy either black ink or you can buy a color ink cartridge.
Okay, good. You got some 007 going on there. They're always doing something like that to check the tracker they put under his skin, but this isn't
put
so...
barcodes in there. You can get like a QR code tattoo.
Right.
And if I get lost, just scan this and you'll know where I am.
The time is right. I mean, we know there's a not huge, but a significant trend in tattoo removal technology, clinics, and appetite for that. This eliminates that concern.
Here you can just, have a tattoo for today and no tattoo tomorrow.
Did you see the output of it? What it looks like when
it looks okay. I think
not as good as a real tattoo.
Well, no, but
okay. But you can do it again.
If you can upload your own images, I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can just upload. I mean, it looks like it's basically clip art resolution.
At some point you'd be able to do that. I'm going to get a big Brian Cooley tattoo right here.
Oh.
But only for one day.
Okay, now it's all right. Okay, there. That's how it always is. They love me for one day. All right. I think that's it. Nice.
That is it.
Nice stuff.
Good
this
stuff today.
This was fun. Okay, that's it for day 2 of CES here at CNET's live coverage, Sands Expo, Tech West. If you're coming to the show still, you haven't been here yet or haven't been over here yet, we're at the top of the escalator. Come on up from where the cars drop you off, the cab curb. Go to the top of the escalator, and you can't miss us. So we're right there. Hope we see you if you haven't come by already. We got a lot more to come tomorrow where we will boil everything down. It's the show of shows. Some highlights. Dan will host the best laptops of CES. That's at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Pacific. And, of course, I'll be back with the best overall products that our senior editors team has put together. And we're doing that at 11 o'clock. So Dan's got laptops, and Scott and I have the full roundup at 11 o'clock. Plus, we have Rick Harrison from Pawn Stars, local star, national star, and football great Joe Montana is going to come by to discuss sports recovery technology. So we'll see you for that. We got some really interesting stories tomorrow. We'll see you then for that. CNET Live from CES 2020. Good night. Okay.